and better, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now with this young. And he had so much success, a run of success, being fastest in every free practice, being fastest in every qualifying, and then winning a whole bunch of races. But momentum can shift. Momentum can shift quite easily as well. Again, a first and a second at Donington, and a first and a second at Knockhill. Didn't have a good Snetterton though, and he didn't have a good Snetterton for the weekend. He was just a little bit off colour all the time. As it's amazing what Luke and John Clark can do. It really is. And straight away I get a text message from our studio man. It's working now. So welcome everybody in YouTube land, and welcome everybody around the world. We do hope you're going to be with us this weekend at the Summer Festival of Brands Hatch for the It's Tools King of Brands event. Duncan Vincent in the commentary box here. Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship, free practice one on track with some 9 minutes of the session to go. Just an early morning practice for them, effectively. You don't want to do anything silly in this one. You've got to make sure you get round in one piece. Good to see you guys. Thank you very much. You're welcome back in this commentary point anytime. Big cheery faces from Brands Hatch. That's Luke and John just leaving the commentary point. But we've seen one small error from Carl Harris, who I believe went into the gravel and fell over because he was allowed to pick up from his incident at Paddock Bend, and then he could get going from there. The man on the Rocket Rookies Suzuki with a bit of a nightmare start to his weekend, but that's racing. It goes in cycles. Young Carl will definitely come back with a whole lot of pace, that's for sure. Let's just bring ourselves in here so we can stand in frame and say good morning to everybody. This is the lovely Brands Hatch commentary box that we have. We'll click back onto the outside camera just so you can see what's happening on the outskirts of the circuit at the exit of Graham Hill Bend. And we make sure we give you as much of a BTS look here with our YouTube channel. There will be things that you will get to see this weekend from the pit lane area, and it's completely different. It's the things that TV won't show you. Obviously, we'll need to watch out for broadcasting and various other things, but it's very good that we will show you the bikes leaving the pit lane. We'll do a walk and talk hopefully at some point this afternoon up the pit lane, which we'll try and bring you live on the YouTube feed. But don't worry, you'll get everything as normal on your TSL timing, which you can pick up on your phone. You can listen as you move around the place. Or you could also be listening trackside as well, as a lot of people are, which is good to see so many people in this morning actually. The campsites are looking pretty full, and the more people here at the weekend, the better the support for the racers and the riders. As I look over from the commentary point, already people starting to line the grass banking, which looks down upon in towards the pit lane, which is quite a cool thing actually, how you're elevated and you look into the pit lane or down upon the pit lane. One of the great things that Brands Hatch has that's unique to this circuit. 7.5 minutes to go. Cameron Dawson into 5th place on his Power Slide Suzuki. And a big improvement for Rhys Stevenson. He comes up 4 places and goes into P3. The Rocket, who we know is very fast, and we've seen him have lots of great running. Unfortunately, if you remember, he did tip off at Snetterton. And young Rhys, who's endeavoured to take on different challenges through 2026 as well. Had a good international roads debut, but finds himself very much back at home in the British Championship paddock. But Snetterton was definitely one for him to forget, and Brands Hatch is one of his personal favourites, which he does like and has always gone pretty well here. So Rhys, the flag, which we have seen the hump of their leathers. I believe there's so many, well, there's a good couple of colours involved in that, and the colours signify the earth, the sun, some green fields if I'm not mistaken, and a few other parts of Lincoln which I'm not going to try and dive headfirst into because that would be a disaster and I'll get it all horribly wrong. But he and Harrison McKay, both Lincolnshire lads who proudly fly that flag. Having a little look further down, Carl Harris has managed to, obviously tipped off at Paddock Hill Bend. He's perfectly okay. He's been back into the pits. The Rocket Rookies team have worked on the Suzuki and they've put him back on track, and he is currently back out there in 17th place, and he has done a whole heap of laps as well, which is good to see. He's just behind Aidan Davey, who's 16th, and just ahead of Ed Best on the Simsiris Kawasaki. And Kawasaki have had a bit of a glow up in this championship. They're starting to look a lot better, a lot stronger week in, week out. And that's all down to the balance of performance, the kind of equalisation programme, which is monitored by MSVR, and their technical advisor Scott Smart, who was he was very much on hands as well at the World Superbike. And oh dear, Carl Harris has now slipped off at Surtees. Rider is badged as OK. Weekend, young Carl Harris, number 9, in the one session has gone down the road twice, once at Parrickhill Bend and once just over her shoulder, just round the corner at Surtees. But the most important thing is the rider is badged, he is badged as being OK. Ferry Fleerackers has made his way into the top 10. He goes into P6 on his Suzuki. Completely different colour scheme for Ferry in 2026. We see him coming away from the colour scheme which we had him in 25, which is a lot darker now. He's in proper red and black. It looks very good. The Suzuki that he's changed onto, coming over from the Aprilia as well, is very much a bit of a weapon of choice in this championship this year. But you don't need to be on one. You can be on a lot of competitive bikes out here. And there's talks and rumours of other manufacturers possibly making their way into this championship, manufacturers who are already in the paddock. There's a little tidbit for people to possibly feast on if they're looking at the British Sport Bike Championship. That will be an interesting, if it comes off, it'll be an interesting manoeuvre. There goes Lennon Doherty across the line. He's chased by, is that Aidan Davey that's chasing him? Or it's Peter Willis actually on 99 who chases Aidan. Chases Lennon. Up and in towards Druids they both go. Beautiful sunshine here at Brands Hatch. Track temperature, if we can tell you that right now. In fact, we can't. We'll tell you that in a couple of minutes. Track temperature, yes, 21. Perfect operating area for these guys to generate a whole lot of grip and give us some really interesting lap times back. That's a big key. We're seeing quick laps right at the start of this. Harrison McKay a 31.6 for free practice 1. Remember, cast your memory back as I dive into the computer here just to keep everybody right. Combined practice that we saw from last year in free practice 1. Now this is just purely a guide, it doesn't give us much more than that. A 31.7 was the fastest combined, and that was said in free practice 2 by Harrison D. Soy. Harrison McKay has already gone faster than last year's combined times, and he's done that in free practice 1. So that's a very, very good run. He's 0.6 of a second faster than Ferry Fleerackers. And then Taylor Rose a further 1/10 of a second behind Fleerackers. It shows you just the pace and the impressive pace that Harrison McKay has picked up. And I think again a lot of that comes back down to confidence, very much confidence. Let's change the camera back so you can now see the track on the outside at the exit of Graham Hill Bend. That howl in the background, I hope you could pick that up on the microphone, was the CF Moto of Peter Willis. Willis crossed the line, and Daniel Goodman, then Aidan Davey, Lennon Doherty. Freddie Barnes as well went in towards Parrickhill Bend. And Freddie Barnes, let's see where young Freddie is actually. Something we need to have a look on our screen. Where's Freddie Barnes? This is the thing about a timing screen, you look at it and sometimes the name's that obvious you can't actually see it. Freddie Barnes, bike 26 in 25th place. So his teammate Lennon Doherty on 60, just a couple of places ahead in 16th. So Lennon knocking on the edges of the top 15. Craig Dance is in 32nd place. Now Craig Dance, if you remember and you're listening, or if you're at Snetterton, I did say there was an incident at the Wilson hairpin, and I did say, well, that's not good. The riders making their way, getting up from the ground, and the marshals are on track helping out. And then Craig Dance entered the corner and fell off, whilst the marshals were actually there doing work. So that's a serious no-no. So picked up 3-place grid penalty. Wherever Craig Dance qualifies today, he'll have a 3-place grid penalty. And he also has 3 points added to his licence, and that's the big thing. It's a serious no-no. You should always retain full control of your machine. If the marshals are working on the track, or if you're going past the yellow flag area, you should not be crashing. And unfortunately, Craig Dance got caught out by that one, and picks up a little bit of a penalty, which is something that he will have to serve here this weekend, and he will do on the number 19. Craig Dance currently in 32nd place. We have got 41 bikes on track. You will all be trying to qualify for this single header or single race that we have here at Brands Hatch. Good morning to Alan Hyde. Thank you very much for your updates, Heidi, for listening, and he will be along with us, our studio host. He'll be here in the not too distant future. And Larry Carter will be back with us this weekend. We had Dave Neal when we were at Radio Donington with Kawasaki last weekend, and Dave did an absolutely fabulous job for us in the pit lane on the grids and doing some cool commentary. But Larry is back this weekend, back to the usual BSB radio powered by Kawasaki. Dunk, Al and Scoop bringing you all the information as it happens, finding the right podiums because they were dotted about all over the place at certain tracks, and bringing you up to date with everything that's going on. And we will be sure to do that as we get the checker flag now flying here at the end of the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship free practice number 1, and it is Harrison McKay, still 0.6 of a second up the road from anybody, and that anybody is the World Championship runner of Ferrari Flea Rackers, then Taylor Rose, Alfie Davidson and Jacob Stevenson as the checker flag, as Rhys Stevenson, sorry, as the checker flag flies. But that could all change in a heartbeat as they cross the line. Joe Ellis makes his way in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Joe, he'll be wanting to make a little bit of improvement from his 25th place. He's just gone ahead of Charlie Barnes on that lap, and there goes Charlie Barnes across the line to take the checker flag. A whole flurry of bikes coming through, including Taylor Rose, and Taylor Rose goes back to 2nd place and also gets a bit of time out of young Harrison McKay, takes 1/10 of a second, and then Harrison McKay then crosses the line and puts a new personal best lap in, a new fastest lap of the session, and that's a bit of a statement lap from young Harrison. A 1:33.383, a 1:31.383. That is underneath the lap record by 0.3 of a second in free practice 1. That deserves a round of applause. A 1:33.383. Harrison McKay 0.8 of a second faster than anybody at the end of free practice 1. Wow, sensational stuff from that young man on the Armada Marine Cables SC31 Aprilia. And the last couple of bikes come through to take the checker flag, but it's McKay fastest from Rose and Flea Rackers, your top 3. Alfie Davidson in 4th with Rhys Stevenson in 5th place. Zach Shelton comes across the line to finish the session in 6th, ahead of Kieran Kent, Lewis Smart, Ted Wilkinson and Cameron Dawson. Behind Cam Dawson in 11th place, Dan Goodman, then Harley McCabe, the man who sits 2nd in the championship, with Asher Durham in 13th, Aidan Davey, Ed Best, Harry Cook, Charlie Atkins, Lennon Docherty in 18th place ahead of 19th Peter Willis, and 20th, unfortunately somebody who slipped off twice in that one session, young Carl Harris. We'll pause for a quick break. The Quattro Group British Supersport Championship is coming up next, and that's due to go on track at 9:40. Now here's a little bit of an update for you. There's a couple of cars that are parked across in the paddock area that need moved. There's a blue Peugeot, it's GY17URX, blue Peugeot GY17URX, and there's a transit van which is YS71SXY. Good number plate that, but you need to move your cars, please. They're parked across the beside the working areas. So GY17URX, blue Peugeot, and YS71SXY, a transit van. Please can you move those cars straight away? So here we go, the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship on track for their free practice number 1 in glorious weather conditions. And was that one of the riders across there? Let me grab these binoculars and have a check at that. There you go, it's the Cheshire Mouldings team. Not for this session, but there comes Luke Stapleford down pit lane. He will go and join the track now. Lots of talking points about Luke Stapleford. Last weekend, he was a wild card at the Donington Park World Superbike round, and it was a weekend, unfortunately, to forget for Luke. It wasn't. He was nowhere near where we would expect him to be. A new bike built for the weekend, very difficult. The Scars team did everything right, but you can't. You know, it's very difficult to put something like that together and hope that it does work. Maybe a little bit of, maybe not as much help from the actual World Supersport team that they were promised didn't come that way. Who knows? But it's that's a huge ask to build a bike for one specific weekend that the guys have been racing all year. He wasn't a million miles away, but I know the Scars team expect an awful lot more. They're leading this championship. They're looking really, really strong. And I do know that Luke sent me a message saying, I think it's me. It's nothing to do with the bike. I said, really? He goes, maybe that's the easiest line we can use this weekend coming. But yeah, great that the Scars were there. It's good that they had a World Championship wild card. There is talk that they might be doing Cremona as well. Who knows? That would be good to see. But hopefully they get a little bit more testing on the bike. That is a hot championship to try and jump in the middle of as well. But Luke Stapleford definitely knows his way around Donington Park. But he blotted his copybook by slipping off within 4 laps of the start of the weekend, and that's just not how he operates. So yeah, the team had a bit of work to try and make that bike, put it all together and make it work. And you get all the parts, you've got to try and make them all talk to each other, and that's the difficult part. So credit to them for getting that built. And they managed to get out there, and they did everything correctly. But we've got a black and orange flag displayed on track for bike. Is that number 2 that I can see in distance? That's TJ Toms. So TJ Toms getting the black and orange flag early in this session, which is not how you want to start your weekend by any way, shape or form. That GNS Kawasaki's teammate has just gone past that, so he'll be getting off the track. The smoke is the report from TJ Toms Kawasaki. So he has had a pretty rough start to the year. If you take in the injury he got very early on, when he was motocrossing, when he face planted the ground, he did a very good social media post on that actually. And if you haven't seen that, go and check it out. Go and check out that social media post. It's a very long, in-depth video that TJ did put together. As they come into Brands Hatch, it is, as I mentioned before, Luke Stapleford who leads the championship on his Ducati for the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship. It's not gone all his own way though. Let's look at that. Ben Curry in second place. Ben Curry did make one very strange Ben Curry manoeuvre at Stetterton. He tipped off, I think was it towards the end of the race, and down he went. From a really good podium position as well, and that promoted his teammate Harry Truelove up onto the podium, which is unfortunately, somebody's bad luck is always better for somebody else. And Harry Truelove, he picked up the pieces on that Ben Curry incident. Ben was thankfully okay. He just said he was riding around and didn't feel like he had any grip whatsoever, and he wasn't the only person to get caught out at that corner as well, because Jack Mahaffey was on for a podium. He was on for a fabulous podium in his debut year in the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship. And Mahaffey, on the very last lap at the very same corner that Curry had done it, did the exact same as his countryman. And he went down going in towards Oggies. There's a little bump just on the way in. You're braking as you head towards the apex. And down went Jack Mahaffey, and it was absolutely heartbreaking when we were watching it. It was, I think, gut-wrenching would be the correct term. He has said so many times it's critical that he gets results for him to be able to keep this dream alive of racing in the UK. The result was on, the result was there, and Mahaffey unfortunately just came undone right at the very end of that session, and it's not what we'd expect at the end of that race for him to have done. But again, it was unfortunate for one, but then good for another. It certainly was. It was Luke Stapleford who picked up that, and as he put it, lucky third place, because he was a little bit upset, shall we say, after the race when he was speaking to Larry Carter with some of the next generation BOP rules that have gone out there. Nothing that we can do about that. Larry Carter purely, he's not the guy that sets the BOP rules, so I don't know if Luke knows that or not, but it didn't go down well with Larry. It didn't go down well with Luke, and Larry was in there interviewing him. But on a bad weekend, if you can get a podium, that's what you want, and that's exactly what Luke Stapleford did. He won on the Saturday, and he picked up a third place on the Sunday, and he still arrives here with a chunky 36-point championship lead. So all in all, if that's a bad weekend, it's been pretty good, because up to that point we have seen 1, 2, 3, 4 victories for Luke Stapleford in 2026 as he goes in search of another championship. I met Jack Kennedy yesterday actually at the airport. We were both in the same hire car area, not to name them, but Enterprise gave me a very lovely card, didn't expect to get. Thank you. Jack and Paddy were both standing there, and Jack said, well, my flight's been delayed by a couple of hours, a bit of a disaster trying to get here. I said, well, I got up to get my flight this morning, alarm went off at 5:30, and I woke up to a text message saying the flight had been cancelled. He's like, whoa, that's not good. It wasn't ideal, shall we say, so there was a little bit of work for us for myself back home to make sure I could get another flight booked to make it down yesterday, and we got down for right at the close of play, so we did get here, but there's always that little bit of a worry. But Jack was in fine form yesterday, looked nice and relaxed, he's having a look at that, he did slip off, remember, first race at Snetterton. A very un-Kennedy manoeuvre when he folded the front going through turn 2 Wilson's, so much so that the gloves went flying, and that's something that we're not used to seeing as well. The motions were very much on show from Jack. He usually keeps that all very much intact, but it also shows you just how hard he's having to push that Honda CBR 600RR. He's said this to Larry a few times in interviews, and myself down there in the pit lane. He's riding that bike. He's got to be inch perfect, millimetre perfect every single lap, and ride it within an inch of its life in order to generate what needs to be done. And I still think that Jack is the benchmark in this championship on that CBR 600RR. He is level in points though with his teammate Dean Harrison. Stapleford, Ben Curry, Jack Kennedy, then Dean Harrison, the two Honda UK riders very much together second and third. But Jack has had 2 non-point scoring finishes, which is something that does put a big hole in your championship. Ben Curry's also had one. Stapleford hasn't not scored, so let's not commentators curse that. As we saw that happen last weekend, as I think Dave Neal did it, and he did it on Ike Lacona, and he couldn't believe he'd done it. He looked absolutely shocked in the commentary point when he did it. And it's there's nothing worse when you are talking about something. And I think we did the same about Mahaffey. We were talking about how good it was that he was going to be on the podium, and unfortunately, let's try and keep that to a minimum for the rest of 2026. But with free practice 1 underway, it's still 21 minutes of this session to go. It is Jack Kennedy who is fastest of all on that number 4 Honda from Ben Curry, and then Lee Johnston up there, the General Lee Johnston on the Sencat Triumph. He's having a bit of a turnaround again, a good upturn in performance. And well, if you don't like Lee Johnson, there's just something wrong with you in my eyes. He's one of the nicest guys in the paddock, so friendly, always happy to speak to you no matter what's going on. And you know what, I'm going to say king of the vlogs as well. A lot of people have now jumped on what Lee had been doing for quite some time, and they're always good vlogs to watch, even through his injury phase and his recovery phase, and seeing where he is back at this moment in time. Jack Mahaffey's just crossed the line. He's got Billy McConnell glued to his tail. I was in the car park this morning, arrived nice and early, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed as you do for a free practice Friday here at Summery Brands Hatch. And I parked up next to the legend that is Tim Keaton. Tim Keaton, who lovely guy from Impact Images. Know Tim long time. I know him, done a lot of work with Tim through the Kawasaki's and various other things at Motorcycle Live. So started a chat with Tim, and then all of a sudden the horn starts peeping at us coming across the car park grassy field, slightly quicker than it maybe should come across the field. And who was it? Skippy, Billy McConnell. Morning lads. Jumps out and ready to go. Do like Billy McConnell, and great to see him finding a nice home in the championship that he's in, that Quattro Group British Supersport Championship for Billy McConnell with the MMB Ducati squad is just fabulous. There's a couple of people coming to the commentary box. One of them goes by the name of R. Skinner, and he will push this little button across here and say, good morning everybody, how are you, Rory Skinner?
Good morning everybody, I'm fine Duncan, yeah, good, happy to be at a sunny Brands Hatch.
Would you like, what we'll do is, because you're here, let's put this camera on so people can see us both.
Just in case
we're live streaming. We're live streaming on
hi.
YouTube.
Hi everyone.
Give me a wave.
Hey.
This is Rory Skinner, who's just stumbled into the commentary box, probably here to keep an eye on your good friend Oliver Barr, who's on track.
Yeah, I am, just thought I've got my mate Blair with me. He's just come down this morning from Scotland, so I thought I'd show him probably one of the best kind of vantage points if you know the right people. So thought I'd bring him up here and let him see what's happening, and obviously check in and see how Oliver's getting on this morning.
Yes, it's good. Oliver Barr riding the 3B Construction Binge Pro Ducati. Currently in P6, Ollie OB having a good run. Kennedy, Truelove, Curry, Stapleford, Johnson, OB. You know, I talk about the big four, big three, big four in the championship. Oliver's on the fringes, that isn't he? He's not in the next group, but he's almost getting himself week in, week out into that front-running bunch.
He is, yeah. I mean, what is he, 5th in the championship at the minute, Duncan? He's having a good year. He just needs a bit of self-belief in himself to kind of understand that he is one of those riders. He looks at them and sees them as maybe like not a step ahead, but he sees them as the front runners, and he doesn't see himself within that group. And I think it's a bit unfair, really, because he's proved time and time again that he can do it. He was second on the grid here last year to Rhys Irwin, who I think from memory was into the 26s on a Supersport bike, which is nuts. So yeah, Oliver's got good form around here. He did well in qualifying end of last year, and in the 2 races he just didn't quite put it together. So
yeah, and he was on for a podium and he slipped off in the rain towards the end of the year as well, if memory serves. Can you instill some of this self-belief? Is that all he needs? I mean, we know he's got the speed.
Yeah, I mean,
easy to deal with.
He rides on confidence, really. You know, he's a fantastic talent. He's really good at what he does. It's just a case of he sometimes doesn't see himself as good as what he actually is. So yeah, I think it's just a case of him trying to put some laps in, and he's been maybe a bit tense at the beginning of this year. He just needs to relax into it and kind of not put as much pressure on himself, because Assen last year he got a couple of podiums. He was really on the pace, and yeah, I think that kind of this year he just needs to make sure he kind of relaxes into that kind of flow of things, because he's been a lot more consistent this year. I'm going to touch wood there, but he's mistakes that he was making in tail end of races last year.
I just talked about the commentator's curse before that, by the way. It's one of these things. You look nice and relaxed today. You look very happy. You got Blair down from Perth, I take it. Blair is
yeah, he's Montrose.
Oh dear, from Montrose.
Montrose Arbroath, that way.
We've got a Scottish contingency in the commentary box. I hope everybody's okay with that. If you're watching live on YouTube, it's Duncan Vincent, Rory Skinner. We'll step that way a little bit. We'll get back in the camera shot.
I'm just trying to look through all the windows.
That's
here.
fine. We've also got a live feed with the camera pointing down towards exit Graham Hill Bend, so a lot of people on YouTube can actually see what's going on. Kennedy, True Love and Curry have all come back in the pit lane. Stapleford's on track with Johnson, and Ollie Barr OB is in 6th place. Looking at the tracker map, Luke Stapleford's just gone past into turn 1. 28.2 in free practice 1, that's not too bad, but what we have seen in free practice 1 in sport bike is young Harrison McKay break the lap record in free practice 1. So it shows you, that'll tell you that the circuit's in good condition.
Yeah, I mean, I got here Wednesday night. I had a quick pedal round because there's some daylight still, and I could see there was rubber on the track from track days or racing, especially on the Indy track. So yeah, it's obviously in good condition. We've had quite a few weeks now without any real kind of rain, so that'll made sure the track's not been washed as such. It's got a lot of rubber in it. You know, Brands Hatch Indy is used quite frequently with track days and things. We've got Oliver Barr coming over to start finish line here. He's been behind Max Wadsworth for the last few laps, so he's given himself a little bit of space, I think, and yeah, might see a decent lap coming in from Oliver here.
Teammate Carter Brown has just left the pit lane behind him as well. What will OB be doing? What will Oliver be doing in free practice 1? Because I tried to guesstimate to everybody earlier on that you're just wanting to bed yourself in and get your eye in, but is there a certain run plan? Do you have to have a push out there?
Yeah, I mean, for us in Superbikes this year, you know, we've obviously had the change in the schedule. We've got an hour and a half of actual genuine free practice sessions. So for my benefit anyway, it's been good. You know, we've been able to try a lot of things with the Yamaha. We've still not quite hit the mark with it yet, but we're definitely going in the right direction. It's just yeah, for FP1, a lot of the time, you know, these guys haven't seen this track since October last year. I know Harrison McKay has been doing a couple of the no limits races, some of the other kind of club championships in the UK to make sure he's been on form. I saw a couple of videos of it on Facebook. So yeah, you know, it's good to see that he was under the lap record this morning. As you said, it's nice knowing that the track's obviously in quite good condition. Obviously, you know, these guys, Kennedy and Stapleford, they need no introduction to Brands Hatch GP. They've done a lot of laps around here in the past, and Luke's coming straight off of a World Supersport wildcard at Donington. So yeah, everybody's up to speed right now. We're in the midst of the season, I think you could say. We're almost at the halfway point, and it's just yeah, making sure that these boys want to be they want to be number 1 at the end of Friday, even though it doesn't really count for anything. You know, you still want to be at the top of the leaderboard on day 1.
Absolutely. 27.1 is a lap record down here. 1:27.101 for Eugene McManus actually in the Super Sport class. But yes, last year Rhys Irwin was incredibly fast. We're 28.2. You just point Ollie Barr goes ahead of Max Wadsworth. 29.042.
Yeah, 0.8 off. So. Yeah, as I said, we saw Oliver drop back a little bit off the back of the group that last lap to maybe get himself a bit of space, and yeah, that's what he's done clearly.
And Kennedy's gone to the top of the times. I mean, I think in this championship, and I've said this so many times on record, that Jack Kennedy's the benchmark out here for what he does in that Honda CBR 600RR. He is definitely the benchmark for me. For you?
Yeah, 100%. Jack's, he's tried and tested. He's a proven race winner, proven championship winner, and I think what he's doing he's on the last of the 600s on the grid.
Yeah.
There's a few others out there. Him and Dean Harrison have been doing an excellent job on the 600s this year. I think compared to the bigger bikes, even though it's all very well balanced, I still feel there's no replacement for displacement, as they say.
But you've been practicing that, haven't you?
It's a tongue twister, that one. But it is tough. I've ridden an R6 up against like Oliver's V2 and things in the winter, and yeah, even I'm on a stock bike compared to a super sport bike. They've still just got this jump off the corner that it makes it hard to compete with a little bit. But Jack and Dean have proved that they can still win races and be on the podium week in, week out. So those guys and guys at Honda UK do an excellent job.
They know what they're doing as well. They can put a good package underneath them. Ollie Bayliss a little bit quiet this morning. 14th place for Ollie Bayliss, who's arrived in this championship with a whole head of steam.
That is his first time here.
It's his first time here, exactly. He might have done a track day here, but it was his first time at Knockhill as well, and look what he did up there. So we'll give Ollie a bit of time. We've seen this with Jack Mahaffey as well. Mahaffey has been very, very cautious in free practice one and worked his way towards the sharp end.
Yeah.
And you just pointed out somebody who's caught my eye a lot this year, Lucas Brown.
Yeah, so I was speaking to Lucas in pit lane earlier on. We're kind of all in the kind of same friend group, I suppose you could say, in the paddock, and Lucas was saying to me this is the first time he's come back to a track that he's actually raced at before on the J6R. He obviously rode at the last round here last year with the MSG Suzuki lot, so yeah, Lucas, this is his home round. He said he's got a lot of friends coming this weekend, so he'll be trying to put on a little bit of a show for all his mates. And he said to me he was kind of aiming for a top 5.
Well, he's capable. We saw him in pole position at the start of the year at Oulton Park.
Yeah.
Slipped off at the front, but you could see that coming for a while. But I think Lucas Brown is a star. But he outgrew the Talent Cup bike very quickly. But he stayed with that small capacity bike for quite some time. But he is getting quicker, and that MSG Suzuki does definitely seem to suit him. But with all those extra friends coming along, a little bit of pressure comes with that as well, and that's not really what you want, is it?
I don't know. What's Lucas, 18 years old? You don't really think about pressure when your mates are coming. You just want to go and do the job. Yeah, you want to show off to them, because it's probably for Lucas, it's a lot of the time that. Probably one of the first times a lot of his mates have been able to come now. They're all driving and able to get to the race meetings. It'll be one of the first times he's had all his mates here supporting him. So we've got Lee Johnson here tucked in behind Oliver as a spot going into turn 1, Paddock Hill, and a bit of clear track there. So expect to see some green sectors coming in from those two.
Yeah,
Lee goes up to third there.
He's been dragged on by OB there and gone P3. And the General Lee Johnson, before you came in, I said, how can you not like that guy? Anybody that doesn't like that guy is strange, because he's one of the nicest people out there. He's a journeyman, he's a veteran in this paddock. But to see him in P3 and Oliver Barr going up as well, a position into P5, Ollie now only 4/10 of a second. I mean, that's the thing about super sport. You can find yourself in 11th or 12th and be half a second or 6/10 away because the times are so tight.
We got Lee with a purple first sector and Oliver with a green one, so that toe's paying dividends.
Yeah, absolutely. And you said you could see the track had a bit of rubber down. I mean, that does help you. Does it have to be the special kind of same rubber as yours? Does any rubber kind of work?
I don't know, to be honest, Duncan. Obviously, if there's Pirelli rubber on track, it does help us. However, it's just nice coming to a track and seeing there is rubber on it, rather than it being a bit dirty. And to be fair, the MSV staff and obviously the other circuits as well do a very good job of making sure the track is clean before we go out on it. But yeah, having a little bit of rubber of any kind is always a benefit for us starting FP1.
You mentioned Luke Stapleford had a World Championship round. It wasn't the greatest World Championship round for Luke, but does that just help being on a bike? Keeping yourself on a bike all the time rather than having a weekend off, is that something that does good for you? Yeah,
I would say so. I think bike time is always great. I think for Luke it was probably a little bit difficult because they had to run a set engine in the World Supersport when they go there, and I think you just kind of struggled a little bit with adapting to the different electronics packages. It's the same software, same package but with different software.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think there was a few things that just struggled a little bit. I was in the garage earlier speaking to Lee and Buckle, my own mechanics.
Oh yeah, okay.
They're running the Scars racing team this year. Well, part of it. So they were just saying it was a little bit difficult. Yeah,
they were busy boys at Donington.
Luke and Jack both have World Supersport experience as well, and when they've been on a bike that's been competitive, they've both been at the sharp end.
Carter Brown with a good lap there. So we've got Lucas Brown in 8th place and Carter Brown in 9th place. No relation whatsoever.
No relation.
But it does look good. I've said this many times before. When Tommy Bridewell was in this championship and Storm Stacey was above him on the timing screens, we always used to see Stacey Bridewell. And then you would see her in the pit lane. So just one of these things that keeps a commentator amused in a commentary point. We've got 8 minutes of this session to go. And already a 128.2 for Jack Kennedy. We're just maybe going to kiss it the 127s in this session. That will be impressive if we can. but they will have also noticed that young Harrison McKay was extremely quick in the sport bike session, and they will then take that on board. Harry Truelove crossing the line, still sporting a fabulous moustache. Harry Truelove in 4th place, also picked up a podium after his teammates slipped off at Snetterton, and unfortunately one person's bad luck is beneficial for somebody else. And he had a smile bigger than the moustache. I don't know if you managed to catch that at Snetterton, but these R9 Yamahas are starting to really come online now, Rory. I mean, it was a slow burn at the start of the year for them, but we're now, as you say, almost in the midpoint of the championship. The McCams Raceway team with Ben Curry and Harry Truelove looking really strong.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the Raceways team are, we've got no doubt about the pedigree of that race team that Steve Rogers puts out. It's nice to see that Ben and Harry are starting to come to grips with the bike. Obviously, it's a whole new kind of bike for them to ride this year. It's under development, and I think their spec of bike's a little bit different to what they ride in World Supersport. So a lot of people might think, you just copy and paste what the Yamaha guys use in World Supersport and put it here and it should work. But I know there's a couple of different parts that aren't homologated for BSB that they can run in Worlds. So yeah, makes it a little bit different, and the boys at Raceways doing an excellent job of getting both Ben and Harry up there.
You mentioned Ollie Bayliss, never been here before, 13th place, 2 personal best sectors,
and he's just gone green again.
Yeah, Ollie Bayliss looking really strong out the back of the circuit, making his way through down up towards Dingle Dell on bike number 68. Dad's here this weekend from as well.
I was just about to say,
the legend that is Troy Bayliss is in town. I texted him last night. I can do that. I texted him last night, says we visit to the commentary box during the race. He says 100%, so that's on the cards. Troy, I mean, goodness me, what a legend he is, and the legends that we've got here this weekend as well. There's so many that we'll start talking about over the course of this, but let's get Ollie across the line. He's just coming out of the last corner, comes right in front of us, crossing the line. He goes to, where does he move to? He doesn't actually move in position there. Better time, but not an improvement in position for Ollie Bayliss.
Improves the lap time. That's a good thing though, Duncan. Every lap he's doing, he'll see that on his dash. A little green light will flash up, and you'll know he's had a little improvement there. So for him, it's free practice 1. He's got another session today to improve before he even gets into qualifying. So right now he's just trying to figure his way out around the track. I was speaking to him earlier, and he said walking around it, he saw going through Dingle Dell into Sheen Curve. It was all blind. He didn't really know where he needed to brake, where he needed to turn in, but. Yeah, that's kind of just how it goes. This place just comes with laps.
So he hasn't actually done a track day here. Is that what we're saying? That he's never actually tracked it, or has he tracked it?
I'm not sure really. I didn't catch that from him, but yeah.
I will find out.
Yeah, he was saying that it's a little bit blind over the back, and he wasn't really sure where you need to brake, or couldn't figure it out.
And you're better being cautious than putting the bike into the gravel trap and making a mistake in a corner, because as you come up to Dingle Dell, it's really track knowledge that takes you through that corner, because you're effectively riding into a wall of trees that you can't see away in the distance. Yep. The track goes that way, and you just need to know when to turn and how to turn and how much road you have left on the exit, which is another key point, which leads you into another corner. So a decent lap for Jack Kennedy. They had 2 purple sectors, which are fastest of anybody in that sector, Sector 1 and Sector 2. I think he then caught traffic along the way as we're looking at the tracker map for Jack Kennedy, so just took a little bit of time away. He's still fastest from Luke Stapleford, Lee Johnson. Ben Curry up into 4th place ahead of his teammate Harry Truelove. Oliver Barr a sound 6th and still on track. You know exactly where Oliver is on track, so is that him passing us? In fact it is. We look at the window.
I think you actually knew better than me there, Duncan. You left that one on me, and I was straight to the tracker map looking for 24.
Yeah, well, I did the same thing and caught the tracker map coming with him going through. Then Max Wadsworth. Good run for Max. Max needs a little upturn in form, because it's very difficult when a new teammate comes in and steals all the limelight, but we do know that Max Wadsworth can and does go pretty well around the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit.
Yeah, for sure. Max he's a good rider. His dad Dave runs an excellent team down there. It was taken over from Robin Appleyard with the team that I used to race the Supersport for. So I know a lot of the guys in the garage. There were my old mechanics there too, and yeah, Max has got some good people around him, and he's been putting it together these last few rounds, very quietly, going about his business and just kind of working his way up through the field.
It's kind of how he operates in general. Max Wadsworth doesn't wear bling, doesn't do bling very well. I'm not being cheeky here. Under the radar type of guy, and the results will definitely come through, as we're seeing Luke Stapleford on a bit of a run here. Purple Sector 1 and Sector 2 on the Scars Ducati. He's just gone through Hawthorns along and then through Westfield. He's down through Dingle Dell, about to come over the crest hill. He's actually tailing Oliver Barr.
I was going to say, and Oliver's just in a green personal best first sector as well, so
now what
nice little carrot there for Luke coming through there.
And they've both got Ollie Bayliss head, so Ollie Bayliss wants to maybe drop behind these two guys, and then that's one way that you will learn the circuit. I think Oliver maybe gone past Ollie Bayliss. OB has passed OB, if we can say that.
Yeah, he has. Yeah. So yeah, we got a couple of the couple of the tail enders, I think, just in front of them coming into turn 1. But it should be good. Stapleford top 27.9, first one into 27s.
Cameron Swain, Dave Tiling just ahead of those guys, but that's a good lap from Luke Stapleford. And Ollie Bayliss has done exactly what he needed to do. He's slipped in behind Oliver Barr as we now have a look at the back of the commentary box. We'll change the camera angle so you guys can watch these bikes coming through the Graham Hill Bend. First bike through is Cameron Swain, then we've got Oliver Barr, then we have got
Ollie Bayliss,
Luke Stapleford, the fourth bike there behind Dave Tiling. So yeah, that's a good lap for Stapleford. Kennedy in second place, Johnson, Curry, Truelove, Barr, Wadsworth, Dean Harrison up 4 places into 8th for Dean Harrison, who I've said this quite a few times this year, he really has become a genuine super sport racer, and that's a difficult thing to do because he'd been on big bikes for so long, and then to go back into this full time, it's a big transition, Rory.
Big time, yeah. It's actually been really impressive to see what Dean's been doing on the Honda this year. You know, Jack obviously gets a lot of credit for what he's doing on the Honda, but I think looking at championship standing there, Dean's equal with Jack for third in the championship right now. So, you know, credit where credit's due. Dean has done an amazing job this year, and he's been really kind of coming on song.
Yeah, and if you can keep the results consistently going, that's what you do. A lot of people have kind of a flurry with their good one weekend and then they drift away, but Dean Harrison has been, and he got his first podium, remember, at the Donington Park circuit, but he goes up into 8th, just ahead of Lucas Brown and Carter Brown. Corey Tinker just on the verges of the top 10 as well. I think that's a good run for Corey Tinker. I love the hair that comes out the back of the helmet, reminiscent of you a little bit, but you look like
he's got longer hair than me.
Have you got trim for this weekend?
Yeah, the mop had to have a little chop.
Yeah. Was that orders from the team, or was it
just me? Yeah, he was getting a bit out of hand.
Papa Stu not saying, come on, you're looking a little bit like Jim Morrison here, that's going to change. Can we get that looking a bit different? Kennedy's gone purple through sector 1. It's drifted away by 0.2 of a second through the middle sector, but this is what we sometimes see as well. Luke Stapleford will put down a marker and Jack Kennedy tries to answer it straight away, like, oh, you can do that, I can do that, and these guys kind of almost race each other on lap times through the free practice sessions. But we only have 1.5 minutes to go. That's enough for one lap from now. As we see, Stapleford's making his way in towards Hawthorne. Where is Kennedy on our tracker map? Bike 4 comes past us now. I didn't put that one on you. I didn't put that one on you. But Kennedy does a 1:20.055, so he's fractionally away from getting in 27s.
We've got a good group here coming through sector 3. We've got Oliver Barr, Ollie Bayliss and Luke Stapleford, and then I think that's Cameron Swain just behind Stapleford, with Ben Curry just behind them too. So it's a fast train that's coming through.
That's a very impressive train, it really is, as they make their way in towards our viewpoint, which is the commentary point here at Brands Hatch. First bike through will be OB, Oliver Barr, on the Binge Pro 3B Construction Ducati. Then Ollie Bayliss crosses the line behind him. Ollie Barr goes up into 4th place. Bayliss goes up into 12th.
I'm just looking at this as well, Duncan. The two riders who have done the most amount of laps in free practice 1 are the two Olivers, Oliver Bayliss and Oliver Barr.
Good bit of lappage, isn't it? It's a good bit of lappage. You can't take any away from that. Fill it full of fuel and go and do some laps, and that's exactly. We haven't seen your man Oliver Barr in the pit lane, which we see him in the pit lane quite a lot at certain tracks.
Sometimes you do, yeah. I think he knew what the bike was going to be, how it was going to be set for going into free practice 1. So he had a decent base setting from last year at the tail end of the season. So there was no need for him to change anything. You know, if it's not broken, don't fix it. So yeah, I had a quick word with him, and also his crew did this last night and this morning about what they were going to do. So yeah, Oliver just needs to put the laps in, which is what he's doing this morning, understand the track and figure some things out. You know, he's done his best lap on lap 19 there. He's not been in the pits, so if he started with new tyres, those tyres have done over race distance now, and that's him doing his best lap of the session.
Best lap at the very end, that 1:28.520 on lap number 19. He's only 0.6 of a second away from Luke Stapleford, who is the only person, well no, he's not now, Jack Kennedy. Look at the gap at the top. That's pretty close. 1:27.906 for Luke Stapleford, 1:27.907 for Jack Kennedy. That's what I say to you. They seem to race each other in lap times in free practice, and Stapleford's got it, but only by 1,000th of a second over Lee Johnson, as a checker flag now flutters in the breeze here at Brands Hatch. OB Oliver Barr 4th. That's a good lap from Ollie Barr. He'll be happy with that one, and I think also that benefited the likes of Ollie Bayliss as well. It was dragging Ollie Bayliss round on that lap. 11th place for him. He put his best lap time in, and when you're in amongst these guys, you start to see and notice how the bike will react. And Ollie Bayliss finds himself 1.5 seconds away, but he'll go back into the garage and there'll be a fairly hefty debrief, a chunky debrief about what he wants that bike to do.
And it won't just be that, Duncan. You know, you'll have time between this session now and FP2 to actually just soak in what's just happened.
Yeah.
You know, understand and mentally take in how to ride the track. You know, you'll be figuring things out every lap there. You'll be trying something different on the racetrack to see how it works, because you've got to try these different things to understand how you need to ride a new racetrack. And Brands Hatch being so technical is one of those that you really need to do that.
Stapleford fastest from Kennedy and Johnson at the end. In the Cup class, it's Adam Hartgrove once again ahead of Cameron Swain. Adam in 18th and Cameron Swain in 24th. Rory, thank you very much for popping in. You can bring Blair in any you like. We hope you guys enjoyed that. That was Duncan Vincent with Rory Skinner, Superbike racer, live on commentary. We'll be back for the next session. Bit of a gap in between. Quick hospitality visit to do, and do a welcome to some very special guests. We'll be back soon. Thank you. So on track we have the Pirelli National Superstock Championship for their free practice one. Sorry about that, a little bit of just to start the session, couple of minutes where we've been a little bit of multitasking today here. Good couple of jobs inside the commentary point, keeping ourselves nice and busy. Luke Mossey is the man who's fastest with a 127.169, 0.2 of a second ahead of, well, Mr. Championship leader himself, David Allingham. David looking, I've got to say, so good in 2020, 2026. He is the man who is on a mission. Everything that he seems to do just seems to be working. 4 victories and 1 third place in a very strong start to the year. Little message on our timing screen there that we've had somebody slip off at Sheen Curve. Perfectly okay, but unfortunately it's Tommy Jones, the Mitcham rider on the Jonesy Racing Armada Marine Cable Honda. I saw Tommy coming in this morning, big bushy head of hair, but unfortunately he's slipped off at Sheen Curve. Now, is that him back in the pits? Or no, that's Sam Cox who's managed to come back in, so number 31. Well, isn't it good being able to say that? It's been a long time since I've said that, and Alan Hyde will be another one. Quite happy to see Sam Cox back on track and out there on his SC31 racing bike. It was this circuit that unfortunately Sam had his accident at and damaged the lower tib and fib on his leg, and it really did. It set him back, and it was right at the start of the year, unfortunately for him. And when something like that does happen, well, it doesn't just set you back, it sets you back massively, and that's one thing that Pure desperately wanted to see him back on a bike, and now we have got it. It's been some comeback, and it's been well documented as well. He has joined us in the commentary point, and many occasions we always ask how he is and where the recovery process and where the recovery level is, and he's very, very honest with us, as all bike racers actually are. All motorcycle racers, they don't hide anything, they don't really sugarcoat it, but they don't go looking for sympathy. That's another thing. These guys are pretty tough, fierce racers, and they're never wanting anybody to give them sympathy, but he's kept us up to date, but he's also kept his team very much at the sharp end, which is something that can be a worry. If you're putting together a race team and then one of the riders gets injured, you then have to find replacements, and the Armada SC31 team have been very lucky having the likes of Tom Ward, who was pretty impressive, wasn't he? Ward, he was great until Ward injured himself, but then Tom Oliver coming in, Emily Latty would be another one that we'd bring over, and those three are actually a little team who do the Endurance World Championship, so they know each other so very, very well, and that's just good. It's good vibes. It keeps the sponsors happy, and it keeps them at the sharp end as well, keeps them very much in the eye. Just keeping an eye on a good few bites going through. I should also mention that John McGuinness is back with us this weekend. The legend that is John McGuinness will be, well, he's out there right now in his number 5 Honda Fireblade, as we're used to seeing John do a few wild cards throughout the course of the year. He's been very busy since the TT, I have to say that. He was away to a Grand Prix, if I'm not mistaken. He was over in the Czech Republic. He was also at the Southern 100. He was also at Goodwood. He keeps himself very, very busy and motivated, and Scott Hargreaves did tell us during a recent Chasing the Racing podcast, that John would be coming to Brands Hatch and possibly Oulton Park as well, which is fabulous for the series. Great for John, great for Honda, great for everybody involved. I saw a clip from Goodwood actually, and this is coming away from a little bit of the Superstock, but it's still about McGuinness. So John parks up and Peter Solberg's doing donuts. He parks his bike up and Valentino Rossi jumps up on the big blocks next to John McGuinness, and it's like, oh my goodness. John's then sits next to him and they're chatting away, and that's when you've reached that level. When you've reached that level as McGuinness has, it's fabulous. When the doctor comes and sits next to you after his run up the Goodwood Hill, fabulous. But John, he's been putting personal bests in this year as well. He's been, not only on the roads, also at the circuits around here. He's been a thorn in a few riders' sides, let's put it that way. Currently 18th place, 129.5. Let's keep our eyes on Jim and see how he gets on. But the championship is led by David Allingham. from Luke Mossey and Scott Swan. I met Swanee yesterday in the timekeeper's room, and the chief timekeeper, Richard Evans, was trying to feed him bourbon biscuits. Well, I call them bourbons, but you maybe call them bourbons down here. One of those little biscuity things with the cream in the middle of it. Chocolate flavour. Lovely. Richard was half the way through the packet at this point, and he says, why don't you take a biscuit for while you're waiting your transponder? And Swanee thought about it. He almost saw the hand go forward. He was like, nope, it's fine. Looked at me, says, I'm an athlete. I go, see, not having that biscuit, it might help you win this weekend. And what Richard says, well, if you do win, we'll keep the biscuit for you. You can come back and get it when you hand the transponder in. Which I thought was, don't give a bike racer a thought like that, because he will come back looking for that bourbon biscuit, that's for sure. But Swanee, sitting in third place in the championship, and just looking nice and happy, nice and relaxed, and excited to get going. He's just ahead of Matt Truloff, with Lewis Roloff fine fifth, and Simon Reed, his teammate, in sixth place. Now that little team they have got really strong. I've got to say, yes, they've got their own separate sponsors, but Simon's had a second and a third. Lewis has had one third. They're both badged under the MLAV Racing Team with their own separate sponsors. Carl Cox for Simon Reed, Carl Cox Motorsport, and for Lewis Rollo, he's got BMW Motorrad Central, who are a BMW dealer in Dalkeith, Edinburgh. But aren't they doing so well? They are doing fabulous things and showing that, you know what, the BMW is pretty much a force to be reckoned with through 2026. We've seen that with David Allingham as well. Allingham and Ash Barnes. Ash Barnes in the Honda. Ash Beach. Now Larry keeps calling him the old boy. Larry can do that. He's done him a long time. But it's impressive to see. Last year we saw Ilya doing great things. Ilya Mikhalchik on his BMW was setting sectors alight all the way around every circuit he went to. And a lot of people must have looked at and thought, okay, here's a chance. That bike clearly is good. Let's make a transition across and see how we go. And there we go. But you still can't take Luke Mossey out of anything, and you can't stop Paget's, and you can't stop Honda. The Malenko by Paget's Honda is fastest on bike 12. I remember this time last year, Luke Mossey in this very session, I was looking up towards Clearways, and that's where Luke then came into view. The bike came into view, but Luke didn't. A fairly sizable high side is what he had, and that took him out of contention for majority of the season. Actually, we saw him come back. He probably came back a little bit too early, if you remember. But he was desperate to get himself back. He was just starting to get his hooks into the back of that BMW last year as John McGuinness crosses the line, and that unfortunately it took one of the main championship rivals for us out of the series, and that was Luke Mossey. So this is his home circuit. This is like Snetterton, this is one of his home circuits, and he goes so incredibly well here. Dad John always in the pits as well, always looking over his shoulder. Looking over the shoulder, that is, looking over his own shoulder, and just making sure that everything's going well, and it has been. But it's Mossey, Allingham and Declan Connell who's in third place. Another great showing from young Deco, and I mean that was heartbreaking for him at Snetterton, where he qualified a really impressive second place, went away for the warm-up lap and the clutch was slipping, which is an absolute disaster. He came back into the pit lane. The race started without young Deco, and he probably then thought, that's me, I'm heading back to Dunfermline, there's not much we can do this weekend. Having said that, there was an unfortunate red flag with Richard White and Jake Hopper. Brought out the red flag, so because it was so early in the race, they went for a complete restart. Somehow that Rapid Honda squad managed to remedy the problem, whether they took the clutch basket out, fixed it, put it back together. Then Deco went back out onto the track, and unfortunately, there was a bit of smoke from the bike, so he was black and orange flag. But what a great attempt to get the bike fixed, and just one of these big shames that that young man. It's all character building stuff for Deco. This is his first. Year with a big team, shall we say. It's always been Dad and Lad, and they've done ever so well. But character building stuff. We've just got a message on the screen, and I'm a bit worried. Number 31, Sam Cox. Oh dear, faller at Westfield. Rider okay. Well, there's two good bits of news about that. The first good news is he's okay. The second bit is it clearly shows that he's fixed and he can bounce, so that's a great thing. But Sam Cox, faller at Westfield. Frankie will be having kittens down there. I'm just looking over the barrier just now. I can see Dave Sellers, I can see Tammy down there as well. They're listening to the YouTube feed or the YouTube stream or TSL timing. They're about 20 seconds behind us. That's Frankie, who's he's okay, by the way, Frankie, if you're listening. Oh dear, she must be having kittens. But 31 slips off at Westfield. Rider okay, which is the most important thing. not what he wants in his return. Let's put it that way. That's not what he or the team need for the return either. Crossing the line goes Ash Barnes, and a whole flurry of bikes make their way down pit lane as Callum Bay. He's still limping, by the way. I'd like to point out Callum Bay is still not 100% as he walks across towards the pit wall. Looking incredibly slim-lined, Callum Bay, I've got to say that, looking so slim, but he's still walking rather gingerly after that big high side he had at Knock Hill. But number 31 to follow at Westfield Turn 7, that's now going to clear from our screen. And 69 and 13 have also gone missing. That's because they don't have working transponders, which is no good. 69, who we know that number very well, that's Harrison Crosby. And good friends of the commentary point, and Tommy Jones, who we had sliding off earlier on as well. Or did he slide off, or did Tommy Jones now? Let me have a look at that one. Yes, he fell off at Sheenker very early. John McGuinness pops the visor down on his KYT helmet before he heads down and goes underneath the Rocket Oxygen Performance qualifying arch. Big long look over the left shoulder for GM as he joins the circuit. I can see Becky's on the outside actually. I can see her across there with Motorhome John, another good friend of the commentary point friend of mine, as we watch more of the bikes coming through. And we only have 6 minutes off the session to go. The Superbikes are on track next, and there'll be another. I'll be just disappearing just before the end of this, couple of seconds before the end of this, because we have got another VIP welcome that we're going to be doing. But free practice number 1, get your eye in there. That's exactly what you need to do. And the Superbikes will hopefully be able to take the radio mic down into the pit lane, because that's a full hour-long session, and the hour-long session will be made up with a bit of pit stuff and hopefully a bit of commentary box. Trevor, our sound engineer, was in this morning. He disappeared with a fairly sizable piece of equipment. That's all I can call it. Calls it a receiver. I think that's like an American football position, if I'm not mistaken, and it's about the same size. So he's taking his receiver back across to the PA room, and I think he will be plumbing that in for us throughout the course of this session. Mossy, Ward and Allingham. Great to see Tom Ward back on the Armada Marine Cables SC31 Honda. The teal coloured machines. We've got one in second place and we've got one in the Recticel, unfortunately. But Sam Cox is perfectly okay. That's not what he would be wanting to do to start his comeback, that's for sure. As McGuinness crosses the line, he's done his outlap. He now goes for a push. McGuinness inside the top 20 in 19th place. You know, he's only 2.5 seconds away. He's ahead of Harrison Crosby, Jack Bednarek, Jamie Coward. A lot of good, talented, fast riders behind him, and you know what, a lot of good, fast, talented riders ahead of him as well. I did mention Lewis Rollo, currently 15th place for Lewis Rollo, Simon Reed in 12th, so those two guys who have been incredibly fast this year, just a little bit behind the beat, shall we say, in this session. But there is plenty of time for them to make up that time, and it's free practice 1. There's nothing really to get too excited about. You lose more in free practice 1 by making a mistake than really gaining. You can set your weekend up to a good start in free practice 1, but then unfortunately, if you do what Sam Cox has done, you can sometimes have to chase your tail for the remainder. So 4 minutes of this session to go. It's kind of business time if you want to put a headline grabbing time in. If you want to just make sure your runs are complete, well, you just keep doing exactly what you're doing. And it's David Allingham who wants to put that headline grabbing time in, and it's exactly what D-Bomb has done. Big number 11, top of the times. He puts in a pretty sensational lap time to go 0.4 of a second up the road from Luke Mossy, 126.521. 126.521 for David Allingham ahead of Luke Mossy. Mossy still second place. Tom Ward down to third, so a little bit of a shuffle put on there. Mark Truelove in fourth. Yes, you had me right there. Yes, Billy McConnell up there. In fact, he's been shuffled because three of him has gone. Truelove and McConnell is there in fifth place ahead of Owens, and then Scott Swan as well. Declan Connell's had a bit of a shuffle put on him because his teammate Ash Barnes has gone 8th and Declan's gone 9th, and Lewis Rollo has gone up into 10th place. So a little bit of improvement towards the end. And those last couple of minutes of the session now ticking away. Our TSL timing screen, as you could probably look at the same thing on your phone actually, a sea of mostly yellow, which means that people have just completed that sector. They've gone through that area on the track. If, though, you see a sector that comes up green is a personal best for that rider. If it comes up purple or magenta, as my good friend Mason Law used to say, that means they're the fastest in that sector, the fastest in that area. And that is really what you want. That will set you up towards a new fastest lap in that session. That's exactly what David Allingham did to get his 128.045. 126.521. He's 28.4 last time. So David, you can see he's cooling his tyres. His fastest lap of the 26.5 is still a whole chunk away from Eli Michalczyk's lap record, but he's ending his 28.045 to cool those tyres, give him a little bit of a breather, and then he can go for one last push lap towards the end. These Pirelli tyres, as Sam Cox will tell us, they're maybe good for X amount of laps. I think he tells us it can be good for 4, 5, sometimes 6 laps. It depends on what circuit you're on as well, because each circuit has different degrees of wear. For instance, if you go to Thruxton, your tyres won't last half as long as if you go to the likes of, well, not Kill because it's a short lap, but also Snetterton doesn't seem to be too much of an aggressive track. There goes Ash Barnes making progress as well. McGuinness has gone up to 15th. Well, good lap for John. John McGuinness goes P15. Luke Mossey is on a bit of a dig towards the end here. He's gone fastest through the first sector, personal best. He crosses the line, but I think Luke unfortunately maybe got himself tripped up with a bit of traffic out there, and the lap drifted away towards the end. So still David Allingham, the man who is very much on his own and looking pretty impressive at the sharp end. Simon Reed, 1 place improvement up to 11th. He goes ahead of Ash Beach. The Carl Cox Motorsport BMW rider, 128.363. Simon wanted that podium last time out, didn't he? He was very much on it, pushing very hard. That second place, it was well deserved. And Donington Park was where he picked up his first podium. Remember, he got the 3rd place at Donington Park. It was a single race weekend for them at Snetterton. We're back to the traditional double header at Brands Hatch, 2 races. And really that's what the riders like. One on the Saturday, and they'll have one on Sunday. One on Saturday quite late in the day as the checker flag now flies here, with David Allingham being fastest from Luke Mossey and Tom Ward. Matt Truelove, Billy McConnell, Josh Owens, Scott Swan, Ash Barnes, Declan Connell and Lewis Rollo as they cross the line. We'll be back with the Superbikes in a couple of minutes time at 5-2. Thank you.
So the Superbikes complete their outlap, and it's an hour of free practice, a whole hour. Kind of a different look to the championship this year when you kind of see how the session timings are made up, but pretty similar to what we have had in the past, the 2 free practice sessions, and then we have a pre-qualifying session. But the riders seem to really enjoy what we have here. It takes a little bit of pressure off them, they say, and it makes them really get their teeth and the team's teeth into what they have underneath on the bike and how they can make that work and get it set up through the weekend. And I do remember speaking to Christian Iden, and he was waxing lyrical about how much he prefers this way rather than what we used to have with the 2 free practice sessions, and the combined times the top 12 would then make their way in towards the second part of qualifying. But there was pressure that came with that because you had to perform in those early sessions, and that made it pretty difficult for the guys. If they made a small error, it could have big consequences for their weekend. Yeah, but Christian Iden, a big fan of this, as are a lot of the riders. They get a whole hour to dig themselves into it. It kind of follows, you know what, it follows on what the riders ask for, and then the organisations will look at it, and if it works for them, then they will make some changes, and that's exactly what they have done. As the whole hour, it gives them a chance to bed themselves in. They'll come in with a setup that they pretty much think will work because they have been here before. They know what they're dealing with. Remember though, some of them are here on a new bike for the first time, such as if you have the new Ducati. Will they have been here for a test? Yes. Will there be miles? Yes. Will there be simulation work? Yes, there will be. It all goes on behind the scenes. As I look across from the commentary point, I can actually see the PBM Marketing Day on the Director's Terrace. Fabulous place to watch from. A group of invited guests who are out there watching the British Superbikes maybe for the first time and thinking, my goodness, this is impressive, as they should do, because this is an impressive sport and really an impressive paddock setup as well. And at this early phase in free practice, I should say, well done to Steph and Susan and Kevin and Chris, the paddock park up team. They don't just look after this side, they look after the trade areas across there, the whole of the paddock down behind Paddock Hill Bend. It's a very big thing to try and fit into a footprint, and Steph, Susan, Chris and Kevin do a fabulous job making sure everybody feels at home as well. That's the other bit. And the trade area up there is incredible. Remember, we've got the Zin Zone, which will be very, very busy through the course of the weekend. My good friend Dave Neal will be on stage up there giving all sorts of chats with a lot of the riders. And what else we can do is we can mention exactly who those riders will be on the Saturday and the Sunday at this early stage. Scott Redding will be on there at 11:20, Max Cook at 11:30, Leon Haslam at 11:45. This is all on Saturday in Glen Irwin at 12 o'clock. We then go away from BSB to Super Stock class, 12:15 David Allingham, 12:30 Luke Mossey, and then we go from the Super Stock class to Legend. I like this. Troy Bayliss and Ron Haslam, 2 o'clock and 2:15. Troy Bayliss at 2, Ron Haslam at 2:15. We'll go back to the BSB at 2:30 for Kyle Ride, 2:45 Rory Skinner, and 3 o'clock for Simon Reed back to stock. Now, I will repeat that throughout the course of the day. I will also have Alan Hyde in the studio repeating that, and it will be posted on social media, so make sure you keep a little eye on what's going on out there in the social media land. But that's what Dave Neal will be doing across there on the Zin Zone stage. Rory Skinner making his way down pit lane. He's done an early run. He pops back into the garage. The mechanics chase him back across the pit lane as well. And Stuart Shenton will be inside there, ready to meet his rider and have a little bit of a chat about what they think they need to do to the bike. And if Rory's happy. Scott Redding is fastest for the Hagar PBM Ducati team from Kyle Ride on the Nitrous Competition. Nitrous Competition Ducati. And then Bradley Ray in third place. So the talking points that we have coming in here are vast. You may have seen in the news that the Ducatis have had a 250 RPM rev limit reduced. So that's quite a talking point. Will that affect him here? Who knows? It's not affecting Scott Redding at this moment, but it might make the overall racing a little bit tighter. So 250 revs off the top. You may think, well, that's not a lot, but trust me, it is. Depending on how power works and where the power comes from, the teams will have had that notification. The revs will be adjusted accordingly. And you can guarantee the bikes will be on the dyno and they'll be trying to remap around the fueling mixture to see if they can get back to the same kind of power. That's how it works. That's how the teams do it. But Scott Redding, top of the times from Kyle Ryde. And now Leon Haslam. Haslam hasn't won a race this year, and that's something that we expect to change pretty quickly. He picked up those 3 consecutive podiums at round number 1 at Oulton Park, but we haven't really seen the pocket rocket. He's struggled a little bit since then, and they won't mind me saying that. He's been there or thereabouts towards the end of the weekend. But he hasn't really had that initial pace at the start that they would love to have on that Moto Rapido Ducati, and who knows, it will come. It's hopefully not too far away, but he's up there at the sharp end, very much up there at the sharp end. Snetterton, shall we mention Snetterton? Shall we talk about Snetterton? I think we should. I think we saw a very angry Kyle Ryde in race number 3 at Snetterton. I don't think he was too happy about his penalty he picked up. There was a lot of chat, a lot of chatter about that in the paddock, as you would imagine, between riders. There wasn't too much on social media that I saw, and Kyle was not a guy that does that. But he wasn't happy. He came out, and I think he had a point to prove in race 3, and my goodness, was he not absolutely on form on that nitrous competition Ducati. He went out there and proved to everybody what an angry Kyle Ryde can do at Snetterton. He just pulled away, and he did it ever so quickly and ever so well, and that's exactly what he was wanting to do. He showed them that the champ is still very much in town and at the sharp end. Scott Redding did outscore him at Snetterton. That's another big key feature. He did outscore him, and he did reduce the gap ever so slightly. I mean, Kyle was a dominant streak. He has picked up 8 victories and 4 thirds. Scott Redding's had 3 victories in 5 seconds. But the gap's only 17 points because the way the point structure is in this early phase of the season. You get 18 for a victory, 16 for second place, 14, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, all the way down. It's very close. There's not a big margin between first and second. Yes, the points do change once we get to rounds 9 and 10. Races 25 and 30 to 30, if you like it, the showdown effectively. You get 25 for a win, 22 for second place. And then the showdown finale, you get 35 for a victory and 30 for second place. So there's 5 points of difference here, and that is a big gap compared to what we have just now of 2 points. That 5 point gap will be key towards the end of the season. But the way it's gone so far, Kyle has won so many races but has a very small leading margin of 17 points. Bradley Ray though is 44 points behind him, and that's a difficult one. 44 points behind Scott Redding, and it really hurts Bradley because he had that mechanical DNF at Knockhill Racing Circuit, and then difficult. Maybe need to watch it to see here. He had the incident at turn 1 at Snetterton where he, depending on whose side you're on, he either rode into the back of Kyle or Kyle cut him off. It's one of these things. There was the incident at turn 1 where Bradley went down. Thankfully he was okay and the bike wasn't too badly damaged, so they managed to get that fixed and back out. But those 2 DNFs, the other guys in the championship, Redding and Ryde, don't have any DNFs next to their name, so Bradley already on a bit of a comeback trail. Leon Haslam, well, he's had 1 DNF, the Snetterton race number 2 incident where he unfortunately tripped over the back of Josh Brooks, and down he went. And that early season DNF can be quite costly. 69 points, the championship leader, 69 points behind. Then Max Cook sits in a fine 5th place. You've got to say, Max Cook, and your heart must have gone out to Max Cook at Snetterton. He was looking so incredibly good, and then a component failure, a little bit of 6mm threaded bar, which is something the team buy and put on the bike. It will be lifed. It wasn't at its life cycle, and the bar sheared, and then there's no gear change, and it's as simple as that. You can't then race around the circuit in 1 gear, and that was a shame for young Max Cook. But he took that on the chin. He came into the garage, he was very, he was okay, didn't start kicking and throwing things about the place. That's not really in Max Cook's kind of territory anyway. But he went back out in race number 2 and he delivered a great performance. He delivered such a strong race. He was up there with the leaders. He finished 4th overall, but it was still a very strong showing from finished 4th. He finished 2nd. One was saying Leon hasn't finished 4th. He finished 2nd overall and showed that the character of the young man is very much there. But then back out in the next race, and unfortunately he had a gearbox issue on the KB 998 Rimini motor. It's almost a little bit of a weekend of what could have been and what should have been. That motor's showing some fabulous pace. but he's now got 3 DNFs along the way. The first race at Knockhill, first race at Snetterton, and the last race at Snetterton, all through no real fault of his own, apart from the Knockhill one where he decided to put the bike down on the side. But it's one of these things that we've seen Max make this step up from the young stock 600 racer into the Superbike squad. He's served his apprenticeship on the ZX10RR Kawasaki. He now moves on to still effectively what is the Kawasaki brand at heart, but it's the Bimota brand Kawasaki are promoting. Still got the same engine that he knows oh so well, and it's just coming good. But these little mechanical things they're things that the team can't even look after. They can't expect something like that to fail when it's not at the end of its life cycle. You can't go changing parts for the sake of changing parts every single event if you don't need to on these certain pieces. But you know, it's one of these great shames that the Bimota team picked herself up, they kept on going, and they also had a really good run from Joe Talbot that weekend as well. Joe had 3 good strong points scoring finishes at Snetterton. Again, he is the man leading the rookies sensation, and he's coming strong. Behind Max Cook in the championship is Rory Skinner, and Rory had his best result of the year at Snetterton. He picked up a 4th place in race number 2. And wasn't it nice that he came and joined us in the commentary box the other on? He popped in just to say hello to everybody and bring his friend Blair, who he's brought down from Montrose, and show him around the place. I mean, Rory, you're on track in about 45-50 minutes, but he's busy doing stuff with friends. The youngsters just operate slightly different from the kind of old guard of rider. They really have a much different way of looking at things, and they do what they like. They keep themselves happy, and that's exactly what you want to do. A happy rider is a fast rider, and as Rory was in the commentary box saying, if you've got a confident rider such as his friend Oliver Barr was at the time, if riders ride on confidence, then if it's going well, they absolutely love it. There goes Graham Irwin across the line, chased by Eugene McManus. We've also got Danny Kent on track, and Braden Elliott, who returns for the NP Racing Honda. Where has Braden gone? He's popped in to the pit lane. Good turn up of speed for NP Honda actually at Snetterton. Neil Pearson, the tiny little team which comes from the West Country down in Taunton, beside an avid listener and good friend of BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, Dave Greenslade, who's down that neck of the woods, will be working away today with us, tuned into his ears no doubt. But that tiny little team of Neil Pearson, they do ever so well, always out there, always trying their best, and got to say, Braden Elliott coming back into having to take a bit of time out because finances weren't there. Neil thinks, it's maybe done him a whole world of good to realise that you have to work for these things, as Braden has always done, and he's seeing that not just Braden's having to work for it, but how hard that little team has to work for it as well. And I think that's kind of key, and that's fantastic to see Braden making a good home in that MP Racing Honda garage. Finds himself in 23rd place, just ahead of Eugene McManus, but Eugene is on a bit of a quick lap as he follows Graham Irwin in towards the second to last corner. Graham Irwin, obviously, we saw what happened at turn number 2 at the Snetterton incident. Just a real unfortunate shame for Graham. He says he's got caught out a little bit by a bike moving across in front of him. When you grab a handful of brakes, if it pitches up on, if you've ridden a bike and it goes onto the front wheel, you have to release that brake, and Graham said it's one of those horrible feelings. He was going down the inside thinking, I know what's coming here, and unfortunately he did take a bit of his brother with him, and Glenn did end up in hospital. Glenn is here though. Let's look at that. Number 2, Glenn Irwin, is on track. But Graham Irwin said it was one of the most horrible feelings as he was going down the inside. He knew what was about to happen. He could almost hear the reprimand as he was doing it, but there was no way he could probably or possibly get out of that. But the MET Fonacab Ducati, the 2026 Ducati, it was always in the pipeline that they would get that new Ducati. That's something that Andrew Irwin let slip to us in a very early kind of chat that we had on the whole subject of that team. We just didn't expect it to come and Graham be the guy who was going to be on it. So not only is he the team boss and team owner, he's also the standing rider, he's also the development rider for that team. And I've got to say, he's doing a cracking run, considering he's been away from racing for quite some time. Graham Irwin finds himself only 2.7 seconds off the pace and in 19th on the MET Fonacab Ducati. It's Scott Redding who is fastest. He sits in the pit box and gets himself ready to head back out into the circuit. Luke Hedger rumbles down on the Whitecliff CDH Honda. The orange Honda will just flash past the Rocket Auction Performance qualifying gantry. There he goes now. And Hedger returns after injury from Knockhill. gave himself a bit of a beating at the last corner, not kill if you remember. A couple of bikes went down, and look, kind of went down and kind of almost spun himself and banged his head, and had to give himself a little bit of time off the bike, which the medics take very, very seriously here. You know, if you have a bang on the head, they will very much look after you and make sure that you're perfectly okay before you go anywhere near a bike. And Luke's a man who's been around long enough that he knows there's no point racing with an injury. You've got to get yourself fixed. He's heading back out on the track, and the Whitecliff CDH Honda in 17th place, just behind Richard Kerr, who's looking pretty good in 16th, and ahead of Reese Urban, one of our rookies. That's Kyle Ride in towards turn number 1, and Charlie Spud Nesbitt. Remember, Spud also picked up that hand injury, and it's great to see Spud here, actually. That's another thing. Didn't expect. Well, it was a kind of willy or won't he for Charlie Nesbitt, but thankfully he has managed to get himself fixed, and he is here. Out assessing things for free practice 1 as Fraser Rogers comes down pit lane. We can see our PR and media supremo Laura Stevens crossing the pit lane. She'll take herself to the pit wall and grab a few images for social media. And we want to see you guys posting your social media pictures as well. If you're out there on your trackside, get something on Instagram and tag us. Let us know where you're and what you're watching. Obviously, it's a bit of a quiet spell in the session. This does happen throughout the course of the British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli Free Practice 1. The riders will all go out. They will all do a 7, 8, 9 lap run, which we've kind of seen. Or if you're Graham Irwin, you could do 11 laps, which is good. The more track time, the better. Then everybody almost heads into the pit lane and has a bit of a debrief with their crew chief. And this is what the riders do like, because they never had the opportunity to do this before. They would only be in that pit lane for very quick changes to get then straight back out, because it was a much, much shorter session, the previous incarnation of free practice 1. But this free practice, a little bit, not leisurely by any way, shape or form, because an hour still runs away from you very quickly when you're on track, but it doesn't come with the same necessity and urgency. You can be a little bit more thorough in your debrief in the garage, and I think the riders like that. As long as you have some bikes on track at one point, that's as good enough. And we have got the defending reigning champion out there. Kyle Ride makes his way from Druids down and in towards Graham Hill Bend. If you're watching the YouTube stream, you'll see him on camera making his way along towards the Grand Prix loop, still chased by Charlie Spud Nesbitt, and also Rory Skinner back on track as well on 11th. Skinner, with his last lap through, 10 place improvement, goes from 23rd up to 13th on the Cheshire Moulding Yamaha, and he's just gone personal best through sector number 1. As Kyle's gone personal best sector 1 and sector 2 on the Nitrous Coin Nitrous Competition Ducati. We'll say a little bit of hello to our YouTube viewers. We'll maybe monitor some of the comments that are coming through the stream over the course of the next session. So if you're looking for a shout out, you can maybe say hi to the BSB YouTube stream. Do the best I can. Make sure you don't try and catch me out with any of those bad names that Alan put a stop to very well by only getting people to send in their first name. That's a great idea. Why did I never think of that? It's because Heidi's paid the big bucks. Comes along with a big box of studio equipment. He'll set up there, and that is the BSB studio. In the background, that's Kyle Ride. Full RPM in towards turn 1. 125.630 improvement for Kyle Ride. Doesn't move in position, just does it in time. Finds himself now only 0.2, or basically 0.3 of a second away from Scott Redding. Remember, Redding has got a good bit of history here. He arrived here last year and he was like the disruptor, wasn't he? He got in the mix of things, maybe got inside a few riders' heads. He was chasing Brad, putting Brad under pressure. Brad fell off, and we know where that kind of snowballed out of control from there on in. There was a kind of a kind of downwards turn in form before Brad started picking it back up. Scott Redding could be the man here this weekend. He's wanting to defend his King of Brands, that's for sure. And the It's Tools King of Brands trophy that we're up for, well, it'll be interesting to see who can take away that. Redding will not want to relinquish that lovely trophy which he picked up last year. I think it looked like a set of carburetors. Looked really, really cool. One of those distinctive kind of wow trophies. The King of Brands, a trophy that everybody wants to pick up, with the Race of Aces the last time at Stetterton as well. And these are trophies that the riders want to take. A lot of historical value when it comes to these trophies. Rory Skinner improves again. He goes into the top 10 now on the Cheshire Moulding Yamaha. He goes 11th. No, he doesn't. He goes 9th on bike 11. Get the numbers in the right order. And that, crossing the line, was Kyle Redding. He goes into second place now, so only 500ths of a second away from Scott Redding. He's utilising this empty track that we have right now. We've only got a handful of bikes on track where the majority sit in pit lane, and he really is making hay while the lovely Kent sunshine is above us. There's Christian Idem on his way out on the Sencat Racing Yamaha. Oh, it was going so well at Snetterton until they lost that engine, and they didn't just lose the engine. I went round for a look, and you could actually put your hand in, well, maybe not whole hand, but you could get, a big hole in that engine, and it went with a very big bang going round Coram, unfortunately. And great shame for Christian, because just when things are starting to get there, it's like it takes a little step back for him. But they had to put that new engine in, and it worked very well for him. Braden Elliott crosses the line. Braden 24th place, 128.608 for the man on the MP Racing Honda, but straight back out onto the track is the thing, rather than sitting in the garage too long. Neil Pearson trying to get as much data as they can back. But the championship coming in towards this Brands Hatch event does have us with Kyle Wade top of the championship from Scott Redding and Bradley Ray. Behind Bradley Ray we have got Leon Haslam, Max Cook, Rory Skinner in 6th place, Ryan Vickers in 7th. Now Roger Marshall just popped his nose into the commentary point there. He is the man who oversees what Ryan Vickers does on track. Bit of spotting for Ryan. And there was a bit of an upturn in form with Honda recently. Knockhill was very good and strong. Snetterton equally so. We know how much Ryan likes Brands Hatch. Remember his Gorilla OMG Yamaha days here? Well, yeah, we'll say no more. He was incredibly strong at the Gorilla OMG Yamaha days, so Ryan will be looking forward to getting his Honda dialed in around here. Bearing in mind it's free practice one, he sits in 15th place. Let's not worry too much about that. It's early days. But Ryan Vickers 7th in the championship on bike 7, ahead of Christian Eden, who sits in 8th place. And then Storm Stacey, the luckless Storm Stacey. 3 DNFs from Snetterton really have put a big hole in his championship charge. He was looking very strong. Everywhere we go now, Storm is pretty strong. And that Batham's AGN Ducati with Michael Rutter at the helm, Ray Stringer, we've got Graham Wood down there, lots of good guys, former racers running a team. I think that's pretty cool in my eyes. He had the oil cooler split in race number 1, which looked very dramatic going down the Bentley Straight towards Brundle. Fire in the belly pan of the bike, which was dealt with. The team fixed all that up. Race number 2, an electrical problem stopped him at turn number 1. And then race number 3 suffered that fairly nasty looking, it was almost like an off throttle high side going through the bomb hole, which was a great shame for Storm. He went down and slid across the grass. If you recall, if you're listening trackside, or if you're listening with BSB Radio powered by Kawasaki, I had Eddie O'Shea, the Grand Prix rider for Moto3 MLAV, in the box, and Eddie actually caught that. I quite looked at the screens, and Eddie caught Storm going down. Pretty gnarly looking accident for Storm, but thankfully he was okay. But it still hurts when you slap the ground like that. And he finds himself 9th in the championship, still inside the top 10, with Lee Jackson in 10th place. Actually, it's not been a year glowing in results for Lee Jackson, but it shows that consistency still pays its dues, and he is in 10th place in the championship, still chasing something on that Dow Honda, as his teammate he and Josh Brooks are. Lee finds himself in 10th in the championship, and Josh Brooks finds himself in 13th place in the championship. Brooksy will not like those numbers. 13th place in the championship will be not sitting well with Brooksy, that's for sure. He is a man who has an incredible record around here. You know, he's won 19 times around here, Brooksy. 19 race victories around here. That's a sensational amount of victories at Brands Hatch. When will the 20th arrive? That was Ryan Vickers across the line. He and Eugene McManus, a pair of Hondas going round. The Honda official Honda UK bike for Ryan. And then the Mastermac Hawk Honda, which does get a good bit of help from Honda UK, also out there on track, circulating together. Ryan Vickers still finds himself in 15th place, Eugene McManus in 23rd place. An outlap for McManus, and Vickers likewise is now on his first push lap. But a lot more bikes have now made their way back out onto the circuit, which is good to see. And keeping an eye on everything that's going on. Scott Redding still sits inside the garage. 125.339 for Redding. Still got 500ths of a second
Comfortable buffer? Probably not, with Kyle Ryde on your tail. I did see a good picture on social media, I think it was yesterday, with Kyle Ryde, Leon Haslam, Max Cook, was Joe Talbot there? No, there was somebody else I'm missing out as well, all golfing. Looked like they had a lovely day golfing, those guys, and we all know how much Kyle loves his golf, and we all know how much I would love to be a golfer, but those guys did look like they were having a really nice day away, and that obviously does them a world of good. A little bit of R&R before they before they start racing on track with each other. So who was in that picture? Ryan Vickers was there. Ryan Vickers, Leon Haslam, Kyle Ryde, Max Cook, Joe Talbot, and there was another, can't remember who it was, but fabulous stuff. Away having a morning of golf before the serious business of some PR at the circuit starts, and then getting yourself fully wound up for the full weekend racing. But I wonder who won that game of golf, and I wonder if there's any money involved in that game of golf as well. So that was Storm Stacey across the line on Batham's AGN Ducati. You know, that little team will take Snetterton on the chin, and they'll move on from it. They'll put everything behind them because, I mean, they were in the mix. That's the thing. They've been in the mix all year. When you look at the troubles they had at the start of the pre-season with the tests, that bad weekend at Snetterton is absolutely nothing for those guys. It really isn't. They've had a lot worse times. An oil cooler splitting, there's nothing you can really do about that. It's one of these, again, it's an aftermarket part, there was a lot of concern that it was the actual brand new engine that Storm had lost at that point. A lot of people thought it was maybe the Ducati Corsa engine, which is the very expensive thing inside that bike. They'd got a new engine for that weekend, but thankfully it wasn't. Then they think that, well, the engine was stopped by the time the oil pressure drifted right down to a critical point. And that's key for Storm. Storm noticing something's wrong, he can switch that thing off, and a lot of that comes back towards him doing a fabulous job of that. But that team will take that on the chin and they'll move on. Michael Rutter's a former racer himself, as is Ray Stringer and Graham Wood, the guys in the garage down there. Michael's been through ups and downs of life. He knows exactly what's going on, and he knows that things happen and you move on from it, and that's it. You can't dwell on anything that's happened in the past. You need to make sure that things that do happen get remedied. You find a cause for the problem and then you move on from there. Now as we look down, we can see Tom Arn out there catching a bit of sun. He's got a local photographer up here doing a bit of media filming, and we've just seen Storm Stacey come back in to the pit lane, as is Christian Eden. That is Luke Hedger carrying on, and there goes the pocket rocket Leon Haslam, who's been in that top 5 since the start. There goes Richard Kerr having a really good run so far in 15th place. That will make Fraser Dykes a happy man, the man behind AMD. And also Eli Michalczyk was very strong. He's inside the top 10 again on the BMW in 9th place. Max Cook up to 5th. Welcome the AGN Steelstock Bimota. And team boss Darren Fry is apparently racing again this weekend. He was entered for the BMWs, then decided to withdraw his entry, and then re-entered last night. So Darren is going to go out there and have another go on the F900R Cup, the Rocket Off F900R Cup. Which is always good to commentate on Darren Fry. Interestingly, Scott Redding still only 7 laps of this session completed for him, and he sits in that pit box, which is pretty much below us. Bradley Ray's been out, been in, been back out, and now comes back in, and he's in 3rd place. 11 laps in the session completed for Brad Ray. 7 for Redding, 8 for Ryde, 11 for Ray. Haslam's on 9 laps, as is Max Cook. Glenn Owens completed 10 laps, and Rory Skinner's completed 9 laps. Christian Eddins had done 11, as is Eli Michalczyk. And Brooksy, well, typical Brooksy's done 12 laps, one of the most out there, apart from Eugene McManus. There was a message on screen, number 14 stopped with a technical problem at Cooper's, which is a great shame for Lee Jackson. Number 14, the Dow Racing Honda, has stopped at Cooper's, which is just at the back of where I am actually, so hopefully they could get that bike back to the pit lane. And it's probably already back in the pit lane, I would imagine. The Dow guys would have gone and nipped down to, there's a gate at the back which can let you come back in, but a technical problem. As Ryan Vickers crosses the line.
that Chasing the Racing podcast that I did with Scott Hargreaves, and he helped co-host with Josh Connor. I've got to say, Scott Hargreaves was waxing lyrical about Ryan Vickers, about how much of a team player the man is, how he's not a selfish rider. He's given Jason O'Halloran quite a few toes throughout the course of this season so far, trying to see if he can help him on his way. We just saw Ryan having a bit of movement at the back of that Honda as he got on the power to go out of Graham Hill Bend. I think it's probably a little bit too far for you guys to see on the YouTube stream camera. I think that's at its maximum zoom actually. But that was just a little bit of movement from Ryan, just asking a little bit, but there's an improvement. He goes up 2 places to 11th. And that's what you want, as long as you're going in the right direction, and every time you go on track you can make the bike a little bit better and find something and improve your position. What you don't want to do is in the garage make a change, go back out, and it doesn't do anything to the bike. If anything, you are a bit slower, you've then gone the wrong direction. As you hear a Ducati rumbling underneath us, Graham Irwin on the MET Phonacab Ducati heads back out onto circuit. We've gone back to another slightly quiet point in the session. Luke Hedger's about to go into the Grand Prix loop as Vickers once again will come back into our view. I think Ryan, he's carrying on for another lap. Here comes Vickers across the line. Behind him, Rhys Irwin, last year's Super Sport champion Rhys Irwin. And Rory Skinner was praising Rhys Irwin earlier on for the lap times he was pulling in Super Sport last year. As one of the tag Hondas, Fraser Rogers makes his way down as Danny Kent and Eugene McManus hit their pit box. Tag Honda, yeah, we're not going to be saying that next year, are we? No, it's going to be Tag Ducati. That was announced. Glenn Irwin also follows Fraser Rogers onto the circuit. The big question is, will it be Fraser and Charlie who are in there next year? They'll be trying to impress as much as they can because they've seen how good that Ducati can be in the hands of all the other riders who've got it on the circuit. And Fraser will be desperate, as will Charlie, to prove to the guys at TAG that they are their men for 2027. Glenn Irwin has just slipped past Fraser Rogers as they make their way along the Cooper Straight before they head on to the Grand Prix loop. We will head down into the pit lane after this with the radio mic, and we'll try and pick up a little bit of interviews with some of the riders. We'll give them a couple of minutes after the session, then we'll head down. Luckily Alan Hyde isn't here to remind me this time like we did at Snetterton, because we were separated in Snetterton. It's quite strange, but thankfully we're back together in the studio, separated by a little bit of a partition, but effectively in the same building, which is lovely. And I'm all excited to see him when he arrives at the back of lunchtime. Vickers is back into the pit lane, and he gets his bike pushed out before going back in towards the garage. As we look down the fan of the pit lane, we can see Luke Hedger steps off the Wycliffe CDH Honda, and Dean Hipwell will be in that garage trying to see if there's something that Luke needs, see where we can go, see if we can make a little bit of improvement on that bike. But Hedger currently in 17th place, with Richard Kerr just ahead of them in 16th actually. That's the SM Racing Honda. Very much hitting the ground running, looking pretty strong here, which is something that little team need. The team which was put together around about the ex-Billy McConnell equipment. And Richard Kerr, a class rider, a real class rider, very smooth, very dedicated, still has the backing of Fraser Dykes, the AMD concern, but his badge is SM Racing, and they find themselves in 16th. He's behind Rhys Irwin but ahead of Hedger, which is impressive stuff. That's Graham Irwin across the line. Graham Irwin 23rd place with a 128.116, and he is the man behind MET Healthcare, putting that whole concern together. Now I did see Andrew Irwin once again is here. We will try and get him into the studio or the commentary box. We've tried every time to try and get him, but they're always very busy, and unfortunately for us in the radio industry, the lure of TV seems to be a little bit stronger, which is a great shame actually. Which is a great shame, but we'll try and get Andrew to pop upstairs and have a little bit of a chat with either myself or Alan Hyde in the studio through one of the lunchtime breaks, and see if we can get some sort of idea of when we're going to get some sort of recovery
update or, you know, how long the time frame is expected for him to be off the bike. Now, a lot of riders in pit lane, and as they are all in pit lane, Scott Redding has made his way out and on to the circuit. So Scott Redding now coming out onto the circuit with, what have we got, 23 minutes of the session to go. Scott's done 7 laps. He's been in the pit box for 24 minutes 31 seconds. So that's a long time to spend in the pit box, but there's been clearly some detailed changes getting done to the bike, but also no real need to rush the first initial debrief and thought process, which I do like. I was speaking with Johnny Moe yesterday. He says, good place, happy, ready to go. We've got the rider, we've got the bike, and he's got the team. I thought that was quite cool, actually. Good saying that. But then every other rider and team boss will tell you the exact same. Kyle Rowd, as I spoke to him, looked incredibly cool and chilled out. He also had a busman's holiday at the World Superbike event where he was joined us in the studio for a chat, and he was on the banking wearing an England shirt. We won't mention the football, don't worry, and also wearing a Titleist hat covering both of his loves of other sport, football and golf. And he said he just had a fabulous weekend walking around watching some bike racing, watching some world class bike racing as well. And now he's back, and he is the world class bike racer that we're watching. He's making his way just in towards the end of the Grand Prix Loop Stirlings before he comes down and in towards Clearways, then Clark Curve as it's called. Clearways, the initial part of the last corner, and then Clark Curve leads us on to the actual straight. So Kyle should be coming through and over the line now, goes across the control line. So that says outlap complete. Redding is on a push lap, so he's a little bit ahead of him on, shall we say, the push status as he comes out of Westfield. The Hager PBM Ducati, and PBM with a marketing weekend. That they've got marketing day today, which Jordan and Nina are very much looking after. They held one at Donington and are now holding one here at Brands Hatch as well. Redding crosses the line 125.892, so his 125.3 in the pit box for that long. His first push lap's 125.8, so he's in the ballpark. So whatever they've done to that bike, he clearly must quite like. He's coming up behind Christian Eden, and he's also got Graham Irwin just ahead of him. Jason O'Halloran, 15th place for the O Show as he crosses the line. Improvement in time but not position for Jason. 126.859 for the number 22 Honda UK rider. Let's give you a rundown of the top 10. There's no change at the top. Still Scott Redding fastest in free practice 1 here at Brands Hatch for the Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. Kyle Reid in second place, Bradley Ray in third, Leon Haslam in fourth, with Max Cook a fine strong fifth place. Then Glenn Irwin, we need to find out how fit and healthy he is, in sixth place out of Rory Skinner. Christian Eden, Eli Michalczyk in ninth place, that's impressive for the BMW, and 10th place for Brooksy, Josh Brooks. Ryan Vickers on the outside looking in 11th place with Storm Stacey 12th, Fraser Rogers 13th, 14th for Lee Jackson who did stop on track, 15th for the Osho Jason O'Halloran, 16th for Rhys Irwin, Richard Kerr, Luke Hedger, Charlie Nesbitt, Danny Kent, Joe Talbot, Eugene McManus, Graham Irwin and Braden Elliott. Number 86 has gone down at Surtees. The rider is okay. That's not what Charlie Spud Nesbitt needs. I can see round the corner of Surtees, unfortunately. As I see up onto the Grand Prix look, that's a great shame, but yeah, he won't be happy with that when the flag's all gone round the corner as they go into that Grand Prix loop. Number 86 Fowler at Surtees, rider okay. I mean, if he's already maybe masking just a little bit of a hand injury, to get another bit of a knock on that will not be doing him a world of good at all. And we're big fans of Charlie Nesbitt here, I must say. Big fans. Glenn Irwin crosses the line. We wait to get Scott Redding through. Scott's just gone in towards Hawthorns. Let's give Kaz a big shout out, shall we? The mum of Frank and Jordan. I know Karen always listens in. She's an avid listener, and I'm a bit of a fan of Karen as well. So I do hope you're enjoying listening in. She'll be happy that Pup's on a bit of summer break now from the MotoGP for a couple of weeks. So who knows? We may see Kaz along here this weekend as Scott comes in towards Stirlings. He is ahead of Christian Eden now and putting together a pretty good strong lap, as is Kyle Reid. That's one thing you get from Scott Redding, you know, you get proper consistency.
and speed as he comes out of the last corner through Clark Curve, down across the line. The Hagar PBM Ducati 1:26.0, so a little bit slower, but some improvements in time along the way. Karen has just texted me. She's actually here at the circuit listening. That's fabulous. See, that's the wonder of modern radio. You know, public broadcast, public service broadcasting is just fabulous. And that's what we've just done there. A big shout out. So if you want to shout out, you can do that by, if you've got me on Instagram, drop us a message. And if not, I'll have a look at the YouTube feed as well, and I'll try and pick as many of you up after the session as we can. There you go. That's what we'll do. We'll type in YouTube into the MacBook, and we'll see what happens once we get onto the BSB feed, which has been streaming live all morning. We've got a camera in the studio, which, don't worry, you can't see me right now. I've got it tuned on the exit of Graham Hill Bend, so you can see some actual track action. Scott Redding's catching Eli Michalczyk, but here comes Kyle right across the line. These guys push each other so hard. Kyle goes faster again, but doesn't improve in position. He does a 1:25.379, 0.04 of a second away from Scott Redding. 0.040. That's pretty tight. That's pretty tight. Now, when you think about it, it's a 2.43 mile circuit. It's a long circuit improvement for Brooksy. Hello, Brooksy. Inside the top 10 comfortably. P6 for Josh. 1:26.1. 0.7 of a second away. This is a step change for Dow Honda. This is what we like to see. The former two-time series champion Josh Brooks on 25 makes his way in towards Druids, and that's good to see. 19 wins around the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit for Josh Brooks. 19 wins at Brands Hatch. Oh, wouldn't it be good to see him make it 20? There wouldn't be a dry eye in the house if that happened this weekend, but he's got a lot on his plate because there's a lot of fast bikes and riders. But that's a better start to the weekend we've seen for the 25 Dow Honda than we have for a long time. He's only 0.7 of a second away. Slots himself between Max Cook and Glenn Irwin. Pocket Rocket Leon Haslam is the only one in the pit lane out of the top 5. Redding, Ride and Ray, the 3 R's are all on track, and so is Max Cook in 5th place. Brooksy, what a lap, 6th place. That's what we like to see. Glenn Irwin in 7th in the pit lane. Rory Skinner is on the track in 8th place, as is Christian Eden in 9th and Eli Michalczyk. The BMW, the 2 standout performances for me so far in free practice 1, Josh Brooks, Eli Michalczyk. Why? Because Brooksy hasn't had a free practice 1 like this, really. We haven't seen this kind of speed for quite some time. And in Ilya to be up there in P10 on the BMW after we hear so many stories that the BMW won't work, it doesn't work. Having said that, there has been a big kind of push from the actual manufacturer, the Motorrad side of things of BMW, to get more parts and more assistance across here for Ilya and that Rocket BMW Motorrad team. And that's quite a big that's a big thing that we need to keep an eye on as well, because Ilya was meant to be in Superbikes last year, remember? He ended up doing a year in Super Stock, and it didn't do him any harm, did it? He learnt the circuits for a start, and he's showing that right now. He's only a second away. Ian Wallacott, the team boss down there, with James Buckingham and a lot of new personnel in the garage. I didn't recognise it's Snetterton actually, such as the data guy and a few other people across who BMW have sent to assist that team and Ilya. It shows you just how much BMW and how much they think of Eli Michalczyk. There goes Danny Kent across the line. Danny Kent's in 20th place. Doesn't sit well saying that. I'm not used to seeing Danny Kent being that far away. But a little bit of work to do for that man himself as Ryan Vickers crosses the line, and Vickers P12 now. P12 for Ryan Vickers. I've not got the cameras on just yet. You're right. You can come in and have a look. Would you like to put a headset on? A lot of steps to climb up there. There's a button across there, and I'll let you introduce yourself.
I was just going to try and ask for a minute there, Duncan, because there is a lot of stairs. I'm blowing a bit. John McGuinness here.
John McGuinness is in the house, ladies and gentlemen.
Ricky from Morecambe.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's only because the aircon's on up here and you're on your own, you got no mate, so I thought I'd come and give you a lift.
Thank you. Will you take a second? Take a second. Turn your mic off so you're not heavy breathing too much. So you'll give me a moment there. We've just seen Ryan Vickers cross the line, and we watched him go 12th place, or he stays in 12th place.
But John McGuinness joins us in the commentary point. It's about 150 stairs to get up here, actually, and like me, you'd run up them all.
I might have done 20 years ago. Not now. I have to have a breather halfway up. But no, it's good to be here. Good to be at Brands Hatch. Yeah, whirlwind year. So flat out here, there and everywhere. Not too much BSB, but I was missing it a little bit. I've seen the boys at Knockhill and Snetterton. I've been doing other things, but Brands Hatch, what a track!
I know.
100 years old.
Isn't that brilliant?
Just
as you come down Colin Chapman Way, all the flags of all the greats as well.
Exactly my thoughts. When I was driving in the motorhome, I was like, yes.
Didn't say.
Phil Reed, Barry Sheen, blah blah blah. I just went on and on. So yeah, a few two-wheelers in there as well as four-wheel boys. So
I was driving down there and I had to almost stop because I wasn't looking at the road. I was looking at these flags either side, thinking I'm going to hit somebody in the hire car, and that wouldn't go down too well at all.
Yeah, really special, isn't it? Yeah. Really special.
A century of power is a great slogan as well. Brands Hatch do things so well.
It's a great track. It's just like, if you've got a clean sheet of paper, this is the sort of track I'd draw, I think.
But also, it used to go the other direction, and it was a grass track.
Yeah, was it called the Hutchinson one? It used to be called the Hutchinson 100, wasn't it? It was,
Just come over a bit because I want to get you on screen there. So there we go.
Okay.
We'll push the studio button off so we can just see. As long as you can see your little figure there, that means you're in shot. There you go.
John, good, don't I?
John McGuinness, nice. You have been busy, Look, there's 12 minutes of this session to go. We are keeping an eye on it. Scott Redding's gone faster again with the 125.279, but you went from the Isle of Man, you went to a Grand Prix, you went to the Southern 100, drinking Guinness at the side. I saw that. I saw you at Goodwood with Valentino Rossi.
That's me, mate. Red flag.
A red flag, yep. Somebody's gone down in towards turn 1 there, and unfortunately red flag pops out for us at this point in the session, which is a bit of a shame, and not what you want with 12 minutes to go when everybody's just getting herself up to speed. Rider's on his feet down there, we can see that. Yellow bike, white helmet, Graham Irwin I'm going to say for that one, which is a shame for Graham if it is the case, but the rider, we can see him talking with Marshall's walking away, but
blind, tricky corner.
No place you want to go down, John, is it?
No, very, very fast approach, really, really blind, and you're leaning on the front tyre all the way into there, and we don't know what's happened, but if he's on his feet, that's a great sign. But great, very unique corner as well.
Well, it's so steep as well, isn't it? It's
so steep.
The
track is really, really steep. Yeah. So
walked it. I've never been on a bike.
I've walked it. Have you never walked it? Why do I want to walk it? Or is it an engine to the pub around all day? No chance.
You do go down a steep hill there. Rider to medical centre, says Paddock Hill Bend, so we're going to get checked out there definitely. But a red flag has come out. But we were talking just how busy you have been because you've been here, there, and everywhere, and enjoying life though.
It's just, honestly, it's weird. It's like, it's too good. It's like the career that just keeps giving at the minute. We're just getting invited here, invited there. Went to Brno GP on the grid, all the boys. I really enjoyed that. Was there with the family. Then went to Formula 1 as well. So we've been.
So you did, yeah.
I had to put a shirt, a collar on, and I put some chinos on, put some shoes on. Because there's a dress code in there as well. So I'm an honorary member of the BRDC. There's only me, Johnny Ray, and Valentino got that. So bit of a dress code on, but. Yeah, I'm sort of miles out of my depth for them boys, really. But really enjoyed Formula 1. What else have I been doing? Yeah, I went up to Sun 100. That was good. I was a proper Bobolak fan.
I saw you with Guinness looking happy.
Really, really enjoyed it. I mean, honestly, I go to it. Go and have a look at it. It's a real friendly place. You're really close to the action. You get straight in the paddock, see all the guys. Went to watch my teammate. Obviously, Dean was pretty strong there, and Hickey was a newcomer there, but I was just sat on the hedgerows, walked through some of the fields, got chased by some cows, and then a few beers, and I went back, got back home, and off to Goodwood. Yeah, it's a Goodwood. Yeah, maybe
I see a picture of you. Look, Peter Solberg's doing donuts, which looks really cool. You're watching it, and you bit of a round of applause from you. And then Valentino Rossi walks across the stands and sits beside you, and I was like, wow, how cool is that?
Yeah, well, I do have a...
Don't tell me the story that we've heard before, please, not on radio.
No. But I've had a few chats with him, to be fair. I speak to him quite a bit, I've got a few famous people on my telephone in a minute, it's good. But, he loves it. He's just enthusiastic. He was part of a monster thing with Lando and myself, and Michael Dunlop turned up, and really, really special. I had my balcony moment as well. And
that was good.
I remember... When I first went there in 2004, they wouldn't even let me through the door, Now I'm riding through the door with the Duke, with the gaffer. So it really special, quite overwhelming to be fair, quite emotional at times as well up on that balcony looking out. It's a real sort of Hollywood type spec looking out over over all them people. I didn't think wasn't sure if anybody would turn up, but we had a real good turnout of fans and that, and the weather was good, kids, families, and that good was a special event, and we just got to play on bikes and drink some expensive wine and whatnot. So
and then we get you back here at Brands Hatch, because I always knew you were coming here, you see, because Scott Hargreaves, I did Chasing the Racing with him at Snetterton, and I have to say he was waxing lyrical about you. He says you're such a special person. He says it's so good having you in the garage with the guys down there, and I think that's fabulous. But he says, John just like all of a sudden, I'm going to can you do that? Yeah, only come along. We'll go and do that one. We'll go do this one. But he basically says when you're along there, it's always good fun. But he says when we're talking about your career, how long it is, and how you're extending this career and getting faster. That's what he said. He goes, he's getting older. Yeah, he is, but he's getting faster. He's put personal bests in round the Isle Man, but he's also done personal bests at every BSB circuit he's been to this year, which is incredible. Which shows you that the desire and the drive is very much still there.
Yeah, I'm still motivated. I still enjoy it. I still look forward to putting the helmet on, and you've still got to be dialed in. You've still got to be focused. You've still got to be strong. You've still got to be quite fit. And I know I get ripped to death about I'm a bit heavy and all that, but I'm quite, underneath the skin, I'm fairly tough. So I can still grab those thousands by the horns and wrestle them around. And
that's not an easy job.
No, they're powerful. They're really, really fast. There's a lot going on, and especially on the roads. When you're doing, I did 207 mile an hour this year at the Northwest. I've never been that fast in my life. So there's a PB at Northwest, best overall 6 laps at the TT in that first race. Then it sort of went a bit downhill with the weather, but honestly, I just right good spot. I think my teammates flying. He dominated the Southern 100. Really enjoy working with Dean and all the team as well. We've got a right good solid set of lads around us, and when you go on racing on the road, you need those guys around you that want to go to the roads. TT's 2.5 weeks away from home. It's a long time as well, so it's quite tough. But we've got some youngsters in there, really keen and motivated, and that's I'm another sort of pair of eyes on the team, if you like. Still racing the team, but I keep my eye on what's going on and check out all the personalities, and nobody's going off in one way, different directions. I'm there just to try and keep it on even keel as well, and looking out for new talent and stuff. So life's good at the minute. Honestly, I'm really enjoying it, and like this morning I was a little bit rusty when I went out. I was like, I got going in the end. But
yeah, you did.
I got a little telling off my son. He says, look, basically like Ewan's brutal. My son is just a matter of fact sort of guy. He doesn't beat around the bush. He just tells me how it is. So I went back out towards the end of the session and got myself mid-pack. Mid-pack knocking on the door of points in Superstock.
Yeah, but mid-pack in Superstock, you're in there with a lot of youngsters, a lot of fast. There's fast people all the way through that. There's nobody slow. That's the bit. There's nobody slow. We're under a red flag just now at Brands Hatch, just to let keep you up to date if you're watching on YouTube, or if you're trackside, or if you're listening via the TSL stream after an incident down at Parrick Hill Bend, where
I think it's getting the rectifier rails back in line, isn't it?
The thing is,
when
you go into gravel, the gravel goes everywhere. So they've got the sweeper there. They put the rectifier back. Graham Urban went down. Ryder is okay, which is the biggest thing. One of the best, safety things we've had in recent years, apart from airbags and leathers, wrecked the cell at the side of the track.
Sure.
It's incredible stuff. And there's different types of it as well. You get the stuff we have at Parrick Hill Bender, which is the huge, super big soft ones. You get slightly smaller versions, which are maybe a little bit not harder but more firm. And then you get ones that are like pillows as well. But they're so.
I don't want to test one out, like.
No, you don't. You don't want to test one out.
You have to test one out. I've certainly been to one of them. Than a tyre that's been there since 1971.
What a great safety development for us here. Scott Redding is still fastest. This free practice with around about 11 minutes of the session to go when we get going again. 125.279. Reading Power put that lap down. He's only 800ths of a second faster than
allowed to talk about that.
No, you're not allowed to talk about that. Yeah, is it live on? Is it live and out and about?
I've just watched it on Instagram.
Oh, you watched it on Instagram. All right, okay. Yeah. Well, I was going to wait until I saw it.
I'm saying nothing until you.
Well,
give me the thumbs up.
I'm going to wait until I see that on Instagram. All right, yes, we can talk about that. It's now on Instagram. I saw that and the test.
Tears, mate. I was nearly in tears myself.
Isn't it brilliant, guys? If you can all hear us right now. If you go to Instagram, go and open Instagram and go to the BSB page. Simple as that. You open your phone, go to BSB. John, they need to do this, don't they?
That's just epic.
Because what you're going to see from Bradley Ray this weekend, it's a right tug on the heartstrings.
30 years ago, isn't it? And it tugs on my heartstrings as well, because it's the first year I ever had a rostrum in British
So it was, Nick, yeah.
Superbike,
Yeah.
a Super Cup, and maybe it was called at the time. I was at Cadwell Park in the rain on my 250 on the Pole Bird 250. So 96 was a lot going on in 96. It's when my sort of world turned round a little bit. It went from a point where I could, not making any money, but just realising that there could be a start of the journey where we are today. So, what's on Instagram there, just launched there, is just it's tugging on my heartstrings a bit, because I was part of it really in the support races, but I watched in them a few free chocolate bars about, which probably sort of gives it away.
2 hours ago that came out, so we can definitely talk about it now. So, go and have a look. Livery unveil. Yamaha Motor UK unveils a brand new livery for this round only, and it's so special. It'll definitely give you a bit of a boost.
Steve Rogers.
You like that?
Yeah, the boost, yeah. Oh, I missed that one. Yeah,
you missed that one. What were you going to say about Steve?
I know Steve for a long time as well. Lancashire lad, Fleetwood. So run a fantastic team there, and brought a lot of good riders through to the highest level as well. So a lot of respect for Steve Rogers.
Yeah,
if he's listening.
Probably a couple of minutes away from getting the all clear down there. I can see the Chris Glendenning, the Chief Incident Officer, Pat Laken, and I'll still be down in that area, the BMW, just making sure the track's 100%, because, as I say, when a bike does go into the gravel doesn't just go forward, it scatters and goes everywhere. And we see that we saw it at the World Superbikes at the weekend, a few people going down at the first part of the Fog ATSs, and then they go through the gravel, and it just creates a mess for everybody. You mentioned Jonathan Ray actually having a BRDC membership. Johnny done fabulous at the weekend with his. Yeah,
he's 6 times world champion. What everybody forgets, he's absolute class in it. They're unlocking.
He's fastest Honda.
Yeah, they're unlocking a few little secrets for that bike, aren't they? And they're definitely it's been a tough year for him, with Jay getting injured and one thing and another. But like Johnny again, class act, and to get in the top 10 at that level, it's coming.
Now, have you kept your eye on? Obviously, you've kept your eye on this when you've been away, because you said you were missing it. It's hard not to watch it. Snetterton was a little bit spicy, unfortunately, with an incident in race number 1. But then there was also an incident in race 2 with Kyle and Brad, and they had an angry Kyle coming out. But
difficult one to point fingers at that one. I looked at it a few times, maybe at different angles it looks different, and I mentioned it in my MCN column.
Oh, you're a journalist now.
I love it.
You've been doing it a while, haven't you?
I've been doing it a while, yeah. But it's in the top 3 of liked things in the motorcycle.
Oh, brilliant.
So I'll keep my job for a while. I said I'd do it, but only if I can have 3 years, minimum 3 years.
Right, okay.
I thought I don't want to do it for a week or 2 and then they just scrap it. Well, now it's coming good. But I mentioned it a few times. I mentioned a few little controversial things, but Kyle's not come to me, or Bradley hasn't come to me with the sleeves rolled up, wanting to hit me around. So they must have maybe semi-agreed. I think no way Kyle would want to be knocking anybody off, especially turn 1 at Snetterton. It's fast, bumpy, quite a tricky corner as well. Been down there myself.
Yeah, it's not
a long time. 1994, my 250. My dad was well crossed with me. Yeah, I remember that. But there used to be a barrier there. There was no runoff. We just head first into the barrier.
Now you've got oceans of runoff, which is good for Bradley. But it did kind of ignite a fire inside Kyle, and he came back and delivered a pretty devastating performance for everybody in race number 3. And then we move here, and the Ducatis have had 250 RPM taken off the top revs. Is it slowing them down? Well, they'd have got that new rev limit in place, and he guarantees the bikes would have been on the dyno and the map, and we were trying to find what they had lost to see if they can get it back. But 250 RPM, well, the other teams will be happy that they've seen something getting done.
Something's getting done, isn't it? But
it's not just
you forget that not a bad pair of riders on them as well. You know what I mean? That helps, and the bike works better. The grunt, it's not going to take much torque away from it. It's a torquey engine in V4, but they have to be seen to do something. But Bradley's doing a good job there. Max Cook's doing a good job there.
Yeah, the motor's going really well. Max was on for maybe a career weekend at Snetterton when he had silly little things go wrong. The little sensor on the gear lever, the tiny little 6mm threaded barb, which is thinner than your pinky, sheared.
Must be a bit heavy on his feet.
Well, it then broke the gearbox later on, so that's what hard to find. A little bit heavy. But we're due to go in 1 minute's time. The session will restart.
11 minutes and 45 seconds left.
Yeah, it's almost laps. Would you go out and do you think it'd be a bit of a push for almost a mini qualifying session?
I don't know. you want to be looking at more of a race setup when you get comfortable with the bike. It's first session, and they'll be down there now trying a few things and looking at the time to download it and have a look at some data, and they might as well be now using this time to not buy the screen, I wouldn't have thought, but just to get a nice happy sort of setup.
The riders do like this new kind of way we've got, they get a whole hour for free practice one. They say it's a little bit less of a pressure situation. It lets them really work on the bike.
That's right, yeah, you can put your feet up for 10 minutes, can't you, and like I say, you have time to not stress and have a look at, like I said there, look at the data and get a drink and have a look where everybody's going, and stick a good run together, maybe get 10 laps together as well in decent runs. We've got the green flag out now, so
yep, nice. That hooter we can hear in the background, and it's the CDH Whitecliff CDH Honda and SM Hondas that head out. That's Luke Hedger.
Was that Luke Hedger?
And
he was riding Kevin Schwantz's RG 500 at
and didn't he enjoy that?
Yeah, it was, the grin was right across his face on that one. Yeah, that Goodwood was amazing. All sorts of bikes there, 2 strokes, 4 strokes, all them Ducatis were there. It's 100 years of Ducati, isn't it? So
all these anniversaries keep coming around.
I love it, mate. I love it. It's keep them coming.
It is
we just make stuff up to make ourselves look cool, don't we?
Just make an anniversary up to it. You don't need to make anything up to make yourself look cool. You are cool. No. I'm the guy that's always trying to make stuff up to make myself look cool. But we're here at Brands Hatches, Duncan Vincent and John McGuinness in the commentary point for the last 11 or 10 minutes of the free practice one for the British Superbike Championship. And we had a red flag after Graham Irwin tipped off going in towards turn 1, moved a bit of wreck to sell, covered the track in gravel, and went to get Graham checked out as well. But his badge is okay. He's tough, isn't he?
Hard man, ex-motocrosser, you see. They won't not bother him. A bit of gravel will not bother him.
Motocross riders, they don't.
He's British champion, wasn't he? He's
one of the best motocross riders we've produced in this country. Real strong, good pair of hands, and now a good businessman putting together MET Healthcare for us.
I see that, yeah.
The things are huge.
I saw that, and he's in a big fancy Range Rover. I don't know what's going on here.
Superb stuff.
I have an old Honda.
I'll let you rephrase that because they'll probably be listening. Reading fastest with Ride. We have got 10 minutes of session to go, and the studio door bursts open, and in walks the small figure of Alan Hyde with the big briefcase. Good to know that he is here. He's local to the circuit, so he comes along that little bit earlier, which is good to know. Ryan Vickers into turn 1. You know what? Honda have had a bit of a turn up in performance since Knockhill. They look strong. A lot stronger.
They're trying loads of things that are tested at Donington with the World Superbike team. So a real weird front chatter issue. I just don't understand it. Nobody can get our finger. Maybe it's
we could see it Snetterton as he was coming through Coram. They actually put slow motion replays. It looked horrific.
Yeah, it looks horrendous. Yeah, maybe it's got a clutch issue or something. But we're definitely working on the clutch and trying to get rid of that. If we can get rid of that, we'll definitely be a bit close to the front. But he's a trier, and he'll buy the screen. Definitely will Ryan, but
But he's also a team player. Scott Hargreaves was telling us, because quite a few times I've said this year on commentary that he's actually actively saying, "I'll tow Jason."
Very positive.
Would that have happened in the previous set of teammates?
Probably not.
No, probably not. Definitely not. Yeah. But it shows you that Ryan is wanting to make the Honda better. Now, eventually that will stop. Eventually that will get to a point where it will stop, and it won't happen again. But I'm just noticing that Rhys Irwin's neglected to come through the third intermediate, which is not good. I would like that number 69 to move on the screen. Technical problem at Hawthorns. So there we go. Technical problem for the Master Mac Hawk Honda number 69. That's
Jeez, fasting it into turn 1. Scary, isn't it? It's fast into turn 1.
Is this
for me? It's quite scary.
Do you like this?
Yeah, look at the speed into turn 1. It's insane.
Well, speed across the line. Ryan Vickers.
160
odd miles an hour.
I know. It's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, that gets your attention.
I love bike racing. It's good, isn't it?
And bike racing loves you, John.
Proper, innit?
You know that?
Proper.
Big improvement for Danny Kent there. 12th place for Danny Kent. Comes up 8 places, goes ahead of his teammate Rory Skinner. The two Cheshire Moulding Yamahas very much together, 12th and 13th, just ahead of your man, Ryan Vickers.
Josh Brooks having a good run there. I think it's because he was at Goodwood last week, actually, enjoying himself.
Did you notice him and Scott
on the
Reddick
dance
dancing?
floor, they had a couple of little beverages together, having a boogie.
Were they doing this? Was it dad?
Yeah,
dancing?
it was a bit. Yeah, I mean, Scott gets really involved, doesn't he? Scott's not scared of a dance, but yeah, Josh looked a little bit out of his depth of it, but he was a little bit of enhancement there with some wine and some champagne. I was like, go on yourself, but just drop your guard a bit, Josh, And then now he's come with a new lease of life, and he's right there.
Well, I said before the red flag when you came in, my two standouts for free practice 1 was that man who's just gone fourth, Eli Michalczyk, and Josh Brooks. proving the BMW works here
Yeah.
with the new parts that they've been given and what they've got, and also
Purple sector of the
look,
start
see,
finish as well. Greens right through.
164.4 miles per hour, the fastest bike across the start-finish line isn't a Ducati, it's Eli Mikalchik on the BMW. That's
Keep
quite clever.
working hard with it, don't they? Keep pushing, keep working. We'll get it working eventually. And the kid's so fast, isn't he? Last year he was incredible. A lot of tracks he'd never even seen before, and just showed us all a clean pair of heels, didn't he?
Nice team.
I can't
as well.
pronounce his name.
Mikalchik.
Mikalchik, right?
That's it, perfect.
Better get it right. Probably fill you in. He's probably really hard. I bet it's really hard for some reason.
You could get him in your column, name check him in the column. big improvement. Ryan Vickers up a whole heap of places. 10 place improvement for Vickers, goes P6. So whether Ryan's put a little bit of a time attack in it, Elia might have done that as well, but that's good. Storm Stacey crosses the line. He's 8th place. Really disappointing run for Storm at Snetterton.
A lot of technical problems.
Oil failure, electrical failure, then
And
like
a
an
crash.
off-throttle high side. And then he went away to Goodwood, had a good weekend riding Tony Rutter's Ducatis.
He was all sorts of things. Yeah, he was. We were at the ball and he was on the table with us. Yeah, him and his girlfriend.
On the table?
On the table.
Oh, sitting at the table.
No, well,
right, okay.
sat at the table. He actually behaved himself. Yeah, I'm not sure with him and his missus had a bit of a barney before. They were a bit quiet, so I don't know. Didn't
You know,
quite
did
right.
you give him some advice?
I just kept out of the way.
Jason O'Halloran, big improvement for the O show, which is good.
That's good. It's good
yeah.
to see. He's definitely grinding away, isn't he?
Been a struggle, hasn't it? It's
think
actually
so,
been
yeah.
it's been hard to watch as well on timing screens, John.
It is really, really hard to watch. But I tell you what, he never drops, and he hasn't dropped his head at all. He's just kept working with his team in the corner with Paul, who's been around a long time, his crew chief, and some good mechanics with him. And he's just been down every avenue. Just needs to get more comfortable with it, and we've seen what he can do in the past. He's right up there in the list, isn't he, of all-time best at BSB. So kid can do it, and he's a world champion. You forget he's the current world champion in world endurance. So but to see him in the top 10, that's a lot more encouraging for everybody on the team. Both bikes in the top 10.
Yeah, both Honda UK bikes in the top 10. Reading, Ride and Ray still the top 3. Mikalchik into 4th place. Elia in 4th place with Leon Haslam. Ryan Vickers, Max Cook, Storm Stacey, Jason O'Halloran in 9th, only 7/10 of a second away. Danny Kent in 10th place. We have got, let's look at this, we have got 15 bikes covered by 9/10 of a second. It is pretty tight, and we've only 4 or 5 minutes of the session to go. Kyle Wright goes fastest, 125.270, 9,000th of a second faster than Scott Redding. That's
nothing, isn't it?
That's
a front
impressive.
That's a front tyre, isn't it?
Don't even know if it's that, to tell you the truth.
A dust cap.
Your wallet.
It's a dust cap.
Exactly.
What's the lap record?
The lap record? Well,
You'll have it all written down.
I've got it down here on one of the
please.
seveble pieces of paper. You throw me under the bus here. I can't.
Normally you've got little bits of paper everywhere and all figured out.
The lap record of 24.4.
It'd be quite hot though. The track temperatures are quite up. Has this been resurfaced?
I don't believe it
looks
has.
like it's been.
There's bits of it maybe has.
Quite greasy. Probably track's a little bit greasy. At the
There was
minute.
certain bits resurfaced around the back of the circuit. You could see the difference in tarmac colour as well. You'll notice it when you're going round. There's black bits and then the grey bits.
It looks prime at the minute. All the paint, all the painted lines around, all the curves. It looks immaculate, doesn't it?
Vickers P4.
There you go.
Vickers P4.
It's because I'm here.
3/10 of a second. Well, he's wanting to impress you,
Had a little pep talk this morning.
Roger Marshall was up here earlier as well, having a bit of a watch.
Best man ever not to win a TT.
Roger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so. Gentleman. Good bloke. Funny.
He's a great guy, Roger
Great
Marshall.
for a tail.
Yeah,
Great for a tail.
he comes up quite a lot and spends time with Alan Hyde. Alan and Roger get on really well, and Scott Redding's on a fast lap here. But when Roger comes in, it's just
hang off every word he says, doesn't it?
Oh yeah,
the Sheen, the Haslams.
He's done it, been there and done it.
He's been with them all, and Mick Grants and all them guys.
Crossing the line goes Glenn Irwin. I'm going to find out how Glenn actually is, because we're worried about that. The injury he picked up.
I saw him walking
Max Cook goes fastest. Sorry to interrupt you
No,
there.
you're right.
125.256.
1/100th of a second.
Yeah. The top 3 covered by 200ths of a second. Cook, Ride and Redding. Wow, incredible stuff. Max Cook, 125.256. There was another bit of a shuffle in there. Rory Skinner came up into 8th place. I wasn't going to miss my countryman, that's for sure.
No, we'll lay off for that one.
Yeah,
he was down at Goodwood as well, riding all.
He was on his Ducati, wasn't he? Monster Mob bike. Good to see. 3 minutes of the session to go. This is an hour-long free practice one session, which we did have interrupted by a red flag, a fairly lengthy red flag, when Graham Irwin went down going in towards turn 1, moved the recticel, covered the track in gravel. Graham on the MET Fonacab Ducati, thankfully A-OK. But a fair bit of work to get everything put back into its position, its rightful position, as Danny Kent crosses the line and stays in 12th place.
What sort of would it be? You know, has the Ducati got much advantage around here with corner speed? I don't know. Like
Last
the
year,
motor there, you got Yamaha in there.
it's a nice mix, isn't it? It's a nice mix. We've got three manufacturers at the sharp end
Yeah,
before.
BMW,
Motor,
Honda.
Ducati, Honda,
It's good. It's good. It's
Yamaha,
what we need.
BMW. We've got them all up there.
Yeah.
Like I say, my standout moments were Josh Brooks and Eli Michalczyk. Now I think Max Cook has possibly taken a bit of that, and Ryan Vickers. Brooks is still inside, still in the game though. Shuffled down to 12th place, shuffled into 13th because Glenn Irwin and Christian Idden go into 10th and 11th place. So there's a little bit of movement happening at the end of this session with 1 minute 50 to go. Have we seen a push, a time attack? No, we haven't really, but we have seen some quick laps.
There'll have been some new tyres chucked in, I would imagine.
Yeah.
For them guys
But we
to go
haven't
as fast
seen
as that.
everybody go purple, purple,
No.
purple as we normally do
No.
at the end of the pre-qualifying session, which I like the pre-qualifying session. The sessions get shorter through the day, an hour to then half that, and then a wee
Yeah,
one.
that's good.
A small intense session, which we do want towards the sharp end. Max Cook though, fastest on the KB 998 Rimini Bimota.
Maybe the only shuffle coming here, maybe me and Leon Haslam is green, but
Good point, well spotted.
a bit of a push.
The Pocket Rocket, desperate to bounce back strong here at Brands Hatch. He is making his way in through Sheen Dingledell, past then third intermediate point at Stirling's. What does he get back going through the next one? A very short segment for him here. Green for Haslam. Haslam's on a personal best. Crossing the next one, drifted away to 8.5.
Not Storm.
Storm crossing the line. Next bike across the line will be the Pocket Rocket. Here he comes. Watch the timing screens, John. He's in 7th place. Where does he go to?
5th. Yeah.
He knocks
Not
your
bad,
Honda man
that.
back, yeah. Yeah, that's good, but that's
Look,
good.
yeah, super
That's what
close
that
as
team
well.
need. That's a tiny little team, you know.
Yeah.
The Motor Torpedo team, and they punch way above their weight. To have them up there, fabulous stuff. That's what we like. We very much like to see. Eli Michalczyk and Ryan Vickers bump down a place each. 6th and 7th they find themselves now. That was Storm Stacey who crossed the line earlier on, you did say.
What do they mean? 1, 2.
That means it's the position. He's gone up 2 positions and
Ah,
he's gone
right.
down 1.
Right.
Just educating John here in the commentary box.
Education, yeah.
When
There's
he
all
comes-
sorts of numbers and screens on there. Way out of my depth here.
When he comes to be my permanent
Sprockets and all
co-commentator. Everybody asks us what this means here, the little the exclamation mark. That just means they've either stopped on track or they've come into the pit lane and stopped the bike before they've crossed the transponder loop.
Is that Facebook?
No, it's not Facebook.
That's great. Facebook.
Checkered flag is out for free practice number 1. And it's Max Cook who is about to take the session by the scruff of the neck and show that he is the quickest. Vickers takes the checkered flag. 6th up best for Ryan. There goes Danny Kent across the line. Does he improve? No, he stays in 14th place. And we'll get Storm Stacey coming through now on the Batham's AJ and Ducati. Storm coming through. Yes, he is.
So half cruising across the
Yeah,
line.
I was thinking that myself.
I think he's done a good run of laps, though, hasn't he? The guy with the most laps here is Brooks, usual Brooks, 24 and laps, and Christian at 25 laps.
26 laps for Brooksy. I mean, brilliant, isn't it? He
Yeah.
always does that.
Yeah, he's normally out first, just gets his head down.
Absolutely,
just gets going
always.
for an old codger.
Just lap after lap after lap. I'll go and interview him after the session. I'll say that John McGuinness thinks that you've just got a bit of speed because you loosened up at the weekend.
Ask him, yeah, see what he says. It'd be interesting to know, yeah.
I'll reword that.
You might get a
differently.
great big long answer about that's completely weird, but it's just
It's one thing that Josh does. He always gives us a
Yeah.
proper debrief. I like it. It's never a short answer,
No.
but it's very thorough.
dissects
Oh.
every single piece of it. doesn't
Yeah,
it?
and he's
Every
always
piece
been
of the
like that, hasn't he?
jigsaw.
But he's got better. The longer he's been in this country, he's opened up a lot more. And well, it's Max Cook who ends the session fastest, Kyle Ryde 2nd, and Scott Redding in 3rd place. Bradley Ray 4th, with the Pocket Rocket Leon Haslam in 5th. Ryan Vickers comes home in 6th place ahead of Eli Michalczyk 7th, Rory Skinner 8th, Storm Stacey 9th, and Glenn Irwin very good in 10th place. Christian Idden is in 11th with Jason O'Halloran in 12th. I'd say that's an improvement for Jason. He's only 7/10 of a second away. Brooksy is in 13th place, but he's only 8/10 of a second away.
all close.
It's tight. Danny Kent, Rhys Irwin, who stopped on track, Luke Hedger, Fraser Rogers, Lee Jackson stopped very early in that session, hence he only has done 7 laps. Richard Kerr and Eugene McManus, the top 20 on the outside looking in, while Spud Nesbitt tipped off. Joe Talbot has got a bit of an issue as well out there. Graham Irwin and Braden Elliott comes home at the back with 24th position. But John McGuinness, thank you very much for joining us in the commentary
Pleasure.
point. Thank you very much. I'll let you give everybody a wee wave on YouTube, and we'll turn the camera off now. Thank you very much. We'll go back to that one. And we'll pause for a quick non-commercial break, but we'll come back with a bit of stuff from the pit lane where we get a bit of a debrief from some of the Superbike riders. Thank you.
So here we come down into the pit lane at Brands Hatch, and at this point I realise that I've unfortunately not got the muff for the microphone yet from Alan Hyde. It's still upstairs in his suitcase, but good to come down to a very warm pit lane down here. Seriously warm, seriously nice. As the Moto 4 bikes are on track, we'll keep you up to date with that session as it goes along throughout the course of their practice. And first of all, we come to one of the first garages. You've got to be happy with what happened in that session. Scott Redding, who was third fastest at the end of that. In that third fastest session, that's exactly what he's looking to do. It's what he'll be wanting to do as well. He's in a pretty heavy debrief with his crew at the back of the pit box as we stumble upon the garage next door, and most atypically we find Kyle Ride having a bit of a chat with Shannon Etheridge, and the chat doesn't take too long with these two guys, and Kyle straight away onto the phone checking out the open scores, I would imagine. And are you checking out the scores at the golf, or what are you looking at here?
It's an invoice.
Oh, an invoice. You sending it or are you going to pay it?
I've got to pay it.
Okay, right, okay, so let's move on from that. B2 in that session, happy with how it started?
Yeah, I mean, just did the full session on one set of tyres, tried to get the kind of the feeling at the end of the race. Bit of work to do, but yeah, great start. Obviously, I think last year my pole position at this point of the season was like a 24.9, so we're not far away, just in free practice one. Back feels really good. Few issues, but there'll be a lot fixed quicker than Snetterton.
Yeah, you're happy to be back at Brands Hatch, a place where you've had great results in the past?
Yeah, obviously I'm very lucky to have a great team around me, and Paul lets me ride whatever bikes I want. So 2 weeks ago I was actually here on my 250 and did the endurance race on an RC30, so I'm familiar with Brands.
An RC30, well, now you're talking proper bikes now, but also the 250 would have been fun. But the Panigale, let's talk about the Ducati. How close are you away from being where you want it to be?
I think for the end of the race, speed, I feel quite good already. A few little tweaks and I think we'll be able to run at the front straight away. So I don't know how fast. I'm a bit worried to see how fast qualifying's going to be, but I think already we're kind of there for race pace. I think last year, at the last part of the season, when me, Brad and Scott kind of pulled away when it was a dry race, we was doing low 25s, and I just did one on my 20th lap there. So yeah, all looks good for now. Weather's great, bike's working good, should be a good weekend.
What about this 250 revs? Is that something you notice, or is it just it doesn't bother?
It kind of comes in obviously a little bit earlier, but nothing a gear change doesn't fix.
Thanks, Kel. Perfect, good stuff. As your defending reigning champion, a bit of a chat with him as Scott Redding now doing a very quick interview with TNT and Shaky Byrne. So whether we can sneak in there after that is difficult to say. The team fettling the bike at this moment. So we'll dip underneath here just to see if we can give Scott a bit of a wave. He's actually got Hudson and JC have just come in. And Johnny Moore very much working away at the computer with James Mead. These two guys. In comes Richard from Owens. We've got John and Warren very much at hands-on with the bike. John actually putting a little bit of lock wire around the handlebar grips because they might have been moving just a little bit. Or is that a new grip they've put on there? That's quite interesting to see that happening because it's something else that you don't expect to happen very early in the day, I must say. Let me see if I can have a very quick word with Scott, if we can dip in here. If I can just come down here for a minute. Can I say hello to Hudson? Hudson, are you okay?
Oh, what now?
There you go, Scott. Good session for you. Happy with how it started and how it went?
Yeah, I was happy with that. I felt good straight away, which was nice, and then changed some things during the session. I went faster again on used tyres, which was good. And at the end, the pace was not bad, but kept getting stuck behind Mikkelchek because everywhere I wanted to go. So unfortunately, I couldn't put a lap together, but I'm happy with the progress we made here today.
Thanks for your time, buddy. Good to see Hudson as well. Looking happy in the corner there. Fabulous stuff. That's the next generation, by the way. That's what we're going to look forward to. Remember that name, Hudson Redding. So that's Kyle and Scott that we have had. Now there's a Bush Yamaha in the middle of the pit lane here. That's because the Yamaha have announced that Bradley Ray will have a very similar looking bike to what we can actually see parked outside here, which is Neil Mackenzie winning bike from
from not just yesterday, 1996, which is fabulous. Let's grab a quick word with Steve Rogers if we can. Steve, I saw the announcement a couple of hours ago about the paint scheme for this weekend. The livery looks sensational.
Oh yeah, it does. Takes everybody back a little bit. Yeah, we'll run that in the race tomorrow, and it should look really good.
I see we've got the real thing sitting outside the garage as well, Neil's old boost bike.
Oh yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it? Proper factory bike.
Oh, proper factory. I like that. Yeah, we would get Brad, but Brad's just about to have a bit of time with TV. We'll come back and see Brad, and we'll nip out the garage the other way. Stunning, the boost bike, absolutely stunning. Sits in pit lane, pride of place. Let's go into the garage, who was fastest at the end of that session. Now, Joe Talbot's bike, looking at it's getting a bit of an engine swap on that. Let's see if we can just grab a seat with. I wonder if I can sit next to Max Cook for a second. I've never done this. Can I push that back under there? And can I sit down?
Yeah, you can.
Oh, thanks, Max.
Nice.
Well, let's look at this timing sheet, okay? Because that is pretty good reading, isn't it?
Yeah, that looks great to me. Yeah, it's nice to top a session. Brands actually one of my favourite circuits. So, yeah, we had a little bit to try there. I rode on scrubs the whole majority of the session, and tried a few bits and bobs with the bike because it's been so good. We've actually hardly tried anything. So the bike I'm riding at the moment is the same as Donington, Sonnet, and all that. It's pretty similar. So we've got so much stuff that we can try, so we thought, why not? Because I absolutely love riding the Bimotor as it is. But we did spend that hour just trying stuff, just to see what the pros and cons of it were. And we put a new set in with that 10 minutes to go, and managed to do a pretty decent lap time. It's only I think 0.3 off of my all-time best around here, so I felt like it was a little bit low grip out there, so hopefully it should pick up a little bit through the rest of the weekends. It's always super close around here. The times at Brands are always ultra close. I think a tenth can be between a couple of rows on the grid, so it's really, really brutal out there. Every tenth counts.
A lot of momentum going with this Bimotor new right now.
Yeah, a lot now. It's nice because we came into Donington Test in April at the start of the year, brand new bike, and managed to hit the ground running and have a really, really good test. And it's kind of the momentum stayed with us throughout the week, throughout the whole year, because you go to all different quirky tracks, and sometimes you think, you might struggle this weekend, but it seems to be just awesome everywhere. So it's a pleasure to ride the Bimotor. I absolutely love it. So we'll keep on. Best start to the weekend I've had, so we'll keep it up.
How was the golf yesterday? Did you win that, or did you not have a great golf?
You put a down on it now, because I've played awfully. It was a mega course though, honestly best place I've ever been to. I've only been playing for less than a year, and it's good social thing, good laugh with the guys. So unfortunately I'm not a contender for that just yet. I'll stick to the motor bikes.
You're fastest in this session, Max. Thank you very much for your time. Great stuff. Great to see that. Nice relaxed Max Cook as well, isn't he? Just coming of age, fabulous. On the other side of the garage though, looks like a possible engine swap maybe for Joe Talbot. That's maybe already happened. Just trying to see if Bear can give us a little heads up on that one. Have we had a swap here with it? Yeah, swap for Joe Talbot in that session. So that'll explain why we lost a little bit of front row Joe time. Let's make our way up the other end of the pit lane past the Moto 4 bikes. The Pocket Rocket, is he here? He has gone. Typically, fashionably checked out and left, which is fine. Good session for Leon Haslam, 5th fastest. That's what we like to see. And let's have a quick look at the board and tell you what's happening on track for the Moto 4 British Cup, the Angie Moto 4 British Cup. It's Ryan Frost who's fastest from Jack Burrows, Jack Dunnaby, George Bowes, with Harrison Day, Marco Holt, Clayton Edmonds, Luke Fitchett, Axel Rimisel, Lomas and Mason Foster, your top 10. Past some of the Port West technical team, we'll bump into them in the pit lane just because we can. And let's see if we can just jump into the Honda UK garage, because I can see Ryan Vickers on the far side of his garage. And if we can, it's actually the Osho. Can I come and see Jason? Oh, underneath we come. That was a big low lunge from Duncan to get underneath that. It's a bit low, that barrier. Let's grab word with Jason. Jason, that looked like a good session for you actually. 7/10 of a second away is not a huge amount of time, but sometimes the position's not worth looking at, but a real good step forward.
Yeah, that was a good session. We just sort of rolled off the back of Snetterton. Last race at Snet, we made a really good step forward. I could see the front group for probably half of the race, which was good. continually working with the Honda and working with the guys to improve it. The two main areas is we've got quite a bit of chatter, and we're working on the rear grip. So it's a constant evolution, trying to get the best package possible. Obviously, everyone's going super fast, so it's not easy to get towards the front when we're struggling a little bit. But happy enough with that. This is the first time I've ridden here since this time in 2024. So 2 years since I've ridden here. Good start to the weekend. Keep working.
Jason, thanks for your time. Keep it up. Great to see the improvement coming for Jason Harlan. Let's see if we can just quickly grab over with Scott Hargreaves if we can. Good to see both boys out there in free practice one looking strong.
Yeah, nice to sort of see really. Again, if we can start the weekend strong, it always helps build the weekend, and that's a good start for us. He's feeling confident, and we've got a few things to work on as well. And I think as a rider, they give you a list of stuff to work on, but they're already relatively fast. That's good because we've got potential to keep going, and similar for Jason as well. We've got areas that we need to be working on, but feeling's good.
And for Dean and for Jack and for John, all round happy days in Honda.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, busy weekend for us. We've got John back this weekend, which is always nice to have John in the garage, and super sport. I mean, the guys are doing a fantastic job over there, so we'll keep going.
Thanks, Scott. Thanks for your time. We'll let you guys get on. Busy garage is the Honda garage as always. There's bikes absolutely everywhere. Oh, I can sneak through that tiny thin gap there. That's made me feel good. Danny Kent and Rory Skinner in the garages. Danny Kent finishing that session 14th. Rory Skinner finishing that session in 8th place, as we're right in the middle of Moto 4 pit here. Hi guys, you alright? We'll come past that. There's no riders in that garage, so we won't stop there. But we will come to the next garage because we want to chat with Brooksy. If he will give us a minute, I'm willing to take the arm pump because I want your rider. I would love, please, if you would come. Perfect. Good man. Good man. This. So, I was talking through that session. I said at one point 2 of my standouts for free practice 1, yourself and Eli Michalczyk. You're only, I think, 8-9 tenths of a second away, Josh. But what a really good start to the racing weekend for you. I hope you're going to agree with me here.
Yeah, I tend to always find a little more performance here at Brands Hatch. I don't know if it's because I like the track, so I ride better, or because I ride better, I like the track. I don't know which one comes first, but historically I've always sort of had strong results here at Brands. I like the technical side of the track, although that can be quite frustrating when you know where you want to put the bike and you know exactly how the bike should perform, and you can't make it do that. You work with the crew and try and make changes to get the bike to get to that position on the track you want to try and get to. But I feel like already we're getting close to our ceiling. Like I know all the other teams that we race against, they're busy in their garages making changes. Riders are getting their heads more into the rhythm, and the next session they'll come out and they'll find 3 or 4 tenths, maybe even half a second, and you'll see their improvements where there isn't really a great area of improvement I can find. I've been riding this track for so many years now. I'm not about to go out and find a new line or a new way to get around the corner. All I can do is work with the crew and try and improve the Honda package so that, like I said, I can get to those points I want to get to and brake as late as I want. And at the moment, I feel like I'm holding onto the brake far too long into the turn. So obviously, you use the brakes to stop the bike, but once you start to put lean angle in, then the engine brake and so on like that will start to help the bike's turn and wash off speed from the rear. And this bike doesn't really do that very well. I've regularly said about how it's hard to stop, but it's not just as in like straight line braking. I can out brake some people I'm up against on the brakes when your bike's upright, but as you start to turn into the corner, it's that last bit of what would be the braking phase is where the rear just doesn't seem to hook up and pull the bike back and then slow the bike up, help it steer and get into the turn. So at that point, I'm having to hold onto the front brake to keep the bike steering, and that's creating a lot of I don't really know exactly how to explain it, but it's creating a lot of like sort of stiffness about the bike because that front brake's on and everything's sort of like jammed up. The bike's not compliant over bumps on the way into the turn, so I need to try and let go of the brake to get the bike to feel smooth and enter the turn. But if I let go of the brake, then I'll carry too much speed in and I'll miss the apex. So it's kind of like this catch of where we're trying to understand more about why this Honda isn't working better. And I feel like in a strange way, like the longer we're working with these little problems, like we've tried lots of extreme measures to try and fix it, but I think now we've sort of taken a more steady approach and not making big changes to the bike, leave the bike fairly as it is, but make more refined steps and try and understand the root cause better rather than just throwing big changes at it in hope that you're going to fix something. So yeah, I feel like I've given some feedback to the guys today even that's slightly different from what I would have given before, because I've understood, especially at a place like Brands, I've got such a lot of experience. I know how the bike should feel, and I know where I should be sort of like washing speed off with the brake or washing speed off with lean angle, and when what I'm expecting the bike to do doesn't match with what actually happens, it's then easier to highlight to the crew what areas we need to work. So, you know, fingers crossed we can make some changes that's sort of going to help that area, but at the moment I guess they're trying to work out exactly, you know, what we can change that's going to help that. Yeah, at the moment we're talking about changing the clutch setting, that hopefully the engine brake control that we're trying to achieve is maybe not being we're not attaining that engine brake feeling because the clutch is too free and it's opening up and letting the bike roll into the turn, even though the data guys adding more engine brake to this, like electronically. If that clutch is mechanically opening, it doesn't matter how much engine brake he puts in, it's going to be lost through the slip in the clutch. So we're just looking now at leaving the chassis suspension wise, you know, an area that we would normally attack a problem with, and leave all that as it is and just work on, you know, the clutch and the engine brake on the electronic side. So, you know, it's, like I said, slightly different approach to the problem, but it's essentially the same problem we've had, you know, as long as I've been riding the bike.
You talk about experience around here, 19 race wins around here, 19 victories. Have you got the same chatter through your Honda that the other guys are chasing with their Hondas? Do you have that? They're maybe looking at chasing a clutch thing as well down that way?
Yes. I don't refer to it as chatter so much. I think I know what they're talking about. A traditional chatter to me is somewhere like Assen would be really prone to chatter because you've got a lot of high speed and a lot of lean angle, so you're not creating a lot of load on the front tyre. So the speed and the lean angle is sort of getting to a threshold of what the tyre can withstand, and then it starts to sort of slide a little bit and then grips again and then slides a bit and grips and slides and grips and slides. And that basically is what we refer to as a chatter, this sort of like resonance that sort of comes through the bike, but it's a constant grip slip sort of feeling. Where I'm getting a chatter, but it's not because of the unloaded feeling like you had traditional chatter what I would refer to. It's more because we're hanging on to the brake. You know, normally you wash a lot of the speed off upright, and then as you start to put lean angle in, you start to trail the brake off, and you're releasing the brake as you're putting more lean angle in. Whereas at that in that phase that I'm talking about, normally the rear is making the bike slow up more, so then you have the confidence to let go of the front brake or release some brake pressure because you know that the rear is sort of doing its job and pulling the bike into the apex. Whereas at the moment we're having to hold on to the brake on the front brake to make up for what the rear isn't doing, and it's at that point that then the front starts to chatter. But this is where, you know, people will be like, I thought you said it wasn't chatter and it was chatter. It's a bit conflicting information, but it's sort of like the bike's not compliant because you're still hanging onto that brake. It's creating some sort of stiffness or rigidity through the system, let's call it, because the brake's being held on. Wherever you can start to release the front brake, then the bike starts to ride over the bumps more compliant, and it feels more natural to steer. So I do think that possibly we're feeling the same problems with the bike, but we just explain it in a different way. I'm trying to understand, like I said, the root cause of the problem and try and describe it more clearly rather than just saying I got chatter.
I get that. Listen, thanks for your time. Good start to the weekend. Let's keep our fingers crossed there can be improvement.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a real optimist. You know, I always feel like I can fix things. It's almost like a challenge. You know, if someone gives up on a project, I'm like, you know, give me a try. I'll see if I can get the better of it. So yeah, I'm still really motivated to try and, you know, improve the package that we have. But you know, I'm realistic along the way. I know we're not going to do anything amazing in the next session that's going to, you know, set the times alight. But as long as we just keep improving all the time and finding, you know, answers to these questions, then, you know, I'll remain satisfied.
Josh, thanks very much. Thank you very much. Brilliant. I love speaking to Josh after these sessions. He tells me absolutely everything. Doesn't hide at all. The Moto 4. RNG Moto 4 British Cup free practice comes to an end. Jack Dunaway fastest from Ryan Frost with George Bowes in third place. Jack Burrows in third place, Burrows fourth, yes. Harrison Day, Luke Fitchett, Clayton Edmonds, Marco Holt, Mason Foster, Axel Remisil, Lomas. Behind that is your Divine Tyler Humphreys in 12th place, with Cooper, Trevorrow, Bishop, Williams, Stevenson, Henry McCartney back, thankfully, after his wrist injury, Lily Rhodes and Archie Hopper in 20th place. We'll now make our way a little bit further down pit lane, and we'll thank Josh Brooks for that. Brilliant to hear from him. I want to try and find Eli Michalczyk if he is still in the pit lane in the garage, because another standout session for that man and that team, as I've got myself all muddled up in a mess here. Storm Stacey's bike is in his garage. Is Elia still here? No, he's not, but we can get the team boss, actually. If the rider's not around, the team boss will do fine. Good to see you, Mr. Wallacott. How are you? You've got a smile on your face because you've got a quick BMW and a quick boy.
Yeah, we have. We're getting there, you know. It's steady away. We're making progress every meeting. BMW have been fantastic. They've been supporting us and, you know, giving us packages to try and use and so forth, and it seems to be coming together. Listen, I'm not taking any credit. You know, Eli's doing a fantastic job. He's riding really well. He's taking everything on board. We are getting there. So yeah, today's amazing.
There was a point. We'll let these bikes come past us just now. There was a point in the session where I said my two standouts, when we go to halfway, was Elia and Josh Brooks. Brooks because he was so far up, and also Elia because he'd just gone P4 at that point. Have you been having to use some of this rocket oxygen when he gets that high up the course?
Rocket oxygen, mate, need it. You've got to have it. It's great. So do you want some?
I've had some, yes, I want some.
It'll keep you going, mate. That's sorry, you'll be high as a kite. No, sorry, but yeah, it's good stuff, yeah. But yeah. You know.
This little team punching way above its weight, which we'll like to see. But you know it's capable of it.
Well, I will be honest with you. I will be honest, is that the team, although are small and compact, but the guys are really talented guys. You know, as I say, and I have 100% confidence in the guys. They know what they're doing. They're pushing the right buttons. They're making things work, which is what it's all about. But I'm really proud of the guys. They genuinely are. As I said, I think you know, we're trying to look at for next season now, and we're moving on. So what we want to do is trying to expand it maybe into a two-man team with BMW and carry on with BMW as well. I mean, and hopefully keep things as the same. But we just had Carl Cox here. Yeah,
I missed him.
You've missed him, mate. But Carl's. I mean, look, he's the same age as me, and I grew up listening to him.
So did I.
Yeah, no, but absolutely fantastic. But I mean, what a character! What an absolute fantastic guy. It really is. Yeah, so, you know, I didn't think I'd ever be able to meet him in life, but there we go. So we've got a great team around him as well, and the fantastic people around him. Yeah, really happy.
What I think's really good for this team, the BMW Motorrad Rocket team with IWR, you had nothing for a while, and then all of a sudden Oulton Park test, the second test, and you announced it, and look at the rise through the ranks that you guys have had.
Again, as I say, it's all credit to the team. I mean, I've been in the backgrounds and obviously, you know, having to, not the background, but in the foreground of it, I suppose.
You're the face, Ian, you're the face.
Yeah, and also, I suppose I'm the glue amongst it all, trying to keep it all together. So, but I am immensely proud of what the guys are achieving, and I mean, just the garage, it looks fantastic, doesn't it? You know, they're very neat, tidy, you know, so... Yeah, I am really chuffed. Yeah, I'm really chuffed.
I'm delighted for you as well. Thank you very much. Go and get some of that rocket oxygen. You need some of that.
Yeah, I do indeed, mate. Yeah, that's right. So that's just risking to Carl Cox. I need it, mate. Definitely.
Thank you very much. That's brilliant. We've come to the garage next door. Charlie Spud-Nesbitt did have an off in that session. Bike looks like it's getting built back together, which is good. The BMWs are making their way out onto the circuit. We are still in pit lane for a bit of an extended walk up and down. We'll try and get a word with Luke Hedger because we haven't seen Hedger since he came back, and I'm testing the limits of the mic now for Alan Hyde and Trevor across there in the PA room. The big question is Hedger still around? No, he's not, but Mr. Hipwell might come out for a chance. We get a quick chance with chat with Dean in the pit lane here at Brands Hatch. First of all, we can see Luke's not here. Great to see yourself, great to see the bike starting the session there with a good positive position, I suppose. That's a great way to hit the weekend running.
Yeah, really happy, great to have a look back. Great first session for us as well. It's about 0.7, 0.8 off his best ever lap round here, so it's a great first session. The boys are working now to get back to where we think we should be, so very happy, yeah.
What was Luke's feedback on the session? Any areas where he can improve the Whitecliff CDH Honda?
Yeah, a little bit on the front end, and that's about it really. Just a little bit on the front end, a little bit of electronics, and no excuses for him then.
Don't want to give too much away, are you?
I don't think there are many boys copying us, but we'll be all right.
Thanks very much, man. Good luck. There you go. Well, you never know. Graham Irwin, MET Phonocab Racing Ducati, unfortunately did a fairly sizable off. The bike has already been put back together. Scott Swan's in here. I don't think he's helping. I think he is just in here. Graham's not there. Damage on the bike, it doesn't actually look that bad. It's actually started to get put back together pretty quickly by this team as a few of the Paget squad come through, just needing a little nip through the garage. We'll let them off with that, but we'll let the guys at the MET Phonocab garage just finish putting that together. Door down for Richard Kerr, and I wonder if Braden Elliott is still around. The NP Racing Honda rider doesn't appear to be there, but Neil Pearson's still working hard there. Oh, the fork's at the front of the Honda actually. Braden's obviously gone for a fairly sizable change, the front end out with that Honda, and a good ton of speed for Braden and for Neil and the NP Racing British Superbike team. So there you go, that's a walk right down the Superbike side of the pit lane. And we actually managed to get quite a few riders for a bit of a chat there as well, which is always quite nice. Sun's still shining here at Brands Hatch as well. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful weekend to be here at Brands Hatch. If you haven't got your tickets and you're listening at TSL or you're watching the YouTube stream thinking about it, well, maybe you need to stop thinking about it, get your tickets and head down here. This is one that you do not want to miss, that's for sure. He's come back in the garage. So let's see if we can cover a quick word with Elia after that session. Elia popped down earlier on, but you were gone, so we got a word with Ian. But what a fabulous session for you guys in this team. That's how you want to start a weekend, on a positive foot.
Yeah, definitely we start pretty good. We did a couple of fast lap times, and I was able to follow the top guys nearly all the laps, just like few tenths slower, and this for sure already big steps since last races. Yeah, for sure still few points weakness where we lose, but we're, to be honest, already quite on the limit there, and we try to now find out what we can do to maybe not make big steps, just to be more calm and more constancy during this speed, you know, because now the bike go really fast, and the bike is show characteristic of the bike showing that he not really like this, you know. So I want to understand how I can make the bike calm down myself, and using my riding style and be smooth on the track and have good flow.
Eli, thank you very much. Good luck. Great stuff. Great start. 7th place after free practice 1 for bike number 17. Eli Michalczyk. Great stuff. We come past the Senkat garage. Very busy garage. Loads of bikes in there, including Christian Idden's R1. But we'll probably make our way back down to the commentary point, where I can look upstairs and see Alan Hyde feverishly trying to plug in cables left, right and centre. thankfully he's here. He knows what to do with those cables. He knows where the cables go. And one other man who we're going to have a quick chat with very quickly. He's at the back of the garage. He looks like he's eating some pasta. That looks very healthy. Is that pasta and chicken?
It is, yeah.
Okay, so how was the session for yourself, Rory Skinner? If we have a little look at the timing screens, we see you in 8th place. You give me a thumbs down. What's your thoughts?
You're probably better not asking me, Duncan, because yeah, not in a good mood right now. Just seem to be missing something. Don't know what it is. Boys have asked me if I'm riding on the curbs the whole way around the track because it looks like it's that bumpy, but that's just the amount of chatter I've got right now. So yeah, not working too well.
Enjoy your pasta. We'll let Rory go. That's not the type of road that we used to see, and I've got to say. But if you're chasing something that's not working, that's not going to be good. BMWs are on track. We'll try and get an open garage door so we pop inside and let you guys know how they're doing, because we did that with don't want to stumble through chasing the race in there. There we go. We did that with the RNG Motor 4 British Cup, and we try and keep you up to date with everything that's going on. So we just very quickly need to sneak past and say hello to Ross Burridge, and we shall tell you there's Barry Burrell who's fastest, the man who was only going to do one event in Knockhill, then did Snetterton and is now here again. Fabulous. Defending Union champion Barry Burrell fastest from Christian Smith, and then Dale Thomas. Nicky Coates in 4th place with James Ellison in 5th. Kenny McLeod in 6th place ahead of Rob McNeely, Kieran Smith, and then Andrew Williams with Bjorn Estimate, who's here on the press bike this weekend, up there inside the top 10 as well. Great to see Bjorky Estimate, that's a good one. A man who has been away touring the world with KTM, being Brad Binder's kind of man who keeps him right around all the circuits. So fabulous to see. And he'll be happy on track as well. So let's wish him the very best of luck. Luke Foreman's across having a bit of a chat and looking out for where he is on the timing screens, and we'll just go quiet for a minute because the microphone won't work inside, and we'll head back upstairs and we'll get the last 10 minutes of the BMWs.
So welcome back to the commentary point here at Brands Hatch. We do hope you've been enjoying what you've got on track with the BMWs, the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. And I also hope that you really enjoyed that in-depth run down the pit lane when I managed to get just about all the big hitters, apart from Bradley Ray, but Brad was busy doing a television interview, so we thought we'd better just hold back a couple of minutes. We did get a thumbs up from him, but yeah, really, really cool to hear from all the riders telling us their like points and their non-likey points. And also Josh Brooks, his face lit up when I asked him that second question about the clutch, if he's got the same issue that the guys at Honda down the pit lane have got. So it was really, really interesting. And Brooksy just gives you a full debrief. It's really good. And then, you know, he's kind of happy but kind of not happy. And then we went to Rory Skinner's garage, and I must say that is the lowest I've heard Rory Skinner in a long time. He didn't sound happy, didn't look happy. I don't really think he wanted to speak to me either. He gave me a big thumbs down, so let's hope that he can turn that to a thumbs up for this afternoon session. But they're running out of time. A lot of chatter out there. We're hearing a lot of riders saying chatter, but Josh Brooks breaks that down. It's like Josh has almost got induced chatter, that he's having to hold onto the brake and make the bike chatter, whereas other people, likes of Honda, they're chasing a clutch issue that John McGuinness alluded to. It's fabulous stuff. You don't find this out by staying in the commentary box. You've got to go down to the pit lane and do a little bit of burrowing around. Eli Michalczyk, Ian Wallacott, how good is it to see a BMW inside the top 10, and not just inside the top 10, right at the sharp end as well, 7th place and not too far away. And we sat down with Max Cook. He's such a cool young man. He's riding the crest of a wave. A lot of momentum in that garage is going very well. There was an engine swap for Joe Talbot, and we did notice that Joe didn't do an awful lot of laps in that session, so let's hope that's not any issue, that we can look to the other side of the garage. I'm pretty sure the team will survey everything that's going on down there. We do know that they changed an engine obviously for Max Cook after Snetterton because he had a gearbox issue, but yeah, great stuff. Great to interview the Superbike riders. And everybody loves Brands Hatch. It's warm, it's sunny. They're staying in the garage a lot longer than they would normally stay. So, yeah, credit to them. And credit to their teams as well for giving us that chance to get in and speak to them. The Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup free practice is still on track with 8 minutes of that session to go. It's Barry Burrell who's fastest. And you know what's funny about Barry? I think I said this downstairs. I'm coming back for one weekend only. It's only going to be Knockhill. You won't see me anywhere else. Came back to Thruxton as well, Alan, didn't he? I'm only doing Snetterton, sorry. I'm back for Snetterton. We're tightening the purse strings. He was always going to come to Brands Hatch, wasn't he? He was always going to be here. And Larry Carter did try and get that information out of Barry Burrell. But yeah, we've got him here this weekend, and long may that continue. The run of Barry Burrell. Having him back in the championship is just fabulous. You know what? It ignites Nicky Coates, easy for me to say. It gets Nicky Coates fired up, it gets Bobby Very fired up, the two Smith twins as well, love having him there, and everybody wants to race against the defending reigning champion. So just in case you're at the back of the Kentigan, hello everybody, I think we're live on the big screen there. I'll now change back to giving you the TSL timing screen so you can see that, and I'll say goodbye from that, and I'll give you the actual track action back from the exit of Graham Hill Bend. Fabulous work by Darryl, Wes and John here at MSV Brands Hatch HQ, getting the big LED screen at the back of the Kentigan up and running. And we're bringing you all the action live from the track, and we bring you everything that happens out there. We didn't catch up with Graham Irwin. I would have liked to, but we'll catch up with Graham after the next session. He's always good for a bit of a chat as well. I think the most impressive thing and important thing for us as I look across and see a whole feast of people making their way back towards the tunnel. The tunnel is about to be full of people coming back under the track. Was Graham was up and walking away from that one, and he was back pretty quickly to being A-OK, or as OK as Graham Irwin can be, let's say that. Bit of a change for Andrew Williams. He comes up 2 places and goes ahead of James Ellison and Dale Thomas, puts himself into 8th place with a 136.210. Nicky Coates has a lap record here of a 33.698. Nicky's had this kind of wind taken out of his sails ever so slightly, and I don't want to say the wrong thing here because you're always cautious being a commentator. You don't want to have too much of an opinion or you will hear about it. But ever since the infringement with the bike, Nicky's just had a little bit of a spark, kind of missing, just ever so slightly. I can't remember if he told me that he had another issue. He may have said something in commentary to Larry. But let's hope we can get that rekindled in Coatsy, because 5-star started the season giving us some fabulous results, some fabulous runs, but we want that to continue now that Barry Burrell has come back. Wasn't it also great to have John McGuinness in the box calling some of that Superbike session with us? The guy's a legend. There's no getting away from it. Absolute legend. And more though, he's still a fan, and that's what I like about it. It's cool to be cool. It's hip to be cool, I think the song said. But it's also, when you're still a fan and you're still at that level, it's pretty sensational seeing John McGuinness get excited in the commentary point as we keep our eyes firmly on what's going on track. Just looking at the Smith twins making their way, or one of the Smith twins, Christian, making his way in towards turn. Kieran. It was Kieran with the white helmet. Typical Duncan, gets it wrong at the start of the day. But I get all my mistakes out of the way on the Friday, Alan, and then we start gelling on the Saturday and the Sunday before we come good. Yeah, there we go. I'll use that one quite a few times over the course of the weekend. Yeah, okay. It's hip to be square. Is it? Oh, right, okay. What did I... Oh, Hugh Lewis in the news. It's hip to be square. Well, there you go. Jordan Bannon doesn't have a working transponder, which makes timing rather tricky for Jordan Bannon. But the guys will do whatever they can in the TSL timing room. We've got Richard Evans, Sam and Alan down there who are very much looking after things and making sure everybody is A-OK on track. There's a slight pause in proceedings. I can see Steve Hicken from the Hawk, Master Mark Hawk team, with his lunch in his hand, heads towards the tunnel. I wonder if he's going to deliver that to the commentary box. Probably not, Alan, but it's worth a chance. He may hear it. He may not. Bobby Very goes to the top of the times on the 88. Bobby Very Racing BMW, and that's what we like, because Barry Burrell was starting to get this and have it all his own way. And Bjorn Estimate, ladies and gentlemen, Bjorn Estimate, top of the times by 0.2 of a second, 134.759. We have seen lots of guests come into this championship and fail at trying to get to the top of the times. They've had good races, but we've seen Bjorky Estimate in there and looking good as he comes through Graham Hill Bend. White top to the helmet, white leathers, looks very much like a factory BMW rider, I must admit. But brilliant to see Bjorn Estimate, number 33, racing under the Brad Binder number as well, which is noted. Now, Larry Carter will have all sorts of facts and figures on Bjorky Estimate. He was a stalwart of our paddock for many, many a year. But now to see him around the world with Brad Binder being his, well, I don't know what you would call it, helper. There's bound to be a better name than helper for it, but keeping Brad Binder right, preparing everything that the Grand Prix riders need in this day and age, so they can not focus on anything and everything is at hand. Basically, it should be just called being an Uccio. That's where we've seen it for so many years. But beyond estimate, 134.759. That's impressive. That's impressive. The press bike that he is on, lovely. Ahead of Barry Burrell as well. Bobby Very, Barry Burrell, Christian Smith, Nicky Coates. He'll have a target on his back, that's for sure. But he's also a fast man, and he may drag them on. 96, exceeding track limits at turn number 1, which is easily done here at Brands Hatch. That's Jack Tynan. And the Brands Hatch Paddock Hill Bend sensor pad has picked that up, and it will have pinged back to race direction, and it will highlight that number 96 was wide over the exit curb and onto the green area. The riders will have all had the same final instructions sent to them that I get sent to me, and it highlights all these areas that you can and can't use. You can use any of the black bit, any of that black bit, and any of the red and white bits you want. Feel free, but just don't be using any of the green bits. Pretty straightforward stuff. That's the race directors, and if you do that, remember, if you do it in the last lap as well, there's a chance you might have to get a bit of a slap on the wrist and incur a penalty. But if you're making your way into these areas too many times throughout the course of a session, yeah, expect to, especially through this session, expect to have the race director in your ear. Barry Burrell's gone back to the top of the times, and he's done that by 900th of a second. Over beyond estimate. Dale Thomas is having a really strong weekend as well, actually. Dale Thomas up to 6th place. He's been hovering around the fringes of the top 10, but he finds himself now on the DT Racing BMW. The man from Caerphilly, a bona fide top 10 runner, just off the back of Nicky Coates, who's in 5th place. Dale Thomas slots into 6th, ahead of Kieran Smith, James Ellison, Kenny McLeod, and Josh Connor. Josh Connor, remember, championship leader an event or so ago. That's the pressure comes though. Josh Connor slipped off, remember, at Snetterton, first lap. Agostini Hairpin folded the front, the most un-Josh Connor manoeuvre you've ever seen in your life, and down he went, and boy did he know it. Yeah, he knew it 100%. He got up, he had a bit of a word, a bit of a head down moment, but he's got to take that on the chin and he's got to move on. Josh Connor still finds himself 4th in the championship as we come in here, but it's Kieran Smith who leads it from Christian Smith and Nicky Coates. Even when Nicky Coates maybe isn't having the best of runs, he can still get good points, and that definitely helps him. The checker flag flies here at Brands Hatch, in the sunshine, fluttering in the breeze. And Josh Connor, as I said, 4th in championship, ahead of Barry Burrow. Barry already up to 5th in the championship, and he's only 19 points away from a championship lead. Hang on, he didn't even do the first round. Burrow has just thrown his hat very much in the ring after Snetterton. He's ahead of Bobby Very, Jack Tynan, Struthers, Thomas Strudwick, James Ellison, and Rhys Coates in 10th place. Kenny McLeod on the outside of the top 10, looking into that championship window in 11th. Will be desperate to make his presence felt on that True Heroes Racing BMW. But the rocket off F900R Cup comes to an end. One of the things I did like about that Superbike chat up and down the pit lane was the use of Ian Wallacott and the rocket oxygen. I'll be using a lot of that rocket oxygen. I need it. And we do like Ian Wallacott, but it's all part of the rocket oxygen performance qualifying. He may need that for his rider to send him onto track as well. There we go. Great stuff down there for that little IWR team. It's nice when you walk into small garage and everybody in the garage is smiling. That's something. Having said that, Elia was sitting there not looking too happy because he's the rider and he knows that he demands better. That's just the way the riders are. But the checker flag comes out here at Brands Hatch and brings the rocket off F900R Cup to the end. We will have a bit of a break in proceedings, not sure exactly how long for, because one of the things that should have been happening has been removed from the timetable for today. And the next track action should be the 1P Mobile National Junior Sportbike Championship starting at 1:35. So that means it looks like we will get a small lunch break, just enough time to inhale a high protein chicken and salad sandwich. And I may even give Alan Hyde a little bit of a help setting up the BSB studio. But the thing is, he probably won't want me no. No. Think about it, Alan. Yeah, I've got feelings, you know. So Barry Burrell ends the session fastest from the wild card. The rookie, call him what you like, the superstar beyond estimate. Bobby Very in 3rd place with Nicky Coates, then Christian Smith, Dale Thomas, Kieran Smith, Kenny McLeod, James Ellison and Josh Connor rounding out the top 10. What I will do in this break is I'll have a little look at some of the messages that have come in on the YouTube stream, Al. We may as well see who's been saying hello to us. Good grief, there's lots of them. So brilliant. In my humble opinion, this is the best championship out there. Fabulous. Circuits hold something very magical about them. That's lovely. Thank you, Pedro. This is where I need to do a bit of vetting on the hoof, guys, so you'll need to bear with me for this one. But good stuff. Jeff is watching the live feed while on holiday in China. Well, I'm surprised you can pick her up out there, actually, Jeff, to be honest. You never know. But that's good. That's good. I hope you're enjoying yourself in China, Jeff. Jeff Siddle. I was at Seidel. 7 hours ahead of the UK, so it's 4 p.m. Good stuff. So many people tuning in, saying we're tuned in. Thank you very much. Great to know. This corner looks better than I expected. That's from Pedro. Obviously it will do. The live feed's not updating, but it's fixed. There we go. It's good to see. And if you want to get in touch with us, it's quite easy today. Just drop a note in the YouTube or drop a note into my Instagram. But tomorrow there is a special way you can do that, and it's by WhatsApp only. Because Alan doesn't want anybody just randomly running up and dropping a note in through the commentary box letterbox. The special way for you to get in touch with us is by WhatsApp, and the number is 07482 877 877. So 07482 877 877. That's for tomorrow. And if you've got that number in your phone, why don't you try and be the first person to get in touch with us? We'll do a register in the morning to let you know who got in touch first. 5 already. Brilliant stuff. Or you can email studio@bsbradio.com. Email studio@bsbradio.com. Duncan and Alan, the YouTube commentary stream is not showing, but it is now. Thank you very much. Big fan of Lee Johnson as well, from Fluffy. Thank you very much. We like that. Give us a wave, said somebody for Rory earlier on. Lots of messages for Rory Skinner when he come in, which is good to see. And yeah, fairly busy boy is Rory. Go on, Adam Hartgrove. That's from Terry Louise. Yeah, absolutely go on, Adam Hartgrove, because Adam Hartgrove was very much at the sharp end of the Super Sport Cup class, and he was quite a long way ahead of anybody else who was in the Cup battle with him. So not only Cameron Swain looks good, but good to see, very good to see. Somebody else saying, I saw the funniest video of John McGuinness and Davy Todd on the back of a scooter on the way to the ballroom at Goodwood. I saw that. They were dressed in tuxedos on the back of an electric scooter, which I thought was pretty funny. And then Davy Todd has that moustache and his sunglasses and just looks even funnier. In a good way, I would like to point out. Very much in a good way. Watching on the TSL timing stream. Thank you very much, Fluffy. That's good. Hudson Kai Cooper. Has anyone mentioned the TSL is still from Stetterton? Well, not that we know of. Alan was listening to that this morning. It's sorted now. Thank you, Hudson Cooper. One of the guys who was helping me in the commentary point. And it's good to know that as well. Gary Littlemore. Morning, Dunk. I'm watching on the YouTube live stream. Brilliant stuff. And the more you watch, the more we want you to tell us. Please do. Right, I'm going to call out of that as somebody says, Big Hit Kev, come on Storm, hi Duncan, all in block capitals. And that's an easy one for me to see. We'll pause, we'll have a quick break, and we will be back with the next track action, which will be the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship. Until then, little spot of lunch. Where are you guys going to go? Everybody going to the Kent again? Let's put it on Heidi's tab. Welcome back to a very sunny Brands Hatch here for the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship free practice session. Their one and only free practice session today. And that's how they have it all the time. We'll look forward to getting them on track first thing tomorrow morning for their qualifying session as well. And that will we'll get them out there. And it's good. It's a good way to start the day. Get the youngsters on the track in the morning and see how they can fare after just getting themselves out of bed. That's how it does look. My name is Duncan Vincent, and I am in the commentary box here at Brands Hatch. It's great to see everybody who is trackside on this Friday, and we look forward to welcoming everybody else who comes along for the Saturday and the Sunday. I also hope that you enjoyed our long, elongated pit walk after the Superbike session. It was really good. The contrast of emotions now. That's something I wanted to bring up there. Rory Skinner actually just texted me a little while ago saying, sorry if I was a little bit grumpy. I said, not at all. I absolutely love the emotion. That's what we want. We don't want everything to be happy and smiley and rosy all the time. Tell us the truth. Let me know how you are feeling. So Rory was a bit apologetic for that. It wasn't like him, I'll say that. He's never normally like that. But I think when you're chasing your tail, it can start to grate on you just that little bit as a racer. But yeah, great to hear from everybody down there in the pit lane. Great to hear from so many of you over lunchtime as well. Thank you very much. I'm in Harley Preble's tent as a fan, says Astro. Well, that's great. We like that. Thank you very much. And the more that comes through, the better. And that was lunch break that we were listening to there. I had to quickly run away and try and get ourselves a little bit of supplies to the commentary box. And then we come back. And we come back with the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship. A brand new championship to the BSB calendar for 2026. That's something you all need to remember as well. So the lap record is to be established. TBE, not TBA. We had him last weekend. Remember that? Tom Bethune was getting a couple of victories at Donington Park, and World Supersport was something that the home crowd needed. And it did them a world of good. But this is a brand new championship for 2026. And Marley McKenzie leads it as we come into the double header that is Brands Hatch. We'll do Brands Hatch, we'll do Oulton Park and Thruxton, and then we'll have the finale at Donington Park. They're double headers all the way through the year. We don't take them to Aston. They also don't come to Cadwell Park, and they don't do the last round of the season at Brands Hatch. But Marley McKenzie, who started off incredible, victory, third, victory. That was how it was pretty much going. Then the wheel slipped a little bit. The mask dropped a little bit, some people would maybe say. Here and off in the free practice session at Snetterton, and never really regained it. It was qualifying. Never really regained it, actually, from when he went down at Quorum. That put him on the back foot massively. And he was then fighting with people all the way through the weekend. As Alan Hyde has a feather duster. He looks a little bit like Ken Dodd or something like that. I don't know what he's doing with that. He dusts his music sound desk down with the smallest feather duster, so much so that I'm going to take a picture of that when he goes and put it on my social media and say, this is the duster. That's bizarre. But yes, okay. Marley was chasing his tail all the way through Thruxton. He got a couple of good point scoring finishes. I suppose when I've said many times, if you can't win, get as many points as you can. If you can't be great all the time, be good on the days that you can't be great. And that's how championships are won and ultimately lost. Ryan Newkirk rocked up into the scene with the Free Tech race team, with Hudson Kenna by his side, or if you want to do it like Larry would say, the Manx definition of the South African, Hudson Kenyuk. Hudson rocked up with Ryan Newkirk, and they were incredible. 2 victories, first time out at Snetterton. They already have a meeting on at this to go in with this meeting, so they can't come here. There's a clash, but I am told by the team PR Clementine that they will be back at August Oulton Park. August Oulton Park. I had to check back my notes there, and we look forward to that. But Marley McKenzie only has a 13-point lead over Luca Hopkins. Luca Hopkins made hay while the sun was shining. That's definitely easy to be seen. 2 good second places for Luca Hopkins at Snetterton, so that's good. Ben Jolliffe in 3rd place, with Lake and Payne in 4th, and Lewis Mullen in 5th place. We have got Luca Wilkinson, Mason Johnson, Isaac Mark, Freddie Oakley and Kylan Shuttlewood just behind that. There's nothing better than when a cold bottle of water gets delivered to the commentary point by your good mate Frank. But thank you, Frank. You are a legend, a king amongst men. And thank you, Kaza, for sorting it out. You're a queen. There we go. Bit of fresh lubrication into the commentary box. It's all very well running away getting yourself a sandwich, but if you forget to get the drink with it, that's pretty bad, pretty silly. Mackenzie's fastest, 80 minutes to go from Luca Hopkins and Freddie Oakley. Laken Payne, Mason Johnson, Ben Jolliffe. Jamie Hanks Elliott in 7th place is a good start to the weekend for her, with Kylan Shuttlewood, Luca Wilkinson and Rory Creeth. A little bit of business getting discussed next to me here with Frank and Alan Hyde, which is good to see. They'll be no doubt up to no good this weekend across there in the PBM hospitality. As we watch the tracker map to get a bit of a visual on the guys making their way background into the Grand Prix Indy section, off the Grand Prix loop into the Indy section. I like that transition. It comes down, they come bursting back into our view, and then it's on the side of the tyre, on the right hand side of the tyre, through Clearways, through Clark Curve, and then they come past my commentary point, which is a lofty vantage point. There goes Freddie Oakley. I do like the colour scheme that Freddie's given us for 2026. I've mentioned it in the past. It looks a little bit Nemesis Kawasaki-ish, but it does look very, very good from a distance and even better up close. And Freddie, now he finds himself in 4th place. I've said quite a few times, and this whole racing game, consistency is key. Freddie was one of the most consistent guys, not just in the championship last year, but in the overall paddock. He kept himself out of trouble, he scored good points, and he was always at the sharp end. And it's something else that we do like to keep our eye on. A couple of the Rocket rookies flashed across the line there. That was Finn Harrison. Finn, who steps over from actual car racing, believe it or not. And if you look at his helmet, you can definitely see that, because there's a nod to Nigel Mansell in that helmet. It's quite a big nod, actually. It's a nice little livery that Finn Harrison's got himself. The former GB4 racer finds himself a home in the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship. And going from cars to bikes, never an easy thing. It can be done, and you can go back again. As I remember I did it when I was younger as well, but Finn Harrison a lot faster than I am. But I do like that nod to Nige. And when you look back at some of the iconic footage you see from Brands Hatch, that European Grand Prix from 1985 was just an absolute stellar one that they had here. I've never seen a place look so busy. It was an incredible visual to watch and to see. Luke Mossy trying to bargain his way past through the security guard on the far side is almost as good as watching the bikes on track, actually, as they make their way in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Whole group of bikes, and right at the sharp end, Finn Page, and then he has got Freddie Oakley just over the back of him. Finn Page into his second year of racing in this paddock. We first laid eyes on Finn when he came into the Super Teen Championship, as it was called, and that was kind of a toe in the water thing with he and his dad Scott. They liked it, they enjoyed it. Few mechanical issues and gremlins along the way, but Finn has had a slightly better turn of pace recently, although he does find himself in 19th at this moment in time. Ben Jolliffe has had a bit of a lift in the positions. He goes up into 3rd place. That's a 5-place improvement for Ben Jolliffe. So definitely in the right area of improvement for Ben. And Ben, at one point, remember, he was the guy who was up there challenging Marley Mackenzie. He was at one point the only guy with another win apart from Marley. And then Ryan Newkirk came along and said, "Hold my energy drink, watch this. I'll show you how it's all done." And Ryan Newkirk romped, and that's the only way we can say romped, to a brace of victories at the Snetterton event. Let's follow Marley Mackenzie, the championship leader, for a lap as he goes in towards Paddock Hill Bend. He is the fastest man by 7/10 of a second. This is kind of similar to what we've seen from Marley throughout the course of the year already. He's going up the hill in towards Druids, braking over the crest of that hill at Druids, back towards a nice apex. Down from Druids he comes in towards Graham Hill Bend. If you're watching on the YouTube stream, you'll see him pop into your view now on the camera before he picks the bike up on the exit of the corner and accelerates along the Cooper Straight in towards the Grand Prix loop. We go with Marley Mackenzie. From there, Surtees on the left hand side of the tyre, all the way through that corner before he goes up over the crest off Pilgrim's Drop and then down Hawthorne Hill. He will head towards Hawthorne itself. Big deep breath as the time you get to Hawthorne for Marley Mackenzie, and from Hawthorne you start climbing back up towards the apex of it. The bike's on the right hand side of the tyre, past the apex. Let the bike use all the road on the exit before you head along the Derek Minter Straight in towards Westfield. Westfield's almost the corner that opens up for you, but also goes downhill and drops away radically as you head down through the bottom of Dingledale and then crest up into Sheen Curve, the blind right-hander over the top of the hill, and then back on the brakes after a short squirt in towards Stirlings. From Stirlings, there's a banked corner the riders will tell you can carry so much speed in through Stirlings before you come back down and finish the Grand Prix loop before you burst into our view. Here comes Marley McKenzie now, and he goes through Clearways before accelerating hard through the basin and the dip of Clearways onto Clark Curve, down the straight, and let's see what Marley McKenzie gives us back in lap time. Is it going to be faster? He's fastest, the 1:38.276. Crosses the line, yes, it's a 37.985 for Marley McKenzie. Puts a second into the field. That was a stunning lap by Marley McKenzie, and we managed to talk that one round this circuit. Great stuff from the young man. The championship leader showing that it was just a blip in form, Alan, just a blip in form at Snetterton. Marley McKenzie very much back at the sharp end, leading the way from Lakin, Payne and Luca Hopkins. McKenzie keeping the run going here as he goes along the bottom straight. 1:37.985, a whole second faster than anybody else. That is a pretty impressive run. Number 40, track limits at turn 3. That's the exit of Graham Hill Bend. The exit of Graham Hill Bend. If you get yourself in a spot of bother there, like Archie Ormond has done, your name will appear at the bottom of the screen, and you get a bit of slap on the wrists. That's what you do. Alan Hyde looking across to the far side of the circuits. I think he's looking at the PA room, looking to see if there's somebody behind the curtain, behind the paywall of the curtains in the PA room. Luca Hopkins has managed to put himself in the second place. He just goes ahead of Lakin Payne and Jamie Hanks Elliott, P4. Fabulous stuff from Jamie Hanks Elliott. Up in a P4 on bike 16. That's how we like to see Jamie Hanks Elliott performing. The R7 Yamaha, her Rev to Racing Hanks Racing team, the Birmingham based rider. The name Hanks kind of synonymous with British bike sport, whether it be 2 wheels that Jamie's on or 3 wheels that the family is much more known for. Great stuff. The helmet design as well, the orange helmet with the black crosses through the top of it, a big family tradition that Jamie has held on to for her racing identity, and that's what it is. A helmet is an identity of a racer, so they don't like to change them too often, and you know what, the bolder the better, actually. That's what I have to say. The less that's going on with the helmet, the easier it is to spot. I mean, Joey Dunlop, that's all we need to say. At one point it was a yellow helmet with a black stripe of insulated tape up over the top of it, but yeah, they have got considerably better, shall we say. But yeah, nice and bold for the helmets, that's what you want to see. As Jamie Hanks Elliott just gets shuffled down one position by Ben Jolliffe, who again goes back up into P4. Mason Johnson sits in a good 6th place, a young man on the Dunsley Racing Heat number 88 from Kylan Shuttlewood. First of our Rocket rookies, Kylan Shuttlewood finds himself in 7th place on 83, just ahead of Rory Creeth. Rory again last year, he dipped his toe in the Super Teen Championship, and Kylan with a good lap there takes himself up 2 positions, puts himself into 5th place. So that's a bit of a better lap from Kylan Shuttlewood. Rocket rookies Kawasaki continuing on the ZX4RR, the bike which was the Super Teen Championship. That's the Kawasaki Super Teen Championship, as we saw. Didn't quite get the numbers that I think we or Kawasaki had hoped for. It got good numbers, but it didn't get the great numbers. We all expected 40 odd bikes, but the junior racers didn't really take to it. We got into the 20s, which was good, but we haven't had didn't get the numbers that we thought. Still, there is a good turn for the ZX4RR, which can cross over into this, and it's up against the likes of the R7 Yamaha, and there's a whole lot of bikes that you can use if you want to. You could or can use the Covey as well, which we saw, the 450RR Pro Covey, the Yamaha R7, and other models who could come in. It's just a bop, balance of power, balance of performance formula. but it's for the youngsters. This is for the youngsters class. A lot of people thought for a long time that sport bike was a junior class, only because it was technically replacing the junior Superstock Championship, but it was never badged as being a junior championship. And I think a lot of people were kind of just a little bit confused at that. But sport bike has shown that you don't need to be young to race. Anybody can race in the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship, as it is now called. But this one is just for the juniors. This is for 14 to 23-year-old. Well, I say juniors. But there's an additional 2-year upper limit for any female competitors who could want to or would like to take part in it. So you could be 25 and be a female. That is your maximum ceiling age for the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship. But it's worked well. It's done. The base model will be the ZX4RR. And the R7 Yamaha will probably come in towards that as well. There's Steve Brogan's boys, both making their way out onto track together. That's interesting. Luca Hopkins and Isaac Mark on the SBR Kawasaki's, powered by DKS Drilling, as they both head out together. I seem to remember them both tipping off, if I'm not mistaken, at Snetterton. And remember Brogy doing that big marathon run? Brogy running the length of the pit lane at Snetterton all the way back to the trucking and coming back because there was a transponder issue. But then Larry got it from the right that the transponder wasn't on the bike. I did like that, so he kind of threw Brogy into the bus just that little bit. But yeah, Brogy was in fine form. Then Larry tried to do an interview with Steve Brogan. A little bit like what I did with John McGuinness when he walked up the stairs. He came all up the stairs, put a headset on, and I opened his mic. And it was a real shame for John because he couldn't get the words out and he couldn't get the air in. So we had to sit him down for just a second. But yeah, good stuff for Steve Brogan. He's very committed, still very committed to what's going on with his young riders, looking after Luca Hopkins and Isaac Mark. And as you would do, Luca Hopkins sits second in the championship for Brogy, and Isaac Mark finds himself in 8th place. But you know, Luca Hopkins only 13 points off a championship lead. You'd be definitely thinking that that number 41 Team SBR powered by DKS Drilling Kawasaki ZX4RR, he's not getting special treatment, but he's getting looked after, as is the young man from Ballymoney, Isaac Mark, who we do like anybody who comes from Ballymoney is alright in my book. Here we go. Looking out the back of our commentary point, Lewis Mullen makes his way along, the man from Newmills in the DG Racing R7 Yamaha. Lewis was in pretty good form at Snetterton. He brought back a couple of good strong results. He finds himself 5th in the championship coming into this Brands Hatch round. He picked up a podium, remember, in the second race, which was the very last race of the weekend. And Ben Jolliffe goes to the top of the time. So remember Marley McKenzie had a whole second in his pocket and was dancing around with that. That's now gone. Ben Jolliffe has just put in a 1:37.515, which is a tenth of a second faster than Marley McKenzie. There's then 8/10 of a second behind Marley McKenzie. So Ben Jolliffe has put in a really, really strong lap, and he's done that all on his own. He hasn't had a tow, he hasn't had anybody around him, and that's pretty impressive because there are some pretty long straights here at Brands Hatch, and they also have hills on them. So if you're going up Pilgrim's Drop, which sounds strange to go up that area, but if you're going up from Surtees onto that down to Hawthorne Hill, that's a big long incline, and if you can get a slipstream up that and down, that's even better. But these little bikes will give you a slipstream along the Derek Minter Straight. You'll get a slipstream all the way through down through Dingledale Sheen Curve as well, and back into the Grand Prix section down the main straight. But for that lap to be generated by Ben Jolliffe on his own is very, very impressive. The young man will be pretty happy with that one as we look at the back of the commentary box and see Storm Stacey whizzing into view with Top Hat and Sister on moped. But being an interested spectator, that's what I like about the Superbike Championship. The whole paddock seems interested in watching other bikes on track, which I do like to see, and they're paying particular attention to what the youngsters are doing out there as well. Ben Jolliffe on another quick lap here. He's gone purple sector 1, personal best sector 2. He's gone purple sector 4. He's about to come and cross the line. What does he do? 1:37.440. Another new fastest lap. 2/10 of a second between he and Marley McKenzie now. So advantage Jolliffe on the Dunsley Heat number 42. Advantage that way. The man from Portland on his R7 Yamaha. Marley McKenzie, does he need to retaliate? Well, it's free practice. Possibly not. But if they're having a look at some sort of qualifying setup, they would maybe want to. I haven't had a mobile phone connected, I think, for a while. I don't know if you heard that in your ears there. I'm very sorry. It's because Darrell was walked in. Mr. IT himself is now plugging into the... I'll look the other way. I don't want to be involved in this. But where's Marley McKenzie on track? Let's pick him up and see if he does want to retaliate. Because there's a lot at stake for these youngsters. You know, if you can be top of the times, that's what team bosses do notice in other championships. That maybe the team bosses don't get to look at the whole bigger picture. They'll just look at the names and see who is at the sharp end. And that does go a long way. Marley McKenzie is coming out of the last corner. He's got Kylan Shuttlewood behind him. Across the line now goes McKenzie, and there goes Kylan Shuttlewood. 37.9 again for McKenzie. So what McKenzie and Jolliffe are doing, they're the only guys circulating in the 137 bracket, but they're circulating there consistently. Everybody else still in the 1 minute 38, struggling to get down that to the 37 bracket. For instance, Jolliffe 137.4, McKenzie 137.7, but his last lap was a 137.9. Wow, Ben Jolliffe 136.9. Wow, 0.7 of a second between himself and Marley McKenzie. Bike 42, Ben Jolliffe on the Dunsley Heat Racing R7, and Marley McKenzie 45 on the Kirkcaldy Kawasaki ZX4RR. 0.7 of a second separating those guys at the sharp end. That's a huge amount of time, and that's the fastest ever junior sport bike lap that we have seen. There's a long way to go. The lap record won't be established until we get into the actual race, but that is a very, very impressive run for Ben Jolliffe. He's been linking lap after lap after lap, and well, that'll be a scratchy head moment for a lot of other people as they come in. They find themselves in the 38s, 1 minute 38s, and Ben Jolliffe says, no way, I'm into the 36s already. Keeping our eyes on the computer screen, because a few riders are putting in personal best. Jamie Hanks Elliott still in a good 5th place, which I'm happy to see. And I like to see that as Lewis Mullen crosses the line. No improvement for Lewis. There goes Rory Creeth and Marley McKenzie. McKenzie 37.3, so he gets a quicker time in. He's now only 0.4 of a second away from that Ben Jolliffe fastest lap. So they're very much in the mix of things. These two trading laps away. Again, Lakin Payne with a personal best last time through of a 138 flat. So he's almost down into the 37s, but not quite. Luca Hopkins goes ahead of him with a 38.019. It's getting actually strung out, but close behind them. You maybe think that Jolliffe and McKenzie seem to be in a different league round here at this moment in time as Jamie Hanks Elliott crosses the line. That outlap is completed, but in 6th place because Mason Johnson on 88 has just gone ahead of young Jamie Hanks Elliott. Mason Johnson 88, the man from Huddersfield in the Dunsley Heat Racing R7 Yamaha. Remember Mason Johnson from the ABK Beer 0% BMW Cup? Yes, you will. That's where he came from. He had a bit of a tip-off at Thruxton at the Club Chicane, and we never saw Mason for quite some time. But he has come back and reinvented himself in this championship, and I've got to say, doing a cracking effort. Young rider, perfect place for him to be, and delivers the goods on track. Likeable lad, Mason Johnson. 6th place because Freddie Oakley's just bumped him down. So there's been a lot of shuffling going on here. Marley McKenzie's in a lap which might move him towards the sharp end. He's coming out of Clearways and Clark Curve. He crosses the line now. What does McKenzie do with this lap? Crosses the line 137.138, so only a 0.1 of a second now between Marley McKenzie and Ben Jolliffe. Ben Jolliffe still holding that advantage, but remember it was some 0.7 of a second, but that has come down considerably. McKenzie's worked away feverishly over the last 3 or 4 laps to try and see if he could get back on terms, and that's exactly what he has gone and done. Good set of laps, but he needs to keep the momentum going. Checker flag pops out, and wow, that session disappeared very quickly as Ben Jolliffe has taken that checker flag at 136.951. A stunning lap that he's put down. So unless Marley McKenzie has got something in the locker, it doesn't look like Ben Jolliffe will be toppled. And McKenzie is on a lap, but it doesn't look like there's too much coming back from the sectors. He's 0.2 down at the first sector, and that's enough time to almost give the lap away straight away, because he's only a 0.1 of a second away from where he should be. We then have the second sector coming through for Marley McKenzie. He is quickest in that sector, but not on the lap that he's live just now. He's a tenth of a second away, so all in all, it's already 3/10 gone. He's put a really good speed through sector trap number 3, but I don't think that's going to be enough to move him to the top of the times. But it is only free practice, and he doesn't need to, but he will want to be on terms with the mighty Ben Jolliffe. Here comes Lewis Mullen across the line. What can he do on his last lap? And then Marley McKenzie. Lewis Mullen stays in 9th, and Marley McKenzie steals it. Wow, what a lap towards the end. A 1:36.915, 300ths of a second. He goes ahead of Ben Jolliffe. Now, I didn't expect that. That lap didn't look too impressive. I have to say, he lost 3/10 in the first 2 splits and then gained back 4/10 towards the end of the lap. So great work for Marley McKenzie. He'll be happy to take the free practice leaderboard and top that as they go into qualifying tomorrow morning. But the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship, right at the very end, Ben Jolliffe has that P1 stolen away from him from Marley McKenzie. Do you want Darrell Aldridge to control this device? I really don't know. I don't know what I'm meant to push on my computer. We will read out the top 10 and then make a decision on that. It's McKenzie from Jolliffe, from Payne, from Hopkins and Oakley. Mason Johnson in 6th place from Jamie Hanks Elliott, Kylan Shuttlewood, Lewis Mullen. Lewis Mullen will be a little bit miffed with that. I don't think he'll be too happy to be down there, just ahead of Arnie Carr in 10th place. That is the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship. Next up on track, well, we're straight back to the British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. Free practice 2 from 10 past 2 till 20 to 3. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Pre-practice 2 for the British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli make the way out onto circuit. Half an hour session. We've had an hour. We now have half an hour. Pre-practice 2 for the lot of work to be done here. Just checking the sound, Alan, thanks. There's a lot of work to be done here for certain riders. No more so than Rory Skinner, who gave us a pretty downbeat account of how his day has gone so far. And that's one thing we'll need to keep our eye on. The team asked me if I'm riding around on the curbs everywhere because that's how much chatter we have. They're obviously seeing that in the data. And yeah, chatter seems to be a word it seems to be the buzzword in the area right now, which is something we need to keep our eyes very firmly on. Josh Brooks was chasing a different type of chatter from everybody else though. But after session number 1, thank you very much, Darryl. Thank you. We've got some AAA batteries. We can go to the pit lane again and hear ourselves. It was Max Cook who was fastest from pre-practice 1, from Kyle Ryde and Scott Redding. Bradley Ray, 4th fastest. Leon Haslam was 5th fastest. We've just watched the Pocket Rocket going towards turn 1 and he went in there with full-on aggression, chased by Luke Hedger. Ryan Vickers comes out of Graham Hill Bend, chased by Joe Talbot along the bottom of the Cooper Straight. Joe Talbot had he had an engine swap. So I suppose that's a bit of gear, but an engine change in that AGN steel stock Bimota, the KB998 Rimini, has had a fair bit of work done to it. And that engine swap will be hopefully go in the right direction for that man. Joe Talbot needs that to be needs it to work for him in all things moving forward, because he didn't get a lot of laps in free practice number 1. 22nd position as our IT geniuses leave the commentary box. Darryl and Luke, great what they can do here for us with the MSV circuits at BSB. So now if you're watching the YouTube stream around the globe, you can also see us. We're streaming it on the back of the big TV at the Kentigan, which is fabulous, and it's also going through coax, so people in Brabhams and various other places around the circuit can now watch the YouTube feed and see some track action at the same time, which is just fabulous to know. And that's exactly what we're doing in the commentary box at the same time. Alan Hyde still eyeballing across there towards the far side because he wants his fader put up in the PA room. Don't worry, Alan, you've got half an hour of good superbikes. You can sit and watch them on track here with your nice air-conditioned commentary box. Christian Eden is somebody who we didn't get a chance to speak to after session number 1, and well, Lightning found himself in 11th place on his Senkat Racing Yamaha on bike number 21. He was only 7/10 of a second away. He was another one of those guys in that area with Brooksy, who probably had we think he had a good session, but he might not have been happy. 7/10 of a second away was Storm Stacey in 9th, Glenn Irwin in 10th, Christian Eden in 11th, and Jason O'Halloran in 12th, all within 7/10 of a second. 4 riders in the same 10th of a second is, you may think, wow, that's incredibly close, but it's not new for us here in the Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus Zinn's not risk free and contains nicotine, which is addictive, only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products. As we still have 25 minutes of this session to go, it's Scott Redding who's gone back to the top of the times. He's climbed 19 places and put the Hagar PBM Ducati number 45 on top spot. 125.589. Now, not only did we interview Scott Redding, we also interviewed Hudson Redding, and wasn't that good? Lovely to hear from him. He said a couple of words and got a little bit shy. I think he could hear his voice echoing outside. His face just changed. What's that noise? But that 125.5, well, Max Cook with a new tyre did 25.2. Redding did a 25.2, but he said he didn't put a different tyre in for the full session this morning. Rider on one tyre and feel what the bike does at the end of the session. Kyle Ryde's a big advocate of that as well. He doesn't like to change, so he gets used to what it's feeling like come the end of a session, because that's what you're going to get at the end of a race. As Alan Hyde still feverishly plugging things in around about us here in the commentary box. I don't want to upset him, but I feel like I am every time I step kind of in front of Heidi. But this is an interesting session because it will give us a bit of a flavour for what we can expect for pre-qualifying. Interesting. Scott Redding and Rory Skinner in towards turn 1. Let's see if Skinner can hang in there with this Cheshire Moulding are on Yamaha as they come through Graham Hill Bend down towards bottom of Graham Hill Bend after Druid. Redding looks good. He holds a nice tight line. Skinner holds a good tight line through the corner. The Yamaha wants to turn it. That looked a lot better than what he was moaning about this morning. Not that he was moaning, he's allowed to moan, but he was saying the bike wasn't very good. Rory Skinner finds himself with a personal best lap last time round of 126.459. This morning, Rory Skinner's time was a 125.9 and he was 8th fastest. So he was properly unhappy being 8th fastest. He said the bike was horrible. But what can he do in this session as we watch Scott Redding drag Rory Skinner and Josh Brooks and Bradley Ray round the circuit, and Eli Michalczyk as well involved in that. That's a quick line of bikes. Mind you, there's never any slow bikes when the superbikes are on track. But that is an extremely quick row of bikes. As you'd imagine, personal best for Skinner, personal best across the board. And the second and third splits for Skinner. What's Brooksy doing behind him? Brooksy, well, he's in 4th place and he's been dragged onto a personal best, but Redding's putting fastest of anybody's sector in as he crosses the line. There's a 125.1 and 124.8 for Redding and a 126.2 for Rory Skinner. He gets dragged on a bit as well. Eli Michalczyk stays in his position and Bradley Ray stays in 14th. I don't think we've got too much to worry about Bradley being down there in 14th place. Give it time. There is plenty of time and plenty of opportunity to make improvements. Graham Irwin heads down the pit lane. He will take the MET phone a cab Ducati back onto track. Remember, Graham caused the red flag earlier today. He slipped off going in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Down he went. Bike into the rectus. Because the rectus has been moved, session must be stopped. Got to get that put back for rider safety. And also lots of gravel on the track. When a bike goes into the gravel kind of showers itself and goes everywhere. It doesn't just go in one direction. So great bit of clear up work from the Port West Race Safe marshals who are down there and positioned all the way around the circuit as well. And also Chris Glendenning, our safety car, and Chief Incident Officer Pat Blakeney went down to keep a little bit of an eye on what was going on there as well. Meanwhile, Redding still continuing his charge forward. The 124.8 which he has put in is about to better that as he crosses the line. That was a question. 125.0, so it drifted away towards the end of the lap for Scott Redding. Glenn Irwin goes up to P3 though. Big improvement for Glenn, 125.5. Redding ride Glenn Irwin, Leon Haslam, Josh Brooks, Max Cook, Rory Skinner, Eli Michalczyk. Bradley Ray improves up into the top 10. He goes 9th. It's a 6th place improvement for Brad. And Christian Eden on the Senkat Racing Yamaha gets just knocked down to the edge of the top 10. He's right on the fringe. He's on the edge. But remember, this isn't like we need the top 12 from this session. It's pre-qualifying, but this will give us a flavour for that. We've had that hour-long session where people can work on race pace already with a 124.8, which is a whole chunk faster than what we saw in free practice 1. It looks like we've got a bit of a push on the riders trying to see if they can edge that little bit more performance from the bikes and see if there is a qualifying lap in there with what they have under them. Vickers comes up 4 places, puts himself into 8th, gets himself in that top 10, so that means Christian Eden now goes down to 11th. Interesting stuff that. There goes the O-Show across the line. Jason's having a better weekend, goes up to 17th and then demoted straight away as the man he's riding around with, Eugene McManus, does the exact same lap time. Here comes Redding, crossing the line with a 125.1. It was interesting to speak to Kyle, and I did ask him, the 250 RPM, the 250 revs that you've lost, do you feel that? He says, yes, you do feel it, but it's nothing that a gear change doesn't fix, so you're absolutely fine there. So it is good to see that the powers that be, the MSVR, the kind of organisers, have taken a bit off the Ducati, and you know, they're looking at it actively. But still we have our Ducati 1, 2 and 3 and 4 in fact at the sharp end, with Brad Ray and the Yamaha sitting in 5th place now. Brad Ray improved, but he's 9/10 of a second away. Bit chunky. Good to speak to Steve Rogers as well in that that slight pit lane walk that we had. The special livery, which you've probably all seen on social media, very much across that on YouTube. It looks great, it really does. A tribute to the 1996 Cadbury's Boost Yamaha, and that's now out there on social media. Now, I was given a little sneak preview of that, if you like it, at the very first test we did this year. The very first test we did at Donington Park. You may remember myself and Stuart Higgs sat in the commentary box for an hour-long session, and we chatted about the session, we chatted about the history of BSB, we chatted about bikes, balance of performance, everything. And at one point he says, "What do you think of that?" And he showed me his phone. He says, "You can't say anything about it though. It was that actual bike paint scheme that we're going to see. It was fabulous." So things have been really much put in play for the 30th year of the Superbikes. There's been a lot of thinking done for this, and that's one of them coming through now, and it's great. It's going to be great to see that. Only for race day though, they won't put the practice bodywork on, or won't put the bodywork on for practice. They'll keep the traditional McCams bodywork on for that. But you know, a lot of that's got to be lined up. There's commercial partners that need to be asked and respected, because they have already got their liveries that they want, and everybody has to tick the box and say yes, we can do it. Improvement for Rory Skinner, up to 4th place. 125.661 for Rory Skinner, 125.661, which is 0.3 of a second faster than what he did this morning. Let's hope that will put a smile on the young man from Perth, because the smile was definitely upside down, shall we say, when I spoke to him in the pit garage. Mouthful of pasta, forkful of chicken, and he just did that to me. Not good. And it's not what you want to hear. It's not what you expect to hear when Yamaha last year was such a good bike to be on. Rory's the top Yamaha that we see right now, 4th place. Bradley in 6th, Brad Ray in 6th. And where's the next Yamaha? We have a bit of a look down. We've got to go all the way down, quite a long way down. Where's Danny Kent about? Danny Kent down there in 20th position. That's a bit strange for Danny Kent. We'd like to see him a little bit further up the sharp end. Coming through once again, Skinner, crossing the line. 125.6. Almost identical lap time, so 2 laps back to back for Rory Skinner. Pretty quick. We'll let Rory come out of Druids. We'll hit this camera here so you can now watch on the YouTube link. The next bike on your screen will be Rory coming down and towards the bottom of Graham Hill Bend. That traditional luminous top to the number 11 crash helmet. And along the Cooper Street he goes. Storm Stacey crosses the line. Storm Stacey comes up 14 places and puts himself into that top 10 on the 79 Batham's AGN Ducati. 1.2 seconds away from the ultimate pace of Scott Redding. 126.162 for Storm, who, you know what, it'd be just good to get 3 good point scoring finishes for that man this weekend. We'll have to look back to Snetterton to think what a disaster that was for poor Storm. A lot of it out of his control. And strange things happen at races. It's, you know, the bike's under a different type of stress. And Storm said that himself. It was an oil cooler failure, which split, and thankfully managed to save that engine. Then the electrical failure. Then the weird high side was the one that kind of got us all, though. It kind of got our attention, that's for sure. And it certainly got Storm's attention. I did text him before I left Snetterton, just, "You okay, mate? Everything okay?" He says, "Yeah, but that hurts. I forgot how much it hurts when you fall off bikes." Because he's not done a lot of that. And yeah, not what you want to be doing at all. Skinner crosses the line again, a 125.7. This is a really strong run of laps from Rory. We've had a 25.6, 25.6, 25.7 from Rory Skinner. And I know that will make the Skinner fan club back up in the north of the border, who seem to give me a little bit of a heads up after every session and want to know how he's got on. They could just listen on YouTube or watch. But I'm more than happy to give them an update. But that's a good run of 3 strong laps. If that's his race pace, that's where he's going to be. That'll be impressive. He's just put a personal best first sector in as well of 127.293 on the Cheshire Moulding Yamaha. We're focusing quite a bit on Rory right now because he's on track. A lot of people aren't on track. Leon Haslam's gone out. Storm Stacey, Lee Jackson, Luke Hedger, Joe Talbot, Graham Irwin, and just leaving the pit lane, the Hager PBM Ducati of Scott Redding. So Redding Power not waiting about. He's done quite a lot of laps in this session, 7 laps already. Fastest lap was on lap 4. So Redding in and out, unlike what we saw earlier on with him, where there was a big lengthy break. And is that the first time I've seen silver wheels on that bike? I will need to keep my eyes on that one. I don't know if they've run those silver wheels before. We'll maybe drop a quick question downstairs. But we'll see what he can do. We're keeping an eye on Rory Skinner. The lap's drifted away from Rory so much that he just decided to knock that one on the head and then come back into the pit lane. Carrying on Storm Stacey. And Lee Jackson. Lee had a technical this morning where it stopped the bike just at the back of the paddock on Cooper's. And you've got the other side of the garage where Josh Brooks, who had a pretty decent run. Brooksy again inside that top 10. A 125.900. Brooksy this morning was a 126 flat. So they've actually, and Brooksy, he did play it down a little bit, saying I think we're almost at our ceiling, but he has found a little bit more time. 125.9. So whatever they've done, they've gone in the right direction. Maybe they need to take it just a little bit further that direction. Here comes a pocket rocket. This will be an improvement, I think, for Leon Haslam from 5th position. He goes up 2 places to 3rd. Good stuff from the Moto Rapido Ducati today. We could see that one coming. A good few personal bests. Then a purple 3rd, or is it the 4th sector? The very short sector. 5 sectors around here now, 4 loops. And Leon Haslam, impressive, goes inside the top 3. Redding, Reid, Haslam, Irwin, Skinner. So he knocks Rory Skinner back to 5th place. We've got Bradley Ray and Rory Skinner, 2 Yamahas together. Then Josh Brooks up there in 7th place ahead of Max Cook, the man who was fastest in session number 1. We then have Storm Stacey, Ryan Vickers, Ela Michalczyk, Luke Hedger, who just improves across the line to 12th. And I liked interviewing Alan Hyde's got a telly. I liked interviewing Dean Hipwell along there. You know, I was asking him, he said, not a lot of people are going to be watching what we're doing. Well, that's where I think you're wrong, Mr. Hipwell. Because your Whitecliff CDH Honda is going very well in the hands of Luke Hedger. You find yourself in 12th place. You're ahead of Christian Idden, Lee Jackson. Well, there's one Honda. Another Honda Rhys Irwin. Joe Talbot, a factory Bimota. Richard Kerr, another Honda. Another Honda Fraser Rogers. So I've got to say thank you, Alan. I've got to say I think that Mr. Hipwell Dean was just playing it down a little bit there. That's a good lap from Luke Hedger. 126.275. Remember, he's coming back from injury as well, Luke Hedger. And a 26.3 this morning. 126.3 for Luke Hedger this morning, and he's gone 26.2 this afternoon. So it is an improvement in the right direction. It's an improvement in the correct direction, as well as Alan's about to unplug my CCTV, I think, here. The bottom one, feel free. The bottom one keeps switching off, Alan, just to let you know. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with it. I can't make it work. I touched it and broke it instantly. Now, Redding has gone back out onto track on the Hager PBM Ducati. We haven't seen too much of Kyle Reid, although he has done 5 laps, but Redding's purple sector 1. He's got a purple speed through sector number 2, and he's only 400ths of a second away from that same time. We need to get the 3rd sector popping up. Should be on our screen about now. Purple through sector number 3. Scott Redding on a bit of a push here. Sector 4 is only 8 seconds long. He'll come through that one now. 8.4 for Scott Redding. He's a couple of hundreds down on that. This could see Redding extend that time at the top ever so slightly. 124.871 is what we have. He crosses the line and does a 24.779. So he puts another bit of small change into the back of Kyle Reid as somebody takes a shortcut and heads back into the pit lane. They will be picked up on that one and given the equivalent time penalty, I believe. I think they still do that actually, as they come into pit lane, so you don't gain any advantage. But a good lap that for Scott Redding. Danny Kent improves up 8 places to 13th. He goes just ahead of Luke Hedger, 126.252. Those guys very closely matched. In fact, Ryan Vickers is 1.4 away, so is Ela Michalczyk, Danny Kent, Luke Hedger, Christian Idden. They're all 1.4 seconds away from that fastest time that Scott Redding has just delivered. And it was a pretty good lap time to deliver as well. About 300ths of a second, or 3/10ths of a second, sorry, away from lap record pace in free practice 2. Well, that's pretty impressive stuff. 9 minutes of the session to go. A few more bikes starting to make their way out and onto the circuit. The fastest man in the session comes down through the shortest sector of the session before he comes through clearways and heads for Clark Curve. Does he carry on? Yes, he does. He's right out towards the white line on the far side. He pulls it back to the pit wall, then back out to the white line again. There goes Redding across the line. and it's a 30.6. So Scott's clearly just backed off ever so slightly on that lap, maybe to try and cool that tyre down a little bit. But interestingly, he actually said a purple first sector. Now, here we go. Kyle Wright just left the pit lane. I could hear a whole flurry of bikes underneath me making their way out. And Kyle Wright is one of those bikes. Brad Ray still sits in the garage, though, and he's in 6th place. So Haslam, Irwin, Skinner and Ray, 3rd to 6th, all still sit in the garage. Brooks is on track. Brooks is still in 7th place at 125.9. Remember, that's an improvement that we've seen from this morning. So on the combined times, he will have the bold time in the session number 2, which shows he has improved. And he will be pretty happy with it. Improvement for Fraser Rogers in the Tag Honda a little bit further down as well. Fraser goes up to 17th for Hollywood, as Larry Carter has christened him. And Fraser will be desperate to try and do something. I'm just going to check on this. We are missing his teammate, Charlie Nesbitt. So no Charlie Nesbitt in this session, only 23 bikes on track. Charlie already with that slight hand injury, and he pitched himself off at 30, so maybe he's just giving himself a bit of a slap on that hand and maybe giving it a bit of rest for this free practice session. Try and find out about that big improvement for Fraser Rogers there. Another 5-place improvement. So Fraser puts himself bang smack in the middle of the talking point, which will be 12th place, because that will be the cut-off for pre-qualifying, but also he's in the mix with the Jackson Stacey himself, Vickers, Mickelchik, Kent, Hedger. They're all in that same time frame. Makes it so incredibly close that that last 12th place point is going to be a difficult one as Rory Skinner heads out the pit lane and tries to get a tear off from his hand. Now, interesting, Rory and Bradley out together, 2 Yamahas in different camps out together. That's probably just lucked, by the way. I don't believe they'll have come out together, because if anything, it'd be Rory and Danny Kent you'd expect to leave together, but Rory and Bradley on track together, and there goes Danny Kent now. So 3 Yamahas in line, separated by a Whitecliff CDH Honda off Luke Hedger, with only 6 minutes of the session to go here at the great 100-year-old Brands Hatch. A century of power from 1926 to 2026. Brands Hatch never stops to deliver. Kyle Ride leads a line of bikes, and right behind him in towards Druids is Scott Redding, and he will just not give up, but Kyle will probably know that he's behind him and not want to show too much on this lap. Big improvement for the Osho. Jason O'Halloran, 13 place improvement for the Osho, puts himself into 8th place, 125.868. The interview that he gave us down there after he did his 126.029, so he's improved by a bit of a chunk. The interview he gave was very honest and open. He has not given up. He is still giving it absolutely everything. A lot of hard work with he and his crew chief. And John McGuinness actually said that before we even got that out of Jason O'Halloran. McGuinness said that was what was happening in that garage. As Bradley Ray's just dropped back from Rory Skinner, and it's Eli Mickelchik, who's up behind Rory, who's looking for the little toe of Rory. Elia finds himself in 15th place, but his outlap is just finished, and Rory finds himself just letting Elia through. Then Elia runs wide through the heart of the Graham Hill Bend and tries to let Rory back through. So a little bit of gamesmanship between these two, as Rory then dives past on the way in through Surtees. A very slow Ryan Vickers on the home straight. That's not where you want to be slow, Ryan. I would like to point that out. That's not ideal. You've lost the lap you're on, and you'll lose the next lap because you were slow across the line, but that's not a great place to be touring. He backs out of it again, going up Halewood Hill in towards Druids. And has Ryan Vickers got a problem, or is he just trying to, I don't want to say find a toe, because that's not a Vickers thing to do, and if he is, he's hooked himself up behind the back of a Dow Honda. Interesting times. Kyle Wright did set his personal best lap last time round at 125.164, which he put in, but he's still 3/10, almost 4/10 of a second away from Scott Redding. Redding Power looking extremely strong as he powers his way forward and continues the good work that was made this morning, or started this morning. The continuation of that plan is always key. Brad Ray, 6th place. He goes ahead of Rory Skinner, 125. Danny Kent, 5th place, 125.5. That must be a bit of a new tyre run for Danny, I would hope. Then that's good. That's hope for the pre-qualifying. Kent still 7/10 of a second away, but he goes up 11 places. Redding and Ryde circulating together. This is actually quite comical watching this, because they're going around the circuit, 125 flat, 125 flat. Scott Redding's on the rear wheel of Kyle Wright. Kyle sees him, pulls to the inside and lets Scott past. Scott says, thank you very much, I've just followed you for 2 laps, I know exactly what you're doing out there, and you've just done your personal best lap of the session with me watching it. He'll take so much of that data back to his garage. I wonder when Kyle found out that he was actually being told or tailed by Scott Redding. That's very interesting, what we have just witnessed. 125.080 for Kyle Wright, still 3/10 of a second away from Scott Redding, but those 2 laps that Scott followed him, invaluable. And we'll get down there in the pit lane with the radio mic in a second or two after this one and find out just exactly what Mr. Redding thinks of that one. That's a bit of drama. Well, if not, we'll create the drama, that's for sure. But Redding, Ryde and Haslam still your top 3 from Glenn Irwin. Isn't it great to see Glenn back up there after what we saw happening to him at Snetterton, where he ended up in that hospital again down there in Norfolk and Norwich. Danny Kent, good lap, 5th place. Christian Iden, Bradley Ray, Rory Skinner, Yamaha all together now, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. Is that all they have got? Behind Rory Skinner, Ela Michalczyk up into 9th place. Again, 125.727 for Elia, 125.727. Well, he did a 25.6 this morning, so he hasn't improved, but he's very much still inside that top 10, and he's put a personal best for sector in. The big head scratchy moment is Max Cook, 25.8 he's done in this session. He did a 25.2 in the session before. It's not uncommon, as we have a rider down, or through the gravel, rider through the gravel at high speed down the bottom of, let me change that screen for you guys. You may see the dust in the distance. Was that a Dow Honda? I think it possibly could have been. Somebody very wide round the gravel trap. I think that's Brooksy actually, believe it or not. As you come down towards the bottom of Graham Hill Bend, he gets out the way. Yeah, Brooksy. Well, we know he loves his motocross, but the bad boy, with his lovely new livery on that bike, won't be happy with that one. That was a high speed ride through the gravel trap at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend, and that's a deep pan gravel trap. It's difficult to walk through, never mind ride a bike through. But flags have been withdrawn. Let's hope there's no gravel being kicked onto the track there. Brooks is an experienced campaigner. He didn't try and come back on the track. He rode right through the gravel trap, up the grass into Druids, and through the long lap penalty loop area, which is an experienced head. That's what you would do. As we look at the back of the commentary box, Graham Irwin, Storm Stacey, Joe Talbot all together, with Danny Kent a little bit in no man's land on his own. We see Vickers in 14th place. There's a 4-place improvement for Ryan Vickers. Sees him go up to 14th place. And what we have seen on the last lap was a 124.632 from Scott Redding. That's the sucker punch for everybody. That's the not the low blow, but it's the one that gets everybody right in the ribs, because Redding puts 0.4 of a second into the field around Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. That's incredible. Really strong lap. 124.632 for Scott Redding. He'll certainly go back into the garage a happier man. Not that he wasn't happy earlier on, but that's a nice bit of a buffer to have over your championship rival. The man you're chasing down, the man who you've taken time out of as the checker flag flies here. Not only time out of, you've also taken a lot of points out of him from Snetterton. Good session for Danny Kent, 4th fastest for Danny, up there on the Cheshire Moulding Yamaha. His teammate Rory Skinner in 9th on this one, a second away. Danny Kent 8/10 away. So work to do down there for the Yamaha guys. Yamaha guys were almost all together until Glenn Irwin and Eli Mikulczyk got in the mix of them with the Ducati and the BMW. But there we go. That brings free practice 2 to an end here at Brands Hatch. It's Scott Redding fastest by 0.4 of a second over Kyle Ryde, with Leon Haslam a good, strong, consistent third place. Danny Kent in fourth with Glenn Irwin in fifth. Christian Eden crossing the line in sixth place at the end of the session from Elia in seventh. Brad Ray in eighth and Rory Skinner ninth. And Lee Jackson rounds out the top 10. We will now have the first of our commercial breaks on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki.
Duncan Vincent with expert commentary, Larry Scoop Carter in the pit lane, and Alan Hyde in the BSB studio. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The Kawasaki Ninja ZX-10R, the most successful machine in world superbike history, gets a new look for 2026 with new aerodynamic winglets and a sharp, aggressive design. Built for those who rise to the challenge, the pinnacle of the Ninja family is built for champions, whether that's on track or on the road. Available from your local Kawasaki dealer now, so book a demo ride today and discover true adrenaline.
R&G, the world leader in damage protection products for motorcycles, is back as the official sponsor to the British Superbike Championship for the 12th year. R&G's damage protection and accessories are used by countless riders and racers around the world. Thousands of applications for hundreds of bikes and are trusted by teams across the BSB paddock. R&G's Pro Engine case covers are now included in the FIM Quality Products Programme. Visit the R&G official technical centre in the paddock to get your protection today and find out more at rg-racing.com. So no matter what you ride with R&G, if you slip it or slide it, you'll still be able to pick it up and ride it.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Duncan Vincent with expert commentary, Larry Scoop Carter on the grid and in the pit lane, and Alan Hyde in the BSB studio. BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
So we make our way down into a very, very warm pit lane here at Brands Hatch as the British Sport Bike Championship make their way out onto the circuit for their next session. We'll try and get in the way of all the teams and riders who are making their way through here. Lots of people down wanting to look inside the It's Tools garage, which we have the lovely BSB anniversary bikes sitting there, looking lovely on display. And the boy wonder at the back of the garage here would duck under. We'll see if we can maybe pop in and have a little bit of a word with Scott Redding. Sorry, chaps, sorry, we'll just come in here. Well, Mr. Scott Redding, 124.632. Got to be happy how that session went. Looked solid.
Yeah, no, I was really happy with that. Like I said, we had some more things to try and the bike felt a bit better again. And I felt quite consistent as well. I think I set my best lap on my last lap there, so I'm happy with what we've done, feeling a bit more confident. I managed to get a couple of laps behind Kyle, so it's good sometimes to see that. And I did another lap, whether he's behind me, I don't know, just to kind of see a little bit. But I've raced with him a lot this year now, so I know the strengths and weaknesses, and that's what I'm trying to improve. And right then, I feel like the direction we've been working on the bike, I was able to improve that, and that's something we've been chasing all year long. So I'm feeling pretty good. Just like to keep my head focused and just keep, doing little changes that we feel we need to do. Again, it's not perfect on power and stuff, but it's good enough for me to do what I need to do at the minute. So I'm looking forward to the rest of the weekend.
I watched you follow him for 2 laps, and I thought, ooh, he's getting a really good look at what he's doing. And Kyle actually did his best lap of the session when you followed him. Did you notice his bike doing anything that your bike wasn't?
I have to say hats off to Kyle for that, because every time I followed him this year he set his best lap. So some riders like it, some riders don't, and I guess he does because he always goes quicker. It must be like, try and get away, which is good because when you lead in a race you've got to be able to do that. So that's what I say, Kyle race wise he's very smart, but I felt very comfortable behind, and I was on quite a used tyre. But it is only free practice. You don't know what the guys are trying, what they want to do. I'm mainly focusing on myself, and we'll see for the rest of the weekend now.
Thanks, Scott. Good chat, great stuff. Happy boys in there. John Moore, very, very quick word with you. You'll be happy with that. Looking at the time sheet, you got a 4/10 of a second lead. It's just another step in the right direction at the start of the weekend.
Yeah, no, 100%. Again, we've got quite a few test items this weekend, so we're slowly working through them. So yeah, we're getting there. Bike feels good. Make a few more changes for pre-quali, but I'll give you a bit of advice. Don't go interview Brooksy because you'll never get it back.
Yeah, some boy, isn't he? Well, that's interesting, that guys. I like how Scott actually said, yeah, I followed Kyle. I followed him round there, and he set the best. He would say his best lap when he was following him. I'll come to you this time. You stay where you are. Let me see. I can sit next to you actually. Get a bit of a fan now. I'll probably get removed from the crew chief's chair. I feel special sitting here actually, thank you very much. I watched Scott Redding follow you for 2 laps here. Did you know he was on your tail, or did you get a little signal from the box?
No, I knew he was there. I was just trying to, I didn't want to keep stop and start. There's only 10 minutes left, so Scott had obviously already got the pace anyway, as you'd seen, so I wasn't bothered about him following me. Maybe the other way around that wouldn't have happened, but yeah, just trying to make the bike a little bit better. We tried a lot of things there, didn't really work, so probably going to end up going back to FP1 and building a weekend from there.
He said credit to you because I said you set one of your fastest laps when you were in front of him. He said credit to Kelly because he looked good doing it, and you don't bail out of it when somebody's behind you. You almost try and pull away, and he said that that's the type of racer you are.
Yeah, I knew he was there, and I knew he might maybe learn a few bits, but he's 4/10 in front, so he's obviously got a bit on anyone else. But yeah, I didn't want to keep stopping and starting and looking for a tow. I just wanted to. I had a setting with my bike to try, and I went out and tried it regardless who was behind me. So yeah, did my best lap with him behind me. So pressure's up.
Now you've tried that and realised that it doesn't work. Do you know which direction you and Shannon want to go in?
I think so. Shaz will figure it out. We've figured it out at Snetterton and won the last race. So this time the Friday's been a lot better than Snetterton. So we've just got to find a direction really. We've just got a few teething problems. I've had a bit of problems with the steering damper the last 2 sessions. So yeah, once they're all sorted, I mean, I think 25.1 is about your race pace. It's just if Scott starts on pole and does a few 24.6s, I might be in trouble. So we've got to find something.
I'll let you be. I'll give Shannon his seat back as well. Thank you very much, Kyle Ryde. Red flag in the British Sport Bike session due to Rossi Barnum has gone off at Paddock Hill Bend. So the session has been red flagged. There'll be a little bit of clear up to be done down there. So we'll continue our walk up the pit lane trying to grab a word with as many riders as we can. Glenn Irwin has gone. He's already checked out from his garage. He's not there any longer, which is a little bit of a shame. It would have been good to have a word with him because we missed Glenn in the first session. Brad Ray's also gone from his pit box, not there at this moment in time. Maybe away, just quickly getting changed. Would have been good to chat with Brad, but we'll come back down this end of the garage in a little while. We'll have a little final look through there. No Brad. Hang on, that's actually quite funny, that. No Brad.
No Brad.
Okay, thanks, Brad. Okay, we'll come back to that later on. In my head, that was quite funny. Let's grab over with Joe Talbot if we can. He's in having a bit of a chat with some Bimota people. We don't want to jump in just too much. We'll wait until we get a little nod from Joe. He's talking about when he actually brakes and what happens to the bike when he starts to brake. But pretty interesting stuff. We've got Ross Burridge here from Kawasaki. Ross, things went pretty well in the Bimota garage. Not the fastest session that we saw from session number 1, but maybe trying different things in the garage.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, this morning was great, wasn't it? Straight off the bat, P1 for Max. Really happy with that. Obviously trying some new things this afternoon. Temperature's gone up. We'll have to see where we are for the rest of the day and hope for a great weekend.
I mean, from a Kawasaki point of view, you guys must be delighted with how the Bimota is performing in its first year.
Oh no, 100%. You know, Kawasaki, Bimota, Kawasaki. It's one company now. You know, that's the exciting thing for us, and it's a Kawasaki ZX-10 RR engine that's wrapped in a Bimota chassis. So to have both brands represented out there on track is fantastic for us. And the AJN Steel Stock Bimota team is certainly doing a great job of that.
Great stuff, Ross. Thank you very much. Interesting that they have Marcel Donker in that garage, actually, who's quite a large name when it comes to KRT. So walking up the pit lane here, Leon Haslam's gone. Traditionally he's always gone. We've got Ron at the back of the garage. We'll give Ron a wave, and we have a lot of shall we say sport bike riders desperate to get themselves back out onto track as well. But let's see if we can have a quick visit to Ryan Vickers. Is Vickers still there, or he's disappeared? Has he gone, Roger? Roger Marshall's going to come and tell me where he's headed to. He's in the lorry just now, so we'll come back to the Honda garage. Danny Kent, we didn't get a word with him this morning. It would be good if Danny is still in the garage and available. Kieran Kent's here, Shannon Kent's here, but Danny Kent's not here. Steve Day's here. Good day, Steve. How are you?
I'm very good. How are you?
I'm warm.
You brought some Scottish weather down with you.
It's following me about the UK this year. You're looking forward to Brands Hatch. 100 years old. Can you believe a century of power of this place?
It's amazing, isn't it? I mean, it's the moment you come through into the paddock, it just gives you that feeling, doesn't it? Hairs stand up on your arms. Love coming here. Brilliant history, motorsport in general, but obviously from a superbike perspective as well. So.
We've just seen Scott Redding go 4/10 faster than the entire field there. There's a bit of a gauntlet thrown down before we head into pre-qualifying. But Kyle, they say they were trying something slightly different, but still 4/10 of a second is, in superbike terms, enormous.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we saw at Snetterton, didn't we? Shakey's old outright lap record get beaten. Could that happen here as well? I mean, that to be in the 24s that early in the weekend, that really has set a statement, I think. And yeah, who knows what's going to happen? I mean, everyone's going to catch up. Pre-qualifying later will be interesting, and Duncan is Brands. We're in for a show, you know it.
In for the midsummer, height of the summer at Brands. I drove in through the gate yesterday, and I found myself almost having to stop because I was looking at all these flags of all these legends. I thought, I'm going to hit somebody driving my car down here.
Yeah, neckache. I had the same thing. It looks great, all of those sort of pillars, and respect to all of the motorsport legends that have raced here before. But it's always brilliant to come back here in this weather when the fans are in for a proper treat.
Can't wait, Steve. I can't wait. Thanks, buddy. Thank you. Into the Cheshire Moulding Yamaha garage. No Rory Skinner, no Danny Kent. We've got Shannon Kent. We could get a word with Shannon, but she's quite mic shy actually. So we'll go through the back of the garage. we'll come at the back and we'll just see if we can doorstop one of them as they come back through. But I think Danny's away to get Laura, is what I was told there. As we have a look into the back of the garage, he's getting changed. I'll just wait here. I'm not going to come in if you get naked. It's fine. He's just getting changed. That might not be a pretty sight. Alan Hyde will be sniggering away at the back of the commentary box up there. I can see his shoulders moving from here as he giggles with that one. But yeah, interesting. It's so warm down here in the pit lane. Seriously warm, and with the red flag coming out in that session for Rossi Banham, unfortunately crashing down at turn number 1.
I was giggling too.
I bet you were. I just looked in there and there's Danny Kent half naked in front of me waving. I was like, I'll give it a minute. We'll give it a minute, it's okay. Session going to restart at 3 minutes past 3. So that's in 10 seconds, 2 minutes away, I believe. And we shall be good to go. So, yeah, good chats with the guys so far. I like the Scott Redding, Kyle Wright thing, and I'm not trying to build something out of nothing, you know that. Not trying to do that at all, but we watched Scott following Kyle. When I said to Scott, you know, Kyle pulled his best lap of the session when you were following him, and we watched it, the smile on his face, it's priceless, because he knows, and you know that he knows that we know that we know that he knows. I've confused myself now. It's like Storm Stacey's YouTube moment, isn't it? Yeah. But the Cheshire Moulding Garage, Rory Skinner has disappeared. He's not here. We thought he might have been here. I would imagine that he's still not 100% happy with what's going on that side. Sister Shannon jumps into life, out to help Kieran with the tyre warmers. They'll be taken off the Blue Motion Racing Aprilia for Kieran Kent, and he'll head back out onto the circuit, as the circuit will go live in just a second or two after that. Unfortunate red flag to Rossi Banham. It's not something that Rossi does very often, I have to say, and let's hope that he's okay, they can get the bike fixed and get Rossi mended for tomorrow. A lot of noise in the background here. The sport bikes are fairly loud as they make their way down and onto the circuit again. Big field of sport bikes. It's great to see that the grid numbers haven't dwindled away at all. The grid numbers have stayed the same, and they're very, very strong. As this session will get restarted in what we're looking at, in fact 27 seconds ago the session started, so 25 minutes left to go. Harrison McKay was fastest this morning, and he's still fastest in this session, and we have to also remember he went under the lap record in free practice 1. That's almost unheard of, actually, for somebody to go that fast in free practice 1. But Rory Skinner kind of gave us a little bit of heart in that, saying that the track, when he was round, it looks like it's got some rubber on it. There was a track day here a couple of days ago. MSV had a track day on, along with Carol Nash. And I spoke with Tim Keaton about that, so there was a lot of track action happening. And that track action, as I said to Rory, does it not have to be the same rubber? Well, clearly it doesn't need to be the same rubber. It can be a little bit of a mixture of, as long as it's rubber and it's sticky. Now, just, is Stuart Shenton still there? Stuart Shenton is there, actually, although he is slightly rubbing his head at the moment in time. The forks are out the front of Rory's bike, and there's a fair amount of work to be done to that one by the looks of things. So we'll just hang back and wait on Danny Kent. He's been rubbing the belly pan out there as well, front of the belly pan, under, whether that's under compression or whether that's under braking. But here comes Tim Seed into the garage now. Tim Seed, a man who looks after a lot of the Yamaha racing side of things electronically. He's badged and dressed in McCam's Raceways with Yamaha Racing supported team livery, but he will make sure he factors in and goes round all the Yamaha teams in the pit lane if they have a problem and they should need it. And this Cheshire Mouldings team's clearly trying to find something on this bike. Mike Skinner right now it looks like he's drying the bike off with a heat gun up at the headstock, which is not a usual thing, and it's quite a strange thing to see, but work to be done. Here's thankfully he's got clothes on now. I'm glad you're kind of semi-dressed here. Thankfully I'll let you do your fly up. Eye contact's very important right now. Danny, you must be happy with that session to see yourself finish at P4.
Yeah, it was a much better session. First we were really struggling. We got high expectations coming into this weekend. Branden's always been a really good track for me, and last year is where we turned our year around, and that's exactly what we need to do again this year. Up until now has been a real tough start to the year, and the change the team made for FP2 then was much better.
Now it seems the team
Rory's in a bit of a struggle bus. It seems that you've been in a little bit of a struggle as well. What is it that's kind of starting to work for you now?
It's just all that throttle connection, really. Yeah, I'm quite a sensitive rider, very similar to the problem we had at the beginning of last year. But yeah, the problem is I've been on Yamaha now. I say it's a problem. I've been on a Yamaha 3 years, so I'm always comparing, and I know how it should feel. And so far this year has not felt how I'd like it. But yeah, like I said, hopefully this is the turnaround round like it was last year.
Yeah, it was a turnaround last year, so good luck for that one. Sorry for interrupting you getting changed as well there. So, seen more of Danny Kent than I want to, put it that way. We'll leave it right there and we'll move up the pit lane ever so slightly. Now, the bad boy had enough in that session. Is Lee Jackson around? No, he's not. Now, the new bodywork as well, yeah. The new bodywork for motocrossing. Is this new? Is it a new? I'm going to ask Amy. Is this a new bodywork we've seen for Josh?
Today.
Just for today. Today only, right? Okay.
If you watch the off-season videos, you'll see there was a very large crash. And in the helmet camera footage, Josh, instead of swearing or some of the other things that sometimes would possibly come out, he says, "Oh, bad," like as it watches the bike propel.
So it's come from that. Okay.
A bit of an in-joke.
Like an in-joke. I'm going to leave him alone because he was through the gravel trap at great space here, but there doesn't look like there's any damage to that as well. And the bad. That makes sense now. I did watch those off-season videos that he did when he was down under for quite some time actually. Josh Brooks doing all sorts of stuff, and in Australia trying to just keep the racing season going for longer. Let me see what I can do here. Storm Stacey. Let's have a word with Storm Stacey. We'll slowly move our way into the garage and see if you maybe come and speak to me. I normally start at the top of the sheet, but I've had to go to the bottom. I feel bad because I normally go, let's have a look for Storm Stacey, and I go, but today, Michael, a little bit of a struggle for you guys in the team.
Yeah, it just it has been a bit hard Stetson, and then obviously coming here, but the organisers have changed the rules again. They took 250 revs off us, which I disagree with. I can understand it with the factory bikes, but we've got a road bike here, which we've converted ourselves with a road bike swinging arm in there, and all our bike was designed around to be right peak power as well. So that's harmed us a bit again. So we've got to learn again. So we've got things to try. It's not handling that well at the moment. We don't know why. We don't know if it's something to do with the crash, obviously, we had at Snet. So we've got to try and work that out. But we're going to try shortening the bike loads this next session, which should help a bit more grip and hopefully help the handling out a bit more. With we're at the moment, it's we don't know really. We've got to try one way or the other. A bit of a gamble, but we're stuck in that position at that time. We didn't use any new tyres then, we were on old tyres, so we can go out on new tyres. We know we're going to improve, but we've got a big chunk to get.
Do we know what caused the crash at Snetterton?
Yeah, there's loads of things. Obviously we had 2 oil coolers which split, which is unfortunate, and then the lads had to change the engine, and obviously that shorter time between the races, I think really didn't get bled correctly, so it probably overheated, and inside the engine there's a white bearing that's seized, and only just tightened up a bit, and obviously Storm had no option, he went down on it. So yeah, it's the rush job between the races that are so close to strip one of these bikes. And put a new engine in. It's virtually impossible. If it happens again in the first race, we'll load up the truck and go home. It's too much of a risk. We tried to do it, and we should have just done. That's it. Forget it for the rest of the day.
So do you think the 250 revs has hurt your road-going derivative of the bike rather than the actual factory ones, which those guys they're saying it's a bit of an issue, but they've just got another gear they can use?
It'd be more of an issue to us. We've got the tallest rider on the grid as well, and it's penalised us more. So yeah.
Okay, keep smiling. I'm going to leave him be. Thanks for your time, Michael. So that was pretty telling, actually. That was pretty telling. We've had Wallacott. Let's get a word with James Buckingham, who is casually in the garage here. I would say sipping away, but inhaling some rocket oxygen. Is that good for you, James? You enjoying that?
I think it's fantastic, yeah.
It is good stuff, isn't it?
Seems alright, yeah.
And you can buy that as well. You can buy it's not that expensive. It's not four.
Yeah, it's good.
How much is it for a can of that?
I have no idea. Probably about a tenner or something like that, I reckon.
Oh, you better not start selling them at the back door for a tenner. Let's have a look at this. Elia P7, once again, 25.5. That's a step in the right direction.
Nearly there, nearly there. Like I say, we're not too far off them decays, but they're going to be hard to beat. But yeah, just keep chipping away.
What's he saying to you? Obviously, there's a lot of you guys in here who deal with Ely, but what's the feedback he's given you?
I can't say, no, it's not too bad. Definitely have made improvements with the bike over the last few rounds.
Can I ask what's been brought that's different? What have BMW given you guys that's helping?
Yeah, plenty of stuff. They've been really good, in all fairness.
Okay, what stuff have you had then? What are you getting? What, is it clothes?
Yeah, not clothes.
Wallacot's dressing me in clothes.
The clothes, to be honest, yeah. Just some parts have come from them. Some stuff we've had made, some stuff from Olin's. Yeah, electronic stuff we've been working on. I mean, it's all been new to us this year. I know I worked with FHO in the past, and obviously I deal with Daz there, which is good. And then we talk to BMW a lot, and then Sean's been helpful with everything as well from SMR. So yeah, it's getting better and better. So I don't know how much better we can make it now. It's sort of nearly there, but there is other stuff to try. There's always stuff to try. So
what have you told me you'd like to have on the wish list? What's the one thing that Ely is desperate for? You can say it, it's fine.
You can't say it.
Wallacot's told you not to. He doesn't want to get himself or me in trouble, does he? It's just better he says nothing here.
You're just going to. Your intentions are to drop us in it. I get this. But mate, it wouldn't be the same if you didn't come in here. So look, what can I say?
Nah, the bike's good. Yeah, just chipping away.
Listen, I think you're doing a great job, guys. Really, the progress. And remember, as I said to Ian, you almost had nothing at the start of the year. You missed the first test. You appeared at Alton Park, and that was it. From there, the touch paper was letting away you went.
Yeah, no, that's it, exactly. We missed out on testing, so we'd sort of been doing our testing as we're going along, and obviously we did the Knockhill test, which was a good step. Then we managed to do a Donington test, and again, we made some big improvements there, and then we brought them to SNET, and then some more improvements from SNET to here, and now, yeah, it's moving forward.
I'll leave you alone now, I promise. Thank you very much, chap. See you later. I was just trying to get a scoop there. I think that's what lied. I wasn't trying to cause any. Wallacott gave me that look, though. You know the look. Oh, you maybe don't know the look, Alan. Trust me. There's a look there.
I do.
And you get it.
I get that.
It's a friendly look, but you're going to get a haymaker in a minute, Vincent. Be quiet. Fraser Rogers, 18th place. Now, what is he doing? Oh, there's a hill in the floor there. That's really dangerous. They've carpeted a hill in the floor. I almost fell there. Matt Truelove is watching golf. Are we watching golf? Are you watching? Oh, what's this?
It's him in the rain.
Oh, you watching another video of yourself in the rain? Come in here. I can't believe that. I get a hard time from friends of me watching my car reviews. You're watching yourself racing around here in the rain.
Yeah, last year they very different conditions now to then. It is prime, as you would say. Not a lot of wind, lovely warm air temp, good track temperature, and I think you're going to see some fast lap times in pre-qualifying.
We will do. Fraser, yourself, you're 18th. I don't think that's anything to worry about. You know your way around here.
Yeah, no, we've this weekend actually worked quite well. I've had a plan, and we've worked through it, and we haven't thrown tyres out here. We've worked on old tyres, and for a change, I've actually got pace, which is my fastest lap's like a 26.0.
But it's dry.
Yeah, I know, yeah, but I can do the 26s. I can do that consistently. So we'll put a tyre in, obviously, for pre-qualifying, and I think I can predict myself. I think I can get into the mid-25s, and I think that will put you close. It'll put you close to the top 12. So we're aiming for a straight through Q2 this weekend, and yeah, we'll dig in and see what we can do.
25.7 is roundabout. you know, if you're looking for that 25, 25.8, 25.7.
Yeah, so obviously everyone's going to step it up. So I think a 25.5. I think that's going to be the cut-off, and I think that's about roughly what I've got in the locker. So let's give it a go and see what happens.
We didn't see Charlie, and I can't see anybody from the team. What's up with Charlie? Didn't go out in that session.
Yeah, he's obviously got a broken hand anyway, and he had a really strange crash this morning, and he's given it a bang and a little bit of a knock on the head, and we just sort of spoke, and it's sensible for him to miss today, let himself recover, kind of regather his composure as such, and come back tomorrow. And we all know as a team, and I know how fast Charlie is, so he doesn't need to prove anything. So yeah, rest up, Spud, and we'll see you on track tomorrow.
Thanks, Fraser. Yeah, get well soon, Spud. I miss you. I actually want to come and find you. I should have sent you a message, Charlie, if you're listening to that one. But get well soon, buddy. Hang on, I just passed Andrew Irwin. He went the other way. I want to try and catch Andrew Irwin. He's walking in the pit lane. Don't you go in there. Just forget about you, Molotov. I would like you. First of all, how are you? It's good to see you, Andrew.
Honestly, I'm getting better. My arm was quite a serious arm injury, is what I would say, and not one that you're going to ride in, as much as I would love to say, 6 weeks later you're going to ride. But maybe in another 6 weeks, I will ride. I feel like I'm getting stronger and stronger. I feel like it's getting more and more normal. I've had quite a lot of hits to that arm already. You know, I done my elbow in September, so it was never quite perfect after that either. So I just need to give it time. In my head is to do the Friday evening at Cadwell on the training bike if Stuart lets me. Do that and just to analyse where I am really. I see the specialist on the Tuesday before that, so the guy I see in Manchester, he's probably one of the best in the world, so I've got to trust his opinion, and if he says I can ride on Tuesday, then that's what I'll plan and do, is do the Cadwell test Friday and be ready to race at Aston, take myself away and do a few days riding and try to get up to speed for the last 3 rounds of the season.
I got to say, let's take race 1 at Snetterton out of the equation. I think Graham's doing a fabulous job. Really, really commendable job.
You know what, I actually thought of this earlier, and you know, you see people on social media saying this, saying that, but the first race of Snetterton, he made a mistake. But it
happens.
You see race 2, the most experienced guy in the paddock, Leon, made a mistake at turn 2. Yes, much less of a mistake than Graham's, but he still made a mistake, and it happens, it's racing, it's how it goes. But yeah, you know, the guy's not been in Superbikes from 2020. He done less than a handful of Irish Super Sport races last year at home for fun. He won a British Motocross Championship. He knows how to ride a motorbike, and he had a pretty big crash at turn 1 earlier, but he's having fun. That's what it's all about. As long as Graham keeps enjoying it, he'll keep riding it, and I couldn't be more proud of him, proud of Glenn being here, being able to watch them both, and hopefully it's not too much longer until we see Glenn back consistently, fighting for podiums, and hopefully Graham can be fighting for a point this weekend.
2-bike team soon. That's what it's going to be. You better watch.
The problem is Graham pays the bills, so it's not a 2-bike team. I need to try to get back as fast as possible before he gets too fast. But yeah, do you know what? Him and John Irwin from MET Healthcare, they helped me so much in racing. William from Funacab, and they put that together. So to see the bike still riding around. We've got 2026 full factory Ducati. It's a proper bike. It's got the factory swing arm, everything, and I just can't wait to be back riding it again.
You've been drilling to get out there. Get well soon. We're in the commentary box at the top of the stairs. Please come and visit us. Come up one day.
I tell you all the time I'm going to come see it, but it's actually quite nice to spectate from there, so I actually might this time.
Air conditioning as well. Thank you. See you later on. There we go. So that was lovely. As a man I've been meaning to catch up with for quite some time. You know what? Even with all that's going on in his life and in his head, he's still got a massive, massive smile on his face, which is good to see. The Hawk Garage, deep in concentration. Steve Hicken on one side, looking after both bikes. There's Luke Hedger's garage. We spoke with Dean Hitwell. We've just spoken with Graham Irwin, but we would love. We spoke with Andrew, but Graham again. Is he here? No. He is here. If I could, I'm going to just try and see if I can give him a little wave. He's dressed in a onesie by the looks of things. Going to see it. We're just having a little bit of a chat just now. Can I have you for a second, even though you're dressed like Spider-Man? You're dressed like Spider-Man right now. Different. Okay, are you okay? Because that was a big off.
That was massive. That was a big one. Yeah.
Talk me through what happened.
To be fair, I just come in. We put in or new set of tyres. I thought, oh yeah, it's time to push. I haven't been here from 2020, and just to be fair, I braked a little bit later, just on top of a bump. The rear end picked up, and I just ran a little wide onto the dirty part of the track and tucked the front. But yeah, that's one of my fastest crashes in a long time. Probably as I was sliding along, rolling through the gravel, I was thinking, when's Andrew coming back? But no, credit, to be fair, lucky enough there wasn't too much damage to the bike, and yeah, I'm actually enjoying it. It's like, feels like a new track again, even though it's a road here back in 2020, but it's it's hard work.
It looks hard work, but I've got to say, I think you're doing a fabulous job. I've just spoken with Andrew. The job you're doing for the team is huge. It really is. You're keeping the name out there, but also I bet you didn't expect yourself to be an R&D rider for a brand new Ducati for Andrew later on.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think I'm not disappointed with how I'm doing. The issue is, it's like when you're a racer, you're a racer. And it's like, I know it's there, but I also need to know that, like, Graham, get the data, finish the races is the most important thing. So, yeah, hopefully, we've had that little crash, so definitely take the cockiness out of me. And
little crash.
Yeah, we'll be all right. Hopefully, if we can score a point this weekend, that's like a win for us,
Graham, thanks very much. Go and get clothes on, for goodness sakes. There's no rider in here, just Andy Jameson at the back of the garage. I was going to try and see Richard Kerr. I think that the little SM Honda is looking good this weekend. Richard Kerr, don't be fooled by the 21st position that we've just seen him deliver in that last outing, because he was much faster than that earlier on. I'm not going to interrupt the MP garage because the suspension technicians are busy counting on that when they're counting the turns on the actual shocks for the preload. And then we find our way into Super Sport. We've got the Scars Ducati, we've got MSG for Lucas Brown at the back of the garage. Next door to those guys, Carter Brown on one side of the garage, and then Oliver Barr on the other side of the garage, neck deep in TikTok on his phone. Wouldn't expect anything else. My God, it's Troy Bayliss. Ladies and gentlemen, Troy Bayliss, how are you? It's great to see you.
How good, mate. How are you? It's been a while.
Oh, it has been a while, isn't it? All the way since COVID, but my God, you look great. You're here in the UK, and this is a special place for you, Brands Hatch.
Yeah, I've got lots of memories here, starting right back in 1998, and now it's been a long time since I've been here, but it's lovely to be a visitor here and to be part of this whole event, like 100 years of Brands Hatch, 30 years of BSB, and also come and hang out with Ollie and see him have a spin around. Like the guys are great that he's working with, and he seems at home and really, really nice.
You must be proud. He's so fast, and he sounds just like you on the radio.
Yeah, no, it's all going pretty good for him, and yeah, it's nice to see that he's really enjoying the BSB paddock. And like I say, it was good to us in the past. It seems to be going pretty good for him now. It's great to see BSB is bigger and stronger than ever. So that's really cool.
And we're going to see you doing some laps on a bike over the weekend.
I don't think I'm doing laps, but yeah, we've got a bike here from '98, so yeah, it's just really nice to be part of the whole thing this weekend.
It's a shame. I'd have loved to have seen you on track. I still remember the time you raced at Knockhill with one foot peg missing. That's a legendary status.
Yeah, well, Knockhill can bring anything on. You just got to get on with it.
No, it's great to see you. The commentary box is the highest point you can see on this side. Pop up and see us, please. Don't be shy. Thank you very much. What a legend, Troy Bayliss. There's Ollie at the back of the garage as well. Max Wadsworth looking good this weekend, and the sister bike for the Triumph McLaren Factory Racing Squad. Next door to those guys, MMB Ducati, with Billy McConnell and James McManus sitting in that garage as well, with a cheeky little super stock 1000 BMW housed right in the middle as well, which we have been very much keeping our eyes on. I think I must be at the extremities of the microphone now. I'm all the way down beside garage 33, Alan, which is where we find the Port West technical team all sitting here.
Receiving loud and clear.
Yeah, all the way down here. Port West technical team looking cool as ever. We've got the Port West Marshals on track, but we need to have the Marshals off track, and that's the Port West technical team who are at the pit entrance. There comes young Harley McCabe in towards the pit lane as he heads down. Let me give you a bit of an update on this session. I'll just find a garage with a television screen, and I'll let you know how the boys are getting on track, boys and girls getting on track for the session that is out there, which is the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship, the Sportbike, unfortunately, they did have a red flag earlier, and I'll nip into Richard Kerr's garage and borrow his television for a split second. Is Ferry Fleerackers, who's fastest from Taylor Rose, and Lewis Smart, with Rhys Stevenson in fourth place, Zach Shelton in fifth place, Charlie Atkins in sixth, Harrison McKay in seventh place for Harrison McKay, Best in eighth, Asher Durham and Alfie Davison rounding out the top 10. So that's the top 10 as it sits right now. I'll now head out from this garage. Thank you very much. They're fueling up there, so it's probably best to have the radio mic equipment as far away from that as possible. But yeah, that was a nice walk up and down the pit lane. We got the key individuals that we would want to speak to. We maybe missed a few, sorry for that, but we have given you the update on Spud. Charlie Nesbitt, I'll send you a message later on. Get well soon. We want you to be fit and healthy. And having the sore hand already, then that bit of a slap on the ground could make it a lot worse. Storm Stacey, he was going to talk to us, but he gave us Michael Rutter instead, so that's fine. We know that it's difficult in that garage, but we didn't find Christian Eden. He had vacated before we came back. So there's Christian at the garage now. So let's see if we can have a very quick word with Christian after that session. Okay, Mr. Eden, Lightning, let me have a look at my sheets and see where we got you home at the end of free practice 2 for us. To start at the top, I do come down. That's good. P6, I like that. That's good reading.
Yeah, it was been a bit of a funny day again so far. The bike felt really odd in the first session, which is strange. Had a good sensation when we left Snet. And yeah, just trying to work away. The really simple thing is gearing. It's the first thing you want to get right, and we've been playing around a lot with that, so it's a bit frustrating when you're not set on exactly what gearing to run. So I think we'll stick with what we've got now. We're getting there. We're trying to fine tune now, and obviously pre-qualifying coming up. That session was probably a bit of a funny one because maybe not everyone put in new tyres and that sort of thing, so it's hard to read into it exactly. And the track temperature went up a lot, so I didn't really feel like the grip changed much, but certainly the times were so-so. But yeah, I think this weekend, certainly Saturday and definitely Sunday, when the temperature drops, it's going to be crazy fast here, and yeah, we'll see how we get on.
Continuation of performances coming from you though, is week in, week out now. This is where we want to see the Senkat Yamaha.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I want to put the bike up the front, as close to the front as we can, and then yeah, when we get there, obviously I want to be at the front. That's the whole point of going racing. It's still a little bit of a struggle at the minute. I'm not comfortable on the bike yet. I'm not really feeling it, and like I said, it's a shame because I'd really left Snetterton feeling quite good, so I don't understand quite how we arrived here, and the first run out today felt so completely different. But that's the conundrum of motorbike racing, and you know, it's odd how you get those sensations, but that's why it's cool, because every track's different and throws different sort of things at you. So yeah, we have to understand and learn, and yeah, I think we're working in a good way, trying to find that point. And yeah, obviously pre-quali next. It's always quite a scrappy session, so we're just going to try and go out and put my lap together. My ideal was 4/10 quicker, which is a lot. That's considerable. Oddly, I don't remember which of I can't quite fathom out which of the laps were good and bad. So normally it's nice to know, yes, I nailed that bit and didn't on that one. At the moment, because I haven't quite got the feeling, that's where I'm lacking that sensation. Whereas when you're really on it, you know when you've nailed something and you know when you haven't. I've not quite got that sensation at the minute, and yeah, I'm talking like marginal little bits, but certainly as a rider, that's when you get that. That's when you know you're riding good. At the moment, I don't think I'm riding not bad, but not great. So yeah, we'll see.
Is this the new energy drink of choice?
Yeah, 7-Up. I actually wanted a bit of sugar, but I've just said the can says 0 sugar, so that was a waste of time, wasn't it?
Look good though. Thank you. Good luck for pre-qualifying. Thank you. Fabulous. He almost looked disappointed when he looked at his candy and saw it was sugar-free, but that's another thing altogether. Still no Lee Jackson in that garage. That was one of the guys we did want to board with. But let's see if we can bump into Michael Laverty, who there mustn't be a Grand Prix or something else around the world, because the busiest man in the world of bike sport is here. Michael, welcome to Brands Hatch. How are you?
Very well, thank you very much. Nice to be here.
It's great to see the weather's like a Grand Prix. It's fabulous. It's like being in continental Europe. But have you been here long, or what have the boys been telling you about the Yamahas?
Yeah, I got here this morning, so just been floating about up, and we have a retail stand up the top, visiting them, visiting our junior team. Then a bit of time in here with the TAS boys. So yeah, a good session 2 there for Danny. Really took a step forward, jumped into the top 4. Rory's changing a few bits on the bike, just trying to find a set, and it's not quite there for him at the minute. It feels like he's riding the wheels of it, and the lap time's not quite coming, which as a rider that's frustrating. But we know Rory's got a lot more in him, so fingers crossed the boys can give him a bit of a step up this afternoon, and he can get up into those top 5 positions he's more than capable of.
So when does the official takeover take place? Is that 2027 for you?
Yeah, I guess so. It's one of those where we're working in collaboration with the TAS team now. Philip Neal runs and operates it as planned, but we as Grid Racing have essentially acquired the team and will run it going forward and keep it with the same sort of structure and continue to grow on what Philip's built. Philip has been obviously a stalwart of this paddock, run a great team for so many years. So over the last half of the year, I'm going to pick his brains, learn as much from Philip and how the team operates as possible. And then if we want to put our fingerprint on it for next year, perhaps we will. But Philip does a great job, runs one of the best hospitalities in the paddock. So it's nice to get that set up, and we as Grid Racing can then build off it and hopefully keep all Philip's partners on board, see what riders are wanting to join us next year, or if the current guys are going to stay. All that's still to be decided over the next few months. So it's exciting times. It's busy, but it's good for us, and to have a super strong BSB team like the TAS racing team is amazing.
But the foundations are there, so you can build on that, and it's exciting for Grid Racing as I believe it's probably going to change to Grid Racing. Will that happen for the junior team as well?
Yeah, we've tried to make Grid Racing as the umbrella over our Grand Prix team, our junior Grand Prix team, our junior team here, and then TAS Racing in the future. So TAS Racing and MLAV Racing, 2 entities coming together under the Grid Racing umbrella. So that's the plan. We've got some good plans in the future of how we'll do it, have a direct pathway to World Superbike through our team and to Moto 3 Grand Prix and hopefully Moto 2 in the future. So yeah, we've got lofty expectations, a lot of work to do to pull that off, and funding and partners that we need to put together. But the right foundations are there, as you say, and that's been the important side of doing this deal with TAS Racing. You get a setup that are already front runners, so it's shortcutting the process there and then trying to do the same to create the best ladder success that we can for British riders.
Michael, thank you very much for your time. Great to see you here. Good luck with this continued success as well, as we have a bit of a stumble past the exit of the Cheshire Molding Garage. Jason O'Halloran went well in that session. I'm going to have a very, very sharp, sweet word with Ryan Vickers if I can. Just a tiny one with Ryan. He's strapped up the knee here. That's just because he's an athlete. That's all that is. That's not an injury, is it? Is that just a bit of strapping to keep you right?
No, I just do it for a bit of fun. No, it's a little bit of an injury, but it's okay. I had it at Snetterton as well, but yeah, it's all good.
Okay, tell me, how does the Honda feel? Because we have seen this upturn in form from Knockhill, from Snetterton. Can we keep that momentum rolling to Brands Hatch?
Yeah, it's not easy, yeah. I've had a lot of success here at Brands Hatch, and it's definitely not coming as easy as what it has done in the past. We've got a lot of work to do, but we've got some ideas. We're trying a lot of things in those sessions then, so let's try and put together a decent package for this last session and see what we can do.
Former man who's won 3 races on a weekend round Brands Hatch, you know what it takes. But it's early days in your Honda career, and it's about finding what you can make the bike work with.
Yeah, and I'm sort of trying to achieve what I did last time, and that's just not possible on this motorbike. You have got to ride it very different. It needs a different setup, it needs a different gearbox, it needs a lot of different things to make this bike work, and I've just got to readapt myself as it came pretty easy before. So let's see if we can make my feeling a lot better on this bike, and then go from there.
Right, pre-qualifying, obviously free practice 2 had you 14th. Free practice 1 was a lot better than that. What are you thinking about pre-qualifying?
Yeah, to be fair, I just made a mistake on that lap. My idea was a 25.1, so I should have been P5. But it's
which is good, but not for you, because you're a racer and you know what you can do.
Yeah, the lap time's there, but we've got to work so hard to get that lap time. When I was here a couple of years ago, I was able to do low 25s every lap of the race. At the moment, a low 25 is a qualifying lap, and we've just got to make that come easier.
Ryan, thanks for your time. Good luck for pre-qualifying. Thank you, Roger Marshall. They've got like a secret cupboard in here. Is that?
Narnia.
Oh, it's a way out, isn't it? I wondered what that was. Man come crawling out from a cupboard in that garage. Okay, let's head back up the stairs because the Super Sport bikes are about to make their way out on track for the Quattro Group British Super Sport Championship. We brought you the walk and talk down the pit lane, the full length of the pit lane, trying to cover as much of that as we possibly could because it's such a nice day. It's nice to be outside, and we also brought you as much as we could from what was happening on track as well. But I'll head upstairs and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
Welcome back to the lofty perch of our commentary point here at Donington Park, where we are... Donington Park? Brands Hatch. I said that because I've got Donington Park written in front of me on a sheet there. I do apologise. Welcome back to Brands Hatch, as we are looking across the lovely, lovely, busy paddock and grandstands here on this happy Friday. Okay, what have we got on track? The Quattro Group British Supersport Championship free practice number 2. Free practice 2 hits his track. Free practice 1 was all about Luke Stapleford and Jack Kennedy. Those guys were very much at it, hammer and tongue. Remember, we had Rory Skinner join us for that session, and I said, just keep your eyes on these two guys, because this is what they do. One will be fastest here, the other one will be fastest there, and they'll almost answer or race each other through free practice on lap times, and that's exactly what they did. They were separated by 1,000th of a second this morning. That shows you just how competitive the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship is. Oliver Barr is fastest at this moment in time, which is quite impressive, because remember Rory Skinner was saying Oliver's he just needs a little bit more almost self-belief, and that's something that Oliver, he's a lovely guy, but he does sometimes lack that tiny little bit of self-belief, because he is good, very capable of doing it. He's already just put a purple first sector in after his best lap, 128.7 for OB. Jack Kennedy in second place. His teammate Dean Harrison snapping at Kennedy's heels in third place with Luke Stapleford, and then Ollie Bayliss. How good was that, to bump into Troy Bayliss in the middle of the pit lane? I was walking up backwards, I just turned round and he was standing with his arms like this. So we bump into each other and have a bit of a chat. It has been a long time since I've seen or spoken to Troy, not with a telephone, so lovely to catch up with him. We have to go all the way back to, remember that COVID era? Remember that? Yeah. We did some sort of Instagram live on the Knock Hill channel many years ago, but very much kept in touch all the way. And Ollie Bayliss has made that step change, exactly like Rory Skinner was saying. You know, it's his first time here in free practice 1. He might have done a track day, he might not have done a track day, but just give him time and we will see that step change coming forward. We'll also look for it for Jack Mahaffey. Jack Mahaffey in 16th place, a 129.9 for Mahaffey. Mahaffey's lap this morning was a 130.5, so he has made a big jump in time as well, and he was also 22nd this morning, so again finding more time as the weekend continues. And that's kind of been a trait of young Mahaffey all the way through his first year racing across here in the UK. Learning the circuits, you can learn the circuits, you can learn how they go, but then you've got to learn the nuances. As one of the Triumphs goes down out the back window, we'll just change camera view and you can see that rider up on his feet. Which one is that? There's not a lot left off the bike. That's Max Wadsworth, I believe, walking away from that one. Unfortunately, he's dropped out on the brakes on the way down in towards Graham Hill Bend. Up on his feet perfectly fine. Yeah, number 72. Not a lot left of that Triumph, though. That was... as Josh Brooks would say, bad. The Triumph went for a bit of a roll there, and unfortunately Max now picking up several small pieces of Triumph strewn across a fairly large area. Graham Hill Bend rider OK bike number 72. So you can actually see that if you're watching our YouTube feed. You'll see the marshals very much in the corner there, doing a great bit of work getting Max's bike out of the danger zone and taking that to a position of safety. So great shame for that. That's not what Max Wadsworth needs. We walked past his garage. He's in 18th place, so we give him a little bit of a wave. While he does that, his teammate Ollie Bayliss improves and goes ahead of Luke Stapleford into 4th. And that will just rile Luke Stapleford the ever so slightly. Remember that statement that he made at Snetterton? It maybe went undetected by a few people, but we'll give it some airtime now. I may as well change my second name to Bayliss, was Luke Stapleford. It had Alan Hyde's jaw hit the table in the commentary box or the studio, and I think my eyebrows almost went through the roof of the commentary box. Larry Carter dealt with it like a true pro, almost made him say it again, and kind of diverted him away from the subject before he said something else. But yeah, Luke Stapleford wasn't a happy boy after Snetterton, and to see himself behind Ollie Bayliss at this point, I don't think he'll sit too well with the Scars Racing Ducati man, but give him time. He's only done 5 laps of this session and he's back in the pit lane. Oliver Barr still fastest by 0.2 of a second from Jack Kennedy and Dean Harrison. We've got a red flag coming out now, so the session has now been red flagged. as we have a bit of work for the Port West Race Safe Marshals to do, I think up at Druids, if I'm not mistaken, as we have a look from there. Yep, the picking some bits up at Druids. So unfortunately that one, a red flag coming out there, but Max Wadsworth bike could maybe get recovered actually, and that could maybe get taken back towards the paddock area. But the Port West Race Safe Marshals on track, just checking to see if there is any fluid. There's a big dark patch on the track, but I think that's cast by the shadow of the Marshal. It certainly is, so we'll just draw that one back. But there you go, there's another thing that they won't compromise on safety. If they think something's not 100%, they will just bring it to a halt, and that's the best thing to do. I think Max Wadsworth realises there's a red flag here and realises that he can see the entry gate point back to the paddock. He's now legged it on foot, and the Port West Race Safe Marshals are pushing that bike back round towards an area where he can get over, I think. Number 7 is the rider who's gone down at Druids. That's Josh Bannister. Riders biased as being okay, but that's quite possibly just for a bit of track contamination that they want to have a look at up there in that area. We can now see the safety car making its way around, and that will be Chris Glendenning at the wheel of that with Pat Blakeney. Those guys will be on site along with the Port West Race Safe Marshals to make sure what is needing done up there will get done. You can probably see the little group of marshals. You can see there's some marks on the track, the skid marks from the back tyre, which then comes round and up over the top. Looks like it could have possibly been a high side, or maybe just spun it from underneath them, but here we go. A little bit of track work to be done at Druids. The most important thing is that Josh Bannister is perfectly okay, and so is Max Wadsworth. So those two riders who have both slipped off in that session. If you're watching on the YouTube cam, you'll see Max Wadsworth bikes at the side of the track, about to get taken back in one of the Max's vans, and Rory Skinner actually picking Max Wadsworth up on his moped scooter and bringing him back to the paddock. So we're going to pause in the commentary box because there's been an awful lot of talking, whether it's been in the commentary box or down there in the pit lane. And have a quick drink of water, and we'll bring the rest of the session back when it starts. So the bikes making their way back out onto the circuit here at Brands Hatch for the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship. Free practice to 16 minutes of this session still to go, and a red flag popping out there after an incident, unfortunately, for Max Wadsworth, but it was more for the Josh Bannister incident up at the Exeter Druids. Let me have a little look through the binoculars actually to have a look there, and just a tiny bit of circuit clear-up work has been done by the team, by the Port West team, and also by our safety car team. So put the studio camera back on. Hello everybody. I should say hello to my wife, who's actually watching in California. Hello Angela, it's good to know you're watching, and good to know everybody else is watching as well. I think she's just put this on just to make sure I'm actually working today and I have shown up, or I'm not having a holiday at home. Well, she's on holiday, but we are very much here at Brands Hatch, and the weather is 26 degrees. It says partially cloudy on my watch, but when you're out there, it is incredibly warm. We're very lucky we've got an air-conditioned commentary box here, so it's if I stand right here, I get a bit of a jet of cool air down from the roof. For those of you who can't see the YouTube stream, I just have to stand in the middle of the commentary box, and it's perfect. You get a slight cool breeze. But with 14 or 15 minutes now left to go, Oliver Barr, the young man from Newton Stewart in South Ayrshire in Scotland, is fastest by 0.2 of a second over Jack Kennedy. We then have Dean Harrison, Jack Kennedy's teammate, who's only 0.12 of a second behind Jack, pushing him along. Then it's Ollie Bayliss and Luke Stapleford. Lucas Brown is 6th place on the MSG Suzuki, and I never spoke, we had a little wave with each other, just a wave, myself and Lucas in the pit lane. He was in his pit box, he had his headphones on, and we had a bit of a wave and a bit of a nod of appreciation. I'm a fan of Lucas Brown. He's 18, 19 years old, as Rory Skinner says. They're all in the same friends group. I'm kind of past that. I'd like to be in that friends group, but I'm very much on the outskirts of that. But such a nice kid as well, and as Rory said, this is the first circuit that Lucas Brown has come back to that he's already raced a 600 on, so he should know exactly what it feels like and what he's looking for. And he's in 6th place, just ahead of Harry Truelove on the McCams R9 Yamaha, the Raceways backed Yamaha. Then Carter Brown, teammate to Oliver Barr, in 8th place, with Ben Curry 9th, Mikey Hardy in 10th. That's a good run for Mikey Hardy, actually. That's a really solid attempt for Mikey Hardy to be the first of the Astro JGR Hippo Suzukis up at the sharp end. Mikey Hardy on 93. Jack Mahaffey has, I'm going to say slightly more, I don't want to say faster teammate, that's a bit cheeky, but Jack has had the lion's share of the success this year, and unfortunately a couple of incidents as well. But Mikey Hardy will be delighted to be in that area. And there's been a bit of a shuffle because Carter Brown gets dragged around by his teammate and goes P5. And that's exactly what Dave Binch and the guys down there at the Binch Pro Racing 3B Construction Ducati squad will want, and especially Ian Barr as well. We want both of his bikes to be at that sharp end, because the 3B Construction in Liber Yellow is the actual code name of that. It's I think it's the excavators that they use, Liebherr. I said JCB Yellow, and I was quickly corrected by Ian Barr, and he's allowed to do that. He's a boss man. Number 73, exceeding track limits at turn 3, lap time cancel, pops up on my screen. For those of you who want to see the YouTube stream, I'll put turn 3 on the screen for you. That is turn 3 there that you can see on the actual camera. If you go over the edge of that red and white curb, as we can see Ben Tolliday coming through the corner, chased by Keogh Walker from Kinghorn, and then Stephen Thomas, 3 of our Cup class guys together. If you come through that corner and go up over the edge of the red curb onto the green area, that's you abusing track limits, and that's a big no-no. And it's a great little camera angle that Wes has given us on Wes Cam here. This is something just a bit different, in towards the bottom of that corner. That's Jack Mahaffey coming through there, and Mahaffey, a big long look over his shoulder. Is he looking for the next 2 bikes into the corner? Maybe. The 2 Honda UK CBR 600s. That's Kennedy leading Harrison. Mahaffey wants to tag himself onto the back of those 2, because that is your perfect toe right there. Oliver Barr has done a 128.457 actually. His last lap round was a new fastest lap of the session. He leads over Ben Curry, but Ben's put a good lap in. It's only 100th of a second, or 11,000th of a second, as my commentating friend Dr. Robert Johnson would like to say. 11,000ths of a second. I like that. Oliver Barr putting another purple sector number 1 in 27.967. OB looks really strong coming out of Graham Hill Bend, and that's something that is key to a good lap here. If you can get a good exit from Graham Hill Bend, it propels you along that straight, the Cooper Straight, which has got a slight climb in it. It just helps you get in towards Surtees and then onto the Grand Prix loop. And it's all these little things. Oh, Lee Johnson's slid off and gone down at Druids. That's a very un-Lee Johnson manoeuvre to make on number 13. The General Lee Johnson, the man from Huddersfield. I'll put my teeth back in. On the Sencat by Swan Racing Triumph 765. I suppose if you're going to slide off, Druids is a nice, slow, low-speed corner to do it, and it doesn't give you too much of road rash. And he's now picked it up and continued, so it must have been a really, really slow one for Lee, and he has been allowed to continue on another fastest lap for Oliver Barr, 1:28.439. Oliver Barr, I know this is only free practice too, but this is a great showing for the youngster. Leading a clean pair of heels to former champion Ben Curry, to Lee Johnson, who's just slipped off trying to catch him, his teammate Carter Brown, former champion Jack Kennedy, Ollie Bayliss, the son of Dean Harrison, and then former champion Luke Stapleford, bike 8 in 8th place. That doesn't sound right, and it doesn't sit well either. Luke Stapleford on the Scars Ducati is on track, and he's making his way in towards the last sector of the track just now. We will look at the side of our commentary box and see him coming back through Clearways and Clark Curve, and Luke Stapleford's got clear track ahead of him. A couple of Kawasaki's, both J&S Kawasaki's, and the next bike should be Stapleford. Or has he come in the pit lane? He's come in the pit lane. Luke Stapleford aborts that and comes back into pit lane, but it's no disaster. It's not qualifying. It's basically free practice. That's all it is. So the chance to make an adjustment and get back out there for the last 9 minutes is high on the list of that man. That lap by Jack Kennedy, he just towed Dean Harrison round, and Dino went up to P3, 0.03 of a second away from the back of Oliver Barr. So 1:28.4 for Oliver Barr, but I need to give you the small change. 1:28.439. Curry, 1:28.468. Harrison, 1:28.473. They're covered by 0.03 of a second. Incredible stuff. Then Lee Johnston, a 1:28.6. So it's incredibly close. And Carter Brown, 1:28.6. What is Stapleford, 1:28.9? It's a little bit of work to do for looking at Scars Ducati. That will come good though. It's not something that they're used to doing. That's for sure. Playing catch up, they have been the kind of standout team at the sharp end, but the slight tweak to the balance of performance, the balance of power. Bop, as it kind of is affectionately known in the trade, if that's the right way of saying it. And yeah, unfortunately, Jack Mahaffey and Corey Tinker getting themselves all tripped up with each other leaving the pit lane. And that was quite awkward actually, because they went out the pit lane side by side in the joining lane, and there was bikes coming over the crest in towards Paddock Hill Bend too wide, and they were 2x2. So that got a little bit messy there. Both Mahaffey and Tinker had to really slow that down and almost get up on the apex curb going through Paddock Hill Bend. That wasn't very good at all. Maybe single file when you leave the pit lane, gentlemen, would be the best thing. Let's hope that the bosses downstairs aren't listening to that. Don't think that's something we need to review. Another track limits warning for number 43. Lap deleted, time excluded for Cameron Swain. Cam Swain, who's the young Australian in the Powerslide Racing Suzuki GSXR 750. Cam's had a good run actually this year. Got to say, he's a very, very strong year in the Cup class, with some pretty impressive runs, and that's exactly what he'll be trying to do. A little bit like Mahaffey, they'll be trying to get themselves up at the sharp end. And Cam Swain, he leads the Cup class, but also finds himself overall in 18th place, and that's pretty impressive on his debut season across here. Billy McConnell up to 17th, a 12th place improvement for the MMB Ducati rider. With some 6 minutes of the session still to go. Can Oliver Barr hold on to this one towards the end? Can he keep himself at the top of the timing screens? Which would be a massive boost for that young man. It really would be. If you've never been to Newton Stewart in Scotland, it's South Ayrshire. Lovely, lovely little place. not too far from the coast, not too far from the border, and just great place to be. Oliver Bar and the 3B Construction family from that area, and just a little place as well. BSB pre-qualifying will start at 4:15. We are told on our screen 4:15 to 4:35. That's a slight change from our scheduled time, which was meant to be 4:10 till 4:30. So a little bit of a delay in proceedings, just with some of the red flags that we've had in this Super Sport session, and possibly the session before that, which was the Sport Bike, when we had the red flag for Rossi Banham in towards turn number 1. And you can see how that can happen. It's easy to get it wrong into turn 1. I was talking about Jack Mahaffey learning circuits when I kind of lost my train of thought when Max Wadsworth crashed going into Graham Hill Bend. The camera, which you can see on your YouTube live stream, you can learn circuits in which way they go, but it's all these little bits, like into Graham Hill Bend here. There's a couple of rollers and you've got to get them perfectly right in the brakes. You can't brake at the wrong point and have the bike pitch up, and all of a sudden that's what happened to Graham Irwin. So they braked just that little bit later at the crest of Hill, picked the back wheel up, and then Graham couldn't slow down, and he went off and had a whopping big accident. He was perfectly okay, thankfully, Graham. But I liked he was saying, as I was rolling through the gravel trap towards the Rectus, I was thinking, when does Andrew actually come back? I quite liked his train of thought there, and that would be going through his head. That, and oh dear, here goes a little bit more of the budget, unfortunately. Oliver Barr still trying to drag Carter Brown around the circuit. Carter in 6th place. Now, I was going on about Lucas Brown earlier on. He slipped just down to 10th now, on the number 29 MSG Suzuki. Mickey Hardy still in the fringes of the top 10 and 11th. Corey Tinker. Charlie Barnes, a good turn up in form for Freddie Barnes, on bike 78. Charlie in the Sport Bike, Freddie in Super Sport. And Freddie Barnes could just do with that little bit of turn up. He's got the pace, but just the consistency needs to be there week in and week out. But that's a good run to find himself 13th. He's only 1.1 seconds away. That's very, very impressive for the young man. Dad Chris, team owner, team boss, will be happy with that one. And it's unfortunate it's Lee Johnson who's slipped off, the more illustrious of the two Super Sport racers. There's 2 Super Sport bikes, there's 2 Sport bikes, and there's 1 Super Bike. That's a big concern for Senkat. Really impressive, the amount of time, effort, and money that they put in, as Kennedy gets a big slipstream across the line from his teammate and goes to the top of the times, 128.257. Never did 22. 128.257 for Jack Kennedy, getting a big slipstream across the line. That's Honda UK working together. That's pretty impressive, actually. I liked what I saw there. I liked that. You wouldn't see that many other places. Kennedy and Harrison played an absolute blinder on that lap, and now Mahaffey's tucked in behind them, finds himself in 19th place. Can he find some time? He's 1.7 away. He just needs to do it once, and then he knows how to do it. He'll do it again, Jack Mahaffey, but that little bit of a toe will help him. You can't say anything and get away with it. Ian Barr, Newton Stewart, Dumfries and Galloway. Well, I was kind of saying that, but I was also saying it's kind of near the sea and it's not far from the borders, really, is it? Let's face it, Ian. But it is Dumfries and Galloway. It's not. It's a lovely place. I've done a few shoots with Arnold Clark down there, and it does go down really well. Took a lovely BMW down there, and I thought, oh, when Newton Stewart, I better get out. Oliver Barr might see me, but Dumfries and Galloway. So if you're planning a visit, the local tourist department is Ian Barr. You'll find him at 3B Construction. He will keep you right with all things happening down there. Okay, Stapleford in towards turn 1 as Freddie Barnes leaves the pit lane, and there's a whole line of bikes going past him, and Luke Stapleford goes P2. So that little trip back into the pit lane for Luke Stapleford has worked wonders. It's exactly what he needed to do. He knew it's something to fix. Come in, quick tweak, then back on track, and away he goes. The big guns back at the top. Kennedy, Stapleford, Barr, Curry. There you go, that's the top 4. That's the big guns that we have here this weekend. Dean Harrison, going to put him in that. Ollie Bayliss, we're going to put him in that as well. We've got 6 of them. You know what? We're going to have to put Truelove in there as well, because he's not far off the pace. And Lee Johnson, although he put it down in the dirt. He's had the bike back in and it's already good to go. He's up there as well. There's so many good names in the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship, that's for sure. But Kennedy and Stapleford separated by 0.05 of a second. Oliver Barr, a 1/10 of a second behind those guys. Ben Curry, 29,000ths of a second behind Oliver Barr. How tight do you like it, guys? Time left, 40 seconds to go. And let me just see if I can change a channel quickly and have a look at track temperature. This could be a disaster because we have got one type of television in the commentary box and you might lose all the pictures. So track temperature as we have it, 35.7 degrees, which is hot. But last weekend at the World Superbike at Donington, we had 41.7, or was it higher than that? 40. It was at 44 at one point, was it not? Yes, 44. Now we have it here. It's pretty hot here, 35.7. There's almost zero wind. That's the thing. It's so calm down there in the pit lane. Yes, you can probably see our flags fluttering up here in the breeze. That's because we're a good 100 feet or so, maybe more in the air. But down there on ground level, very, very light breeze, if anything. And that's a pretty interesting fact. The checker flag now pops out here at Brands Hatch and brings the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship. Free practice 2 to an end. Oliver Barr's taking that checker flag and he is third in this session. That's a really, really strong showing from OB. Tad Ian will be happy with that one, even if I tried to say he was living in England almost, which I didn't really, but it might have sounded like that. A couple other guys crossing the line, taking the checker flag. Cameron Fraser, Adam Hartgrove. Once again, Adam Hartgrove leads Cup home. He takes a good 20th position overall on bike 26 for Adam Hartgrove. And there was a couple of shout outs earlier on for Adam Hartgrove on the YouTube stream, so his fans and followers will be happy with that. Bike 26, man from Northampton on the Triumph, Adam Hartgrove Racing. Kennedy's now taking that checker flag and he'll be fastest at the end of this session from Luke Stapleford and Oliver Barr. That's your top three. Then Ben Curry on 61 in fourth. Dean Harrison, a really solid ride on 55 to come home fifth. Ollie Bayliss, well, it shows you the progression that man's made. He was outside the top 15 in free practice 1, comes home 6th fastest, 0.2 of a second away from the fastest time. We then have Harry Trulove in 7th on bike 44. Behind Harry Trulove, we've got Lee Johnson, Carter Brown and Lucas Brown rounding out the top 10. Some fabulous stuff as the practice starts happen out the back here. The two Honda riders fist pumping each other, job done. They towed each other round for those times and really, really good stuff. Jack towed round Dean and then Dean gave Jack the tow which put him fastest in that session. There's 3 minutes until the BSB pit lane opens. It will be a very, very quick turnaround, so I'll grab some water very quickly and we'll come back with pre-qualifying for the British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. So bikes on track for the Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli for their pre-qualifying, and this is where it's going to get fast, properly fast. Who can take the fastest time, I would imagine, of the weekend so far? It's not qualifying, but this sets them up for the first 12 of this will go directly through into the second phase of qualifying, and it basically makes or breaks your weekend. If you can get through directly, it makes it so much easier. If you can't, you still have the chance to make progress into the second phase of qualifying, but there's a fair chance that you're going to have to use a tyre to do it, and you're going to then run yourself a little bit short into the actual second qualifying phase. You want to be in that top 12. It's as simple as that, and we've spoke about this at great length, and we've also looked at the timing sheets, and we've been in the pit lane with the riders as well. A lot of cool, calm riders down there. But after the session which we had earlier on, Scott Redding posted the fastest time on his Hager PBM Racing Ducati of a 1:24.632. And as Kyle said, well, we've had a little bit of problems with the steering damper. There's been this, there's been that, there's been something else. But it's game time now, and he needs to bring his A game. And I said, can you and Shannon fix it? He says, Shaz will. I like that. He'll fix it, I'll ride it, job's a dream. The two nitrous competition Ducatis towing each other round at pace to see if they can do what we've just seen Honda Racing doing in the Super Sport class. And will it work? All the riders out on track. A lot of them have completed a lap. Most are doing an out lap. Charlie Nesbitt is actually back on track. We didn't expect that, did we? We were expecting to see him tomorrow after what Fraser Rogers said. But yeah, Charlie needing to get back out there just to give himself a little bit of a chance to see where he fits in. But the pre-qualifying session, the top 12 from this will go directly through into Q2, and then from the Q1 session we will take 3 people to go forward. We'll take the top 3, and that's a big pressure situation when you're in that, because you can't afford to make a mistake. You don't want to make any mistakes when you're on track. But can Scott Redding deliver once again? They go along the bottom of the Cooper Straight. Redding has got right behind him his good friend Fraser Rogers. A 1:25.1 for Kyle Ride, a 1:25.3 for Glenn Irwin, 25.7 for Talbot, 28.8 for Elliott. That's the only laps we've had. Here comes Spud across the line. Charlie Nesbitt crosses the line, 29.9. I think Charlie must be a little bit sore, but maybe just wanting to get back on the bike to have a bit of a ride, and maybe prove to himself more than anything that he can ride and he is okay. It is a big ask, though, we do know that, as he makes his way in towards Graham Hill Bend. You'll pick him up on the YouTube camera. That's Charlie Spud Nesbitt coming into your view and through. From there on, he heads onto the Grand Prix loop as everybody else now comes through. They've completed most of their laps. Max Cook with a 26.2. Storm Stacey crossing the line as well. Christian Eden. Storm goes P3. It's not that he didn't want to speak to us earlier on, he was going to, but then Michael spoke that long. Storm was going to get up, I gave him a thumbs up and said, no, it's okay, we'll disappear because we were running out of time rapidly. But that's possibly the most vocal I've heard Michael Rutter in quite some time, saying there are 2 different types of Ducati. We've got a road bike here, changed into a superbike. These other guys have got factory superbikes. But I have to say as well, though, it's still a Ducati, Michael. It's still very much doing the job, that's for sure. As we try and pick up Scott Redding, who is out there. Redding just left the pit lane, actually. He's making... So he went out, obviously, with Fraser behind him, decided to come back in. He now comes out of Graham Hill Bend and heads along towards the Grand Prix loop. So that's quite interesting. He did go out, then he came back in, and now he's gone back out again. So whether it was just a quick splash and dash, or a quick turn of this or a turn of that, as Graham Urban heads towards Paddock Hill Bend and Ryan Vickers leaves the pit lane. Vickers is very honest, isn't he? He was just saying he was trying as much as he possibly can. the lap times don't quite come as easy as he has had them in the past. They've been a lot easier in the past around here on the Yamaha, where you could almost do a 25.0 at will, lap after lap after lap. Whilst waving at the crowd at the end of one of the races, if you remember, as he came through Clark Curve. Brad Ray, 124.7, so he pulls something out massively. Pulls it out the bag there, Brad Ray, 124.7. As we'll look at the sheets from earlier on, Brad Ray was a 125.6. So 25.7, that's a tenth of a second away from what Scott Redding managed. So I'd imagine that's a new tyre run for Bradley Ray, and it's very much working. He'll be happy with that. Wait till you see the anniversary paint job. I think you've probably all seen it on Instagram by now. 24/7, good stuff. Christian Ridden as well. Oh, number 22 stopped with a technical problem up at Druids. That's the Osho Jason O'Halloran. That's not what he needs on his Honda Racing Fireblade. He'll need to try and see if he can get that back to the pit somehow. That's a great shame for him. The Osho, who was putting together a pretty decent run of things, the way it actually goes. But unfortunately for the Osho, a technical problem stopping him up at Druids, as Max Cook does a 124.672. So if that's Max Cook's lap on a new tyre, 124.672. Still not as fast as Redding has done, but it's in the ballpark. It's only 0.04 of a second away from what we have seen Scott Redding do, but that's impressive for the Bimota. Shows the Bimota has got very, very good pace, and it shows that Max Cook, well, he said it's his favourite circuit, isn't it? But he'll say that about Thruxton when we go there. He'll say it about everywhere. It's always the same. Now, Rory Skinner's just left the pit lane. He's fashionably late to the party here, as Scott Redding goes through Paddock Hill Bend and then doesn't get held up by Rory. Rory was well through the corner by that point, but Rory Skinner well late in coming out, because the forks are out that bike when I went into garage to have a bit of a look. Michael Laverty was saying that it is trying to find some sort of a setup, something that will help him on his way, but it's not an easy thing to get. It's not at all, and if you can't find it and you don't have feel, a rider lives on feel, and that feel will let them right up to the grip levels they have, and it'll make them go quicker. Track limits for Fraser Rogers, turn 1, bottom of Paddock Hill Bend. So Graham Irwin again has that thing on its nose in towards Paddock Hill Bend. But thankfully manages to get through the corner this time. Last time he ended in a whole heap of gravel and dust and into the wreck to sell. Vickers up 16 places. He puts himself into 7th. So the cut-off point, remember, is P12. That's Josh Brooks. Brooks has come up 11 places to slot himself into that spot. But let's see how it goes. Cook, Ray, Eden, Stacey Ride, Glenn Irwin, Ryan Vickers, Danny Kent, Eli Michalczyk, Lee Jackson, Joe Talbot, Josh Brooks. On the outside looking in, where you've got McManus, Hedger, O'Halloran, who's obviously stopped out there. Scott Redding is on the outside looking in. Leon Haslam's on the outside, and so is Rory Skinner. Scott Redding, 124.601, fastest lap of the day from Scott Redding on the Hager PBM Ducati. Fastest lap of the day for Scott Redding. 124.601, 0.07 of a second faster than Max Cook. Shows you just how strong a lap that was from Max Cook, actually, if it's taken Scott Redding all this time to do that. But Redding saving his best till the very end, as long as he's up there at the sharp end. I suppose you've got to be inside that top 12. That's Graham Irwin passing in the background. And Josh Brooks with Ryan Vickers still on his tail. Vickers, with that improvement, has now kind of improved in time again, 125.272, but hasn't improved in position. So Ryan Vickers stays where he was. Actually had a little bit of a shuffle now that Kyle at Ryan Vickers has put a lap in. But Kyle Red will be scratching his head. That 125.1 as Michalczyk now slots himself into 8th place. Michalczyk will be happy with that one, as will Ian Wallacott. That 8th place, 0.6 of a second away, 125.206 for Ilya. Very impressive run. We're waiting for Rory Skinner Skinner will have to come through. Cross the line now. Where does this put Rory as he crosses the line? Improvement for Rory. He goes up to 16th. 8th place improvement, 125.8. Good, but not good enough. He needs to go faster. He'll need to go again and do another lap on that tyre. He's coming throh Druids. He's got a good couple of bikes behind him. Is one of those his teammate? Is it the Cheshire Mouldings? It is. Formation flying for Skinner and for Kent, and then for Fraser Rogers as they come out the bottom of Graham Hill Bend. And Danny Kent finds himself in 10th place. He is in a transfer spot. Danny Kent will go directly into the Q2 area tomorrow. The Pocket Rocket has left the garage, ladies and gentlemen. It's taken Leon Haslam so long. Wonder what he's been up to in that garage. The Motor Repeater team, fashionably late. And we've got a red flag coming out. Red flag has now come out around here. And that brings the session to a halt, unfortunately. Can't see anything on our screens at this point. And can't see anything out the commentary point either. So, great shame for that one. Session brought to an early halt. And we'll bring you more when we can. Number 23 has fallen at Stirling's. Rider is okay. And number 23, if we all know that, is the Whitecliffe CDH Honda of Luke Hedger. So that's a great shame. So Hedger off at Stirling's. Rider is biased is okay, but I'm probably thinking that there'll be a bit of a mess with gravel, and there could be other bits and bobs needing put back into the correct area. But it's Scott Redding fastest. And what that does with 8 minutes to go, that will take everybody back in the garage, gives them a little chance to reset, and can they come back out? We know these tyres can deliver good lap times and good performance quite late on. What will we see when we come back? It's Redding from Cook, from Ray, Eden and Glenarwan, your top 5, with Storm Stacey, Kyle Ryan in 7th place, Eli Michalczyk in 8th place, Ryan Vickers in 9th, Danny Kent in 10th, Joe Talbot and Lee Jackson in the last of the spots, which will take him directly through into the second phase of qualifying tomorrow for our Rocket Oxygen Performance qualifying shout, where we go through Q1 and Q2. Brooksy, McManus, Hedger, Skinner still on the outside, O'Halloran. Remember, Leon Haslam had just left the pit lane. Rhys Irwin, Fraser Rogers, Richard Kerr, Graham Irwin. Charlie Spud Nesbitt, who has come back out. We weren't expecting to see Spud back on track. And Braden Elliott, tag Leon Haslam into that as well. That's all 24 riders back on track. We'll pause, we'll go and grab ourselves a quick drink of water in the commentary box, but the news is Luke Hedger has fallen at Stirling's turn 10, but the rider is biased as okay. Luke is okay, there'll just be a bit of clearing up to do. bikes making their way back out onto track for the last 8 minutes of this session after a red flag caused by Luke Hedger slipping off the Whitecliff CDH Honda up at Stirling's. Bit of clear up work having to be done, and now we go back again. We go again. Will we see anybody go faster? That's the question. Up in the air, we don't know. Scott Redding has put the fastest lap of the day in, that 1:24.601. Remember, he did a 1:24.632 earlier on, but 17 laps in that whole session. This is a much shorter session. 17 laps in free practice 2. For pre-qualifying, it becomes a lot more intense. The guys making their way back out onto track. We have a full complement of 24 superbikes on track. Charlie Spud Nesbitt, who we weren't expecting to see back because he has hurt his hand at Snetterton, and he tipped off earlier on. Fraser Rogers' teammate said, we don't expect to see Charlie back today. We'll see him tomorrow. Get well soon, Spud. And he's now on track. So that's good. Charlie clearly thinks that he's okay to be out there and wants to ride. And that's good. And Leon Haslam, who has eventually managed another outlap, he was fashionably late. He's not done a lap yet, Leon Haslam. Well, he's kind of technically done 3, but he hasn't submitted a time because he's gone out and he's been brought in under red flags. He's gone back out again. So he is at the head of the queue behind Josh Brooks. He needs to get a lap in here. And Leon has been pretty fast this weekend. If you look at the times, or today on Friday, Haslam 1:25.2. Now you put a new tyre on that. That 1:25.2 should go down to round about what Kyle Ride's doing. It might take him on down a little bit more, but less than that actually. Track temperature might have come down a little bit because of the cloud cover we've got. We'll just have a quick check of that on our screens as well while we're in the kind of early building phase of this session. 33.4. So if you remember the temperature from before, it's actually gone up just ever so slightly. Very humid and muggy as Rory Skinner crosses the line with Storm Stacey on his tail, and Eugene McManus, and also Richard Kerr with Graham Irwin. So that's a line of bikes. Storm using Rory as a bit of a marker as they go in towards the top of Druids. From Druids they will head down and in towards the bottom of Graham Hill Bend. Let's flick that camera on for you right now so you can see that on the YouTube feed. There they come in as Rory takes a nice tight line. Storm a little bit wider through the apex, but both bikes get the desired effect as they go along the bottom of the Cooper Straight before they go Surtees and on up Pilgrim's Drop towards Hawthorne Hill. Up and over, and then down to Hawthorne. So before you actually climb back up, it's quite a steep climbing process as you go into Hawthorns and then head back to the apex. So you can scrub a lot of speed off as you go in to that area naturally. And we see them all coming through at great speed. And there's Kyle Ride slotting himself up 5 places. He goes into P3. He goes ahead of Brad Ray, Joe Talbot, Christian Iden, and Haslam goes 7th. Leon Haslam 1:25.0. Well, I did say he'd go round about the Kyle Wright time. That's exactly what he's done. But Kyle then moved the goalposts and put a 24.7 in. Redding, Cook, Ride, Ray, Talbot. Joe Talbot, that's a lap and a half from front row Joe. They have got the direct link with KRT and the Bemota Superbike team here, which is pretty impressive stuff this weekend. Marcel is down there in that pit box. And Joe Talbot answering massively with the faith that Darren Fry and Nigel Snook have put in him. FS3 AGN Steelstock Bemota team, the KB998 Rimini, a beautiful bike. At the beating heart of that lovely Italian chassis manufacturer, we do have the ZX10 RR engine, which FS3 have campaigned for quite some time in their superbike careers. Here comes through, crossing the line, Brad Ray and Glenn Irwin. That's an interesting combination. Very interesting to be doing laps together. The top 12 as it stands. Still no change at the top. Scott Redding in the pit box with that 1:24.6. Redding, Cook, Ride, Ray, Talbot, your top 5. Lightning, Christian Iden in 6th place ahead of the Pocket Rocket, Leon Haslam, and Glenn Irwin in 8th, with Storm Stacey in 9th. Eli Michalczyk in 10th place, Ryan Vickers 11th, and Danny Kent in 12th in that cut-off spot. That was Danny Kent crossing the line going in towards turn 1 on the outside looking in. We've got Lee Jackson and Josh Brooks, both of the Dow Hondas. Eugene McManus, Luke Hedger, who's unfortunately out of the session. Rory Skinner in 17th place. Crossing the line, that any improvement for Rory? Yes, there is. He goes up 3 places to 14th. Does a 1:25.4. And what did we see from Rory this morning? I think Rory was a lot faster than that, actually. Or was it 26s he was in? But he wasn't a happy boy this morning, if you remember. When I interviewed him in the pit lane garage, Rory Skinner, 25.9 this morning. Second session, he was out there. He was 25.6, still unhappy. On track now, 25.4, but on the outside of Q1 or Q2. He needs to go through if it was the session being checker flagged now, and there's only 2.5 minutes to go. Skinner is on the outside and he wants to try and do something to see if he can get through. There goes Leon Haslam again, chased by Brooksy. Haslam, a 25.132. Kyle Ryder across the line, rides the white line across and down towards Paddock Hill Bend, chased by Joe Talbot and Max Cook. 24.8 for Max Cook. 10 laps into the session. It's only 0.2 of a second away from where he has been. Eli Mikhalchik crossing the line on 17. 14's Lee Jackson. He stays in 13th place because Kent went up one place ahead of Vickers. Vickers is now on the bubble. Rory Skinner crosses the line. Any improvement for Rory? Yes, there is. He goes up another one place to 13th. These are small, incremental measures from Rory. They're only tiny position gains, but he is gaining positions and heading towards a transfer spot. It needs to be on this lap or he will run out of time. That 1:25.409 that he's finding, personal best across the board, but this is becoming pretty difficult to find anything for him as he crosses the marker again. He's another personal best through sector number 1. 27.219 for Rory as he heads up onto the Grand Prix loop. Pilgrim's Drop, Hawthorne Hill, into Hawthorne itself. He'll go through the next area of the track. Another personal best for Skinner. So he's keeping this fashionably late. Can he take this towards the end and get himself into that top 12? It would be at the mercy of Ryan Vickers, who sits in 12th. But there's still half a lap of the Grand Prix loop still to go. 2 personal bests, so we wait for Skinner to come through. He's into Stirling's. Another personal best for Rory Skinner. He really is biting the screen towards the end of this pre-qualifying session because it's all about this lap for Skinner. If he can manage this one through Clearways and Clark Curve, it will put him into a transfer spot. It's been very difficult for him to get near it. He comes down towards the line. Stuart Shenton will be having everything crossed. He crosses the line. Does he move? No, he improves in time but doesn't improve in position. 125.292 for Rory Skinner. Finds another 0.2 of a second but keeps himself in 13th place on the outside looking in. That's not where he wants to be. I did go in that garage earlier and Stuart Shenton was furiously rubbing his temples sitting behind the computer screen. He wasn't the only one doing that in that garage though. Scott Redding still fashionably cool, sits in the pit lane with a 1:24.601, 700ths of a second ahead of Max Cook. The checker flag now flies, coming across the line, all out of shape. Bradley Ray had to almost roll the throttle towards the line there because that was starting to tie itself in knots. Brad went early. He went early and put his marker down, that 1:24.7. And Leon Haslam on the last lap goes ahead of Joe Talbot, puts himself up into 5th place. That's Kyle Ryde crossing the line. Kyle goes P2. Wow, and that's a lap. That's a big lap at the end. 1:24.636. 300ths of a second away from Scott Redding. Kyle Ryde, 9 laps in, puts a big marker down. Anything you can do, Scott? I can't quite do better, but I can equal it. This is going to be close this weekend. We've been told by the riders we're going to see some super fast laps this weekend. And we're excited about that. Here comes Rory Skinner across the line. What does Skinner do in his last lap? Crosses the line, 1:28.9, rolled it off for a practice start, we would imagine. Bit of work to do down there. His teammate gets through into the second phase of qualifying. Rory will have to go through Q1, along with the likes of Lee Jackson, Josh Brooks. And they're pretty fast and pretty hungry, and they're on around about the same pace. And Jason O'Halloran, another one, stopped with a technical issue out there. And you know what, you can't discount any of those guys in the bottom half of this timing screen, but we'll give you the complete run through of who goes through. Scott Redding on 45, the Hagar PBM Ducati goes through. Nitrous Coin, Nitrous Competition Ducati, the defending reigning champion Kyle Ryde is in second, he goes through. AGN Steelstock Bimota of Max Cook in 3rd place goes through. And the McCams Yamaha of Bradley Ray goes through in 4th place. Motor Rapido Ducati 91, Leon Haslam 5th place. Good run for Leon Haslam, the Pocket Rocket, to go through in 5th place. And the teammate to Max Cook, Joe Talbot, goes through on the 2nd of the Bobotas. Christian Idden, the Sencat Yamaha, goes through, and Glenn Irwin, the 2nd of the Nitrous Competition Ducatis. Storm Stacey goes directly through into Q2 as well on his Batham's AGN Ducati. And Eli Michalczyk on the Rocket BMW Motorrad BMW. That's a good straight into Q2 for those guys. P10, well done. Cheshire Moulding Yamaha of Danny Kent goes through into Q2, and the Honda UK Fireblade of Ryan Vickers, the last of the top 12 to go through. On the outside looking in, Rory Skinner, Lee Jackson, Josh Brooks, Eugene McManus, Luke Hedger and Jason O'Halloran, Rhys Irwin, Fraser Rogers, who says he has more pace at 25.8, didn't quite come, 25.9. It still wasn't enough because the pace at the front was so much hotter. Richard Kerr's 21st, Charlie Nesbitt 22nd, Graham Irwin 23rd, ahead of Braden Elliott in 24th place. But the top 12 are through. They'll be announced on Instagram and X and Facebook quite shortly by BSB. Make sure you like and share that. And we'll be back with the next session in a couple of minutes. But we're also going to go down to the pit lane and get some reaction from the Superbike riders and see what they thought of that pre-qualifying session.
This session you can hear in the background is the Pirelli National Superstock on track, and pretty hot session down here for these guys, and impressive to see all the teams down here in the pit lane as well. The rider's gone. Is he somewhere else? Well, let's have a word with rider representative. He's disappeared. Scott Redding not here right now, but we'll have a very quick word with Frank Bird. Frank, a really good strong lap from Scott there. He must be delighted with that. You'll be happy with him as well. Fastest lap of the weekend so far.
Yeah, absolutely, and it wasn't the perfect session, to be honest. I think we only did 2 clear laps, and he struggled a bit with traffic, and he even did a run through the pit lane, and then when he went back on track, he caught the second group of traffic. But it's what it is. We still managed to put the fastest lap on the weekend, so off to a really good start so far. Seems happy. Boys are working well, so yeah, on a good trajectory so far.
He seems calm as well. He's very relaxed, in a good place.
Yeah, exactly. I think he's in the rhythm now of racing. It's weekend on, weekend off, so he's bike fitness is back to where it needs to be and everything like that. We're all working really well, and it's down to him now to do the job for the rest of the weekend.
It's just another step in the right direction to make the weekend work, though, isn't it? You've got to tick all these boxes. Good free practice 1, free practice 2, pre-qualified. It rolls on to tomorrow now.
Yeah, exactly. It's all part of the job. So we've just got to make sure we're at top of the timesheets every single time we go out, and we've done that twice so far.
Good job, boy. Well done. That's a quick word with the guys there. Harry's busy taking the bike apart, watched by Warren. John at the back just making sure everything else is perfectly fit. A fine-tuned workshop in there. They've been in that garage for a long time, as is the garage next door as well. We've got Kyle Wright, who we could maybe go and have a quick... Oh, he's waving me in again. I like this. I like how I get waved in. That's okay. I'm going to step over there again if I can. Thank you very much. This is like my spot now. The red flag popping out there in the Pirelli National Superstock Championship. We'll bring you an update as and when we can get it. But that's a big turnaround for you. You did that late in the session, Kyle. On lap 9, a 1:24.636. You know, you've got the speed that Scott's got now. So there's a bit of a smile here.
Yeah, it's finally we've figured it out. We've tried a lot of things. And it was actually something going wrong with the bike there. The shock actually broke on the first lap, did a 25-1 with a broken shock, no rebound. So we pulled in and we had to borrow Glenn's shock, which was completely different to ours. Put it in and went five tenths faster. So a bit of good fortune, but yeah, at least we got we was going to go in that direction anyway. That just sped up the process. So basically, to cut things short, we had a lot softer spring, and then we put an harder one in, not by choice, and I went loads faster. So we know the direction for tomorrow.
Number 67, Richard Whitefather at Surtees, turn 4 rider, okay, but that's good to see that red flag. We always like when we can see something like that on the screen. But, you know, we spoke earlier on, you were like, steering damper this, not 100%, but that, you know, I take it that was one tyre, ninth lap you did that?
Yeah, I went out, did a 25-1, pulled in because there was a problem with the bike. We changed the shock, went back out, felt amazing straight away, 24/7, and I thought, right, we're starting the weekend now, we feel good. And then I gave me good mate Joe a little hand. I think he's up to 6th, did a 24.9, which is honestly, for people watching, for the first time here on a superbike, a 24.9 is absolutely incredible. So fair play to Joe.
I'm going to head that way now. Well done, good lap.
Cheers.
Well done. Here we go. I will give Shannon Etheridge his seat back now. Can we have a quick word with Glenn as well? As David Williams' bike comes into the garage like a missile and almost wipes me out. Let's have a little look. Where did Glenn finish that session? Yeah, P8, which is good. Whoa, did I get a shock off you there, Chris? I'll let Ryan finish his conversation. Glenn, first of all, I'm delighted just to see you here. How are you physically?
Yeah, spot on the bike. There's no issue whatsoever. You know, it's more like putting the trainers on and rolling over in bed, or you know, when you want to swap sides in the middle of the night. That type of thing's a bit tough, but yeah, I feel really good on the bike. That's one of our better Fridays we've had this year. You know, P8, yes. Every lap was quite like a large enough mistake at various parts of the lap. I was on the grass out of the last left on my best one, so for sure there's 24s in us. And also my teammate tried something at the end, kind of through like a mechanical. He had to change an item, and looks like he found in an area where we're struggling, and I think I can understand why. So we'll use the information they have and look to apply that for us tomorrow.
Well done, Glenn. Good day. Great to see you back in one piece and looking healthy as well. Right, Chris, we'll just sneak past and we'll nip outside here. Make our way back into pit lane. Very busy pit lane because the red flag has come out, but don't worry about that. That's just a quick formality of getting things cleaned up and a little bit of a look. Let me see if we can have a very quick word with Brad before he has a quick chat with his guys. Brad, very quickly for you. You put your marker down pretty early on in that one. You're 1:24.7. Good lap time though, strong.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. Tried a few things in this morning's sessions. Obviously, they're not timed, so we was able to do that. But yeah, found something in that session. Went back to something a little bit more conventional and something more suited to this track after leaving Snetterton. Felt a little bit more comfortable straight away. So got a bit of work to do tonight. Obviously, not far off on the timesheets, but just feel like I'm losing in a few areas. So yeah, get our head down tonight and see if we can close that gap tomorrow.
I've seen you have some really good races and results here. Where are you missing? I mean, it's a tiny fraction, but if you're feeling it, that must give you hope for improvement.
Yeah, definitely. There's a few areas onto the back straights, one of them, and just in motorcycle racing, you need confidence in the bike. I'm just lacking a little bit of front end feeling on the Yamaha at the minute. So yeah, we'll have our head in the laptop tonight, figure some stuff out, and hopefully get that. If I get that feeling tomorrow, then we'll be in for a shout.
I think after that one lap you've done, I think you deserve one of those Haribos under that bench, definitely.
Yeah, we've got about 5 boxes, we'll be all right.
Cheers, thanks Brad, thanks guys. Great stuff down there in the McCann's Raceways garage. I did say that he went early, and he went really fast really early, but somebody else who went really fast, really impressed everybody out there, was Joe Talbot, a 24.9, 1 minute 24.9. I don't want to get in the way of the crew chief Jason here, who's having a bit of a chat. We've also got K-Tech inside this garage having a quick word as well. But Joe Talbot there was in stunning form. You've got to remember he's a rookie to this class as well, you know. He's new to this, so the bike's had an engine swap, and Joe has very much delivered. 1 minute 24.9. That's incredible. That's some lap. And also, Kyle Red wants to take a bonus check for that because he said he gave you a bit of a help there. But Joe, you've still got to deliver the bike. That's good.
Normally you get a 2 for 124 minute seconds.
There.
Well, I had a 2 from Kyle for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So no, I'm laughing. Yeah, he's a top bloke, and I can't thank him enough for that. Obviously, he understands that I missed FP1 and stuff like that, so missed an hour session, so I never got to really learn the track. So yeah, hats off to him, but I still did the lap time, do you know what I mean? He didn't ride it for me, so I tried my hardest to stay with him, but he's a perfect person to follow, and so smooth on the bike, so it's easier when someone's smooth in front of you because he's not making big mistakes and whatnot. So
it's just a continuation of your good form that we're seeing for your rookie year in Superbikes. It's incredible.
Yeah, trying, mate, trying. That this morning wasn't the best, obviously, missed an hour. And then I've never rode a Superbike round here, and I just found out then I've only done 34 laps all day. So, as we all know, one lap paces are one story, and race paces are different. So, unfortunately, we've not, if I'm being honest, we've not had time to work on the race pace, which we normally would be doing. But with the tools and the things we've been dealt with today, we've done a good job. I've finished 6th, I think, and I was 5th throughout the whole session, and then finished 6th. So awesome.
Certainly did, buddy. Congratulations. Go and get some water. Enjoy that seat. Thank you very much for your time. Let me nip across the other side of the garage and speak to Max Cook, because Max Cook finished P3 in that session. Thank you very much. I like this. I'm getting to sit next to guys. It's lovely. Sorry about the white legs. Okay, Max Cook, P3, Bimota AJ and Steelstock Bimota, 124.672. That was a lap and a half.
Yeah, I'm pretty pleased with that. You know, doing 24s, did a few of them as well. So yeah, things are really good, and we've done a lot of stuff with the bike today. Not because we were struggling, it's just because we haven't got round to trying it yet, and it's somehow got better and better. So yeah, I'm really pleased with that. Obviously, the first run was on the new tyres then in that session, but then we did a few more tweaks during that red flag, and then I went out and I weren't, you know, biting a screen or anything, and I managed to deliver like another lap time, which would have been, you know, good enough for like 4th again. So on a 11 lap old tyres. So yeah, for the bike is in a very good place at the moment. Just need to try and go a little bit faster, but it's always close here at Brands Hatch.
Well, both my motors are going really fast. I mean, young Joe having a really good lap as well. But what's it like doing a 1 minute 24 second lap around here? Are your eyeballs out in stocks, or being the rider, are you nice and calm in that zone?
No, it's nice and calm. I think that's what makes a fast lap around here. You want to be relaxed and you want to be smooth. you just want to pick your moments, and it's lining it all up together. We're just drawing the dots out there, and so far it's going pretty well.
Well done, buddy. Fantastic. Great to see both promoters at the sharp end. Max Cook, team leader, team rookie, Joe Talbot very much in the mix of things, as well as the Pirelli National Superstock session rolls on. Again, there's nobody here again. He's great at dodging me, Leon Haslam. David Allingham fastest for free practice 2 from Luke Mossey and Declan Connell, with Lewis Rollo at the sharp end as well in 4th place. And then we've got Scott Swan, we've got Ash Beach, Mary Truelove, Josh Owens in 8th place, Simon Reed and Tom Ward in 10th place. I look down the sheet to get my good friend Sam Cox. Sam Cox in 26th place, and returning injured Callum Bay in 18th place. So a little bit of work to do. Let's get a word with Ian Derbyshire, or Hammy, as we all will very much know him. I keep wanting to speak to your rider, but he's never here. But that today has been a pretty solid run for Leon Haslam to come home 5th place, 2/10 or almost 3/10 away. Almost compromising that session with what was going on out of your control. Late out of the pit lane in a red flag, and just upsets the rhythm.
Yeah, exactly that. Where we've come from last year, we're really happy. I'm not sure how many under that record, but it's super fast. Leon actually, as true fashion, isn't particularly happy. We are as a team, we've made massive steps, but more dramatically the chassis is doing more than what we want now. So we feel like in terms of a race capacity, we're in a really strong position, which is ultimately one lap's great, but race is more important.
How's the podcast going?
Podcast is good. We've had a little bit of a break because of my antics on my arm, but we're shooting tonight with Scott Redding, and we're doing a MotoGP special, so very keen to know about the entry and the exit of MotoGP for British people.
Fabulous. I've watched that one. Good luck. Thank you very much. Here is Honda Racing UK down here, but I'm right beside the try that again. I'm right beside Rapid Honda. Couldn't get out there. My good friend Declan Connell just sits on his bike. The boys having a bit of a word to make sure everything is okay. Let's see where Deco is just now. Deco in P3, that's good to see. He'll be happy with that one. The tyre warmers go in the front, tyre warmers go in the back. Tony making sure everything is A-OK in that bike. And as I look in towards the Honda Racing garage, I'm not going into the Superbike garage. I want to come into the Super Sport garage because I saw some really interesting antics happening on track with these two riders, and I want to have a quick chat, if I can, with Jack about what was going on out there. Easily the most important part of the day here. We've got cups of tea and we've got bits of lemon drizzle cake, I think. I want to ask you, I saw some really interesting stuff happening on track in that Supersport session. I've never seen dedicated team riding like I saw from you and Dean Harrison. That you told him he got a good lap, and then he told you to an absolute cracker. That was perfect team riding.
Yeah, it was teamwork, I suppose, makes the dream work. And I've often helped Dean a few times in letting we follow each other out of the box, and we reversed the role then. But truthfully, it's never really worked for me for some reason. When he leads, I can never seem to be able to judge the gap perfectly. How much do I let him go? Do I let him go 1 second? Do I let him go 2? Do I let him go 2.5? Whenever I let him go, I always seem to catch him before the lap is out, so I never really seem to benefit from it. And the only reason I think it worked out that time is because I seen Luke up in the distance sat up, so I sat up because I didn't want Luke on the back of me, but Dean never sat up, so he kept going. So the gap was actually huge. So then I had to work like crazy, I think, for 2 laps to try and get back onto the back of Dean. And on the second lap, managed to peg him in a tiny bit every corner, and then onto the start finish. It was just perfect for the slipstream, for the run to the line, and I was like, this is ideal. Came across the line, and I think I was half a second quicker than the lap before, so obviously a few little tenths at every corner, but probably on the start finish I probably gained a tenth maybe.
I watched it as you come out into my view, and I thought, this looks perfect, and you just ducked out at the last moment, and it was like the most perfect lap.
Where were you watching?
The commentary box at the top.
Of course.
And say that burger van up there, where do you think I was watching from?
Yeah, it was perfect. Like I said, I had a nice little gap, maybe 4 bike lengths coming onto the start finish, and then by the time we got to the start finish, I had to pull out, like you said, because I was going to hit the back of him. So it was ideal. So yeah, it was great for
Dean to benefit from following me, and then finally for me to benefit from following Dean as well. So hopefully we can carry that on into tomorrow as well.
Okay, so cups of tea. What's the cake? Is it lemon drizzle?
How did you know?
I can sense it. I just know these things. I just know it looks good as well. Enjoy. Thanks, guys. We'll head out of this garage and we'll head back up towards the superbike side now, where we nip in here. Well, Ryan Vickers, he got through, but it wasn't easy. He was 12th place, Ryan Vickers, and he's 0.6 of a second away from the fastest time that we have seen. The technical problem for Jason O'Halloran, well, we won't know too much about that because it is a technical problem, but there should be a timing screen here I can see. And let's have a quick look and bring you a bit of Pirelli National Superstock Championship free practice 2. Luke Mossey fastest on the Malenko by Paget's Motorcycles Honda from David Allingham, Declan Connell, then Lewis Rollo, Tom Ward, Scott Swan in 6th place ahead of Ash Beach, Josh Owens, Matty Trulove and Simon Reed. Outside the top 10, Barnes, McConnell, Dixon, Brooks, McGuinness in 15th with a 1:28.905. Brilliant. Ahead of Jack Bednarek, Harrison Crosby, Callum Bay, Richard White, who tipped off earlier on. He was part of the red flag. And Simon Reed also, we've just seen him rumble through pit lane on a Carl Cox BMW, but he's maybe headed back out onto track. Ricardo Brink in there as well in 20th place, but it's very much it's 0.003 of a second separating those two guys at the top at the sharp end. It's incredibly tight as we make our way a little bit further down the pit lane. The Cheshire Mouldings garage, I'm a little bit reluctant to go in here. I might get my head bitten off from one side of the garage. Danny Kent gives a kind of thumbs up okay to Tim Seed. Let's quickly get in before Tim Seed does. Tim can have him for a while. Danny, that was a good run for you there. You get directly through 11th place.
Yeah, not too bad. Obviously, 12th, or where was I? 11th. We're straight through. So that's the main thing. Just got to look at some data, see where we can improve for tomorrow. There's a few areas that I need to work on. But yeah, decent day.
I'll let you get Tim now because he was grumping at me there. On you go, Tim. You can have a shot at them now. On you go. There we go. Other side of the garage, a little bit of a different story on the other side of the garage. No Rory here. Stuart Shenton and Steve Plater having a bit of an in-depth discussion. Ben Wilson looks at me for half a second and looks away. So not a lot of great feeling on the other side of the garage for Rory. So there's times where you go and speak and times where you don't go and speak. Now, Dow Honda are having what you could only describe as a union meeting. Everybody's on Josh Brooks' side of the garage. And when I say everybody, even Lee Jackson's across on that side of the garage. So both those guys on the outside looking in 14th and 15th place for both these guys. So they have a little bit of work to do. They're not miles away from Rory Skinner. A couple of tenths of a second here, tenths of a second there, but they're on the outside looking in and they won't be happy with that one. So we'll come back and see those guys in a matter of moments, maybe for a chat. Christian Idden, well, they should be happy in the Senkat garage because he goes directly through into Q2 with a 124.999. It's not a 125, it's a 124.999. Let me see if I can get a word with Chris Barnes actually for this one, see if the boss man will have a very quick word with us. Can I interrupt for a quick second? Speak to the boss man. You must be delighted with that. Christian Idden, P7, 124.999.
Yeah, we're getting there, aren't we? Slowly but surely, and we're a little bit more in the pocket, you know, so we sat out for the rest of the session because we knew we were safe. So tomorrow, yeah, we'll crack on. We've got Devis from Bitubo here, so he's giving us a little bit of something extra that we haven't had. Christian's in a good place.
It's just a continuation of a good run of form I'm seeing from you guys. There's an upturn in performance, and we've seen it from roundabout Knockhill, or in fact it was Donington.
Yeah, it's just teamwork, hard work, dedication. We're chipping away. We're a new team in the paddock, you know, to Superbike. But everybody works the same in here. We all dig in. We work hard. Christian works hard. Lee's working hard. My boy's working hard. So it's hopefully going to pay off.
It's one of the busiest garages in the pit lane.
Oh, we love it, don't we?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks very much. Let you guys get back to having a chat there. Because we have got the Superbike, we've got 2 sport bikes, and we've also got the 2 super sport bikes. So, yeah, you heard me right. Superbike, 2 sport bikes, and 2 super sport bikes. Now, where did Storm Stacey finish that session? P9. Let's see if Michael Rutter's any happier after that session. Oh, I think he just rolled his eyes when he saw me there, you know that? He did. He definitely rolled his eyes. Did you roll your eyes at me there, Michael Rutter? Okay, so that's a better session though. Directly into Q2, P9. Well done.
Yeah, we alter the gearing, guide handling a bit better. Yeah, we're trying to change some stacks now, make that a bit better for tomorrow. Little things to do, so we're always trying to catch up, you know, and having the stuff in the back of the garage to try. So we want to try things all the time, but he's trying them in the right order. He's just run out of time on a race weekend. Every day's a test session for us at the moment, so it's learning a bit more.
How was Storm himself? He did not have a smile, but he didn't look his normal happy self.
He's brilliant. He's real come in that session, and he knows he can go quicker. I think, you know, we know we can go quicker as well, and I think working together with Storm is, you know, he just I think when he comes into a race he digs in as well, and he's still got a lot more left.
Michael, thank you very much for your time. Thank you. We'll ask Lola, when's the next latest vlog coming out?
Monday. Always on a Monday, 7 p.m.
Always on a Monday after the race meeting, yeah?
Yeah. That's my job now when I get home, Sunday night.
Is this a paid job?
Yes, luckily.
That's good. What's it going to be called? Does it have a title?
Storm does that, that's not my job.
you create it, he titles it. Thank you very much. That's good. Interesting. That's good to know that he's a happy camper. We do like that. We do like that a lot. We've spent a lot of time this weekend at the BMW Rocket Motorrad Superbike team, and that's with good reason, because Eli Michalczyk has been absolutely flying. He finds himself directly through into Q2 in 10th place. I would like to see if Charlie Nesbitt's around. We spoke with Fraser earlier on, but no real sign of Charlie. We were worried about his hand, if we're being 100% honest, but no sign of him in the tag garage at this moment. So we'll make our way a little bit further down pit lane, and we can always come back. Or red flag coming out with 20 seconds of that session to go. Need to see a television somewhere if we can. TVs are on the corner hidden away in tag. There's a television up there. Red flag, end of session. So that will be David Allingham fastest in free practice 2 from Josh Owens and Luke Mossey. Declan Connell will finish 4th fastest, with Lewis Rollo, Scott Swan, Tom Ward, Ash Beach, Matty Truelove and Simon Reed top 10. Try and find out who the red flag, the cause of the red flag, but the checker flag and end of session comes out there with only 30 seconds of that super stock session to go. That was 2 red flags. So no Charlie's, he disappeared back to his motorhome. Does anybody know now? No, okay. We'll try and catch up with Charlie in the not too distant future. We'll see if Fraser wants to speak to us. Okay, so 20th, no, the pace was there. We talked about 25.8, 25.7, 25.9.
Yeah,
but everybody else went so much faster.
Just about 4 in front of me did the same lap time. So it looks bad on paper, but like I said, the problem I've got is I can do that lap time for the duration of the race, but when we put a new tyre in and it goes into time attack mode, I don't extract 0.3, 0.4 like the other guys are seeming to do. So I don't know if there's something we need to change with our strategy somehow with the bike, what we do, but just in qualifying mode, I always qualify terribly, but I get into the race and I get stuck in and my pace is good. Like I always finish within the points, within the sort of top 12, but finishing 20th at the end of the day is obviously not ideal. So the whole team deserve a little bit better than that, but we'll try again tomorrow, and I'm just excited to get in the race because the bike actually doesn't feel bad. I'm reasonably happy. It's just the 1 lap speed's not there, but I've got speed for 20 laps, so I'll take that over the 1 lap.
It's a hard championship though. There's no slow people in this championship, and that's the bit. If you're on the wrong side of a 10th, you could be 4, 5, 6 positions from where you're not meant to be. You did give us an update saying Charlie wouldn't be back, and Charlie was out there.
Yeah, Spud had a little lie down, he had a little nap, and he felt much better. I think he iced his hand, got some physio from the BSB medics, and he went out then, and to be honest, I think he's done a pretty decent job. He knows how fast he can go around here. It's just painful. It's his right hand, so see how he goes tonight, and I'm sure he'll be out there tomorrow.
I look forward to seeing you tomorrow as well. As a true lover, can we have a quick talk about this moustache? It's still here.
Yeah, I haven't won yet, have I?
No, is it going to stay until you win?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, So this would maybe be the cause of the red flag. Josh Owens brings back the brother. At least he's on his feet.
Yeah, I know. Just sometimes you run out of talent, don't you? And
God, that's harsh. It's your brother you're talking about there, Matt True Love. We're talking about Harry. How did the Super Sport Day go for you?
Yeah, really good. It's tight, to be fair. I mean, all the classes this weekend seem really tight together, as Fraser was just saying. But it's like I'm 7th, but 3/10 off fastest, so it's absolutely nothing. We just need to just try and get a little bit more out of the new tyre when we put it in, because I did my fastest lap on my last lap. So if I can just dig in a bit more early on, we'll be all right.
Well, good to see Matt Trule's back in one piece. What a nice brother would do is go and clean him down. Get the jet wash out.
Yeah, I'm not a nice brother.
That's very true, actually. I'm glad you said that. Okay, JVS at the back of the garage there, looking well. And no rider, but we don't want to speak to James Buckingham again. We've done enough of that today. Do I need to go a little bit further up there, actually? Would it be advantageous? No, we'll come back down this end, because it was Matt Trulove who was the cause of that red flag by the looks of things. He's back in his garage but the only thing is he's back in his garage minus a Honda, which is never the greatest thing. So bit of work to do for that team. A dusty Matt Trulove means it'll be a very dusty Honda as well. And I'll make my way upstairs, because we will have the RNG Moto4 British Cup coming out, and it will be the first time that I've actually seen them on track. We spoke about them on track, but we haven't actually seen them on track. Now, do I want to try and get an update from Steve Plater on Rory Skinner? It'd be nice if we could. We're doing that eye contact thing. And he's going to come out. Good man, he's going to come out. I think he's maybe wanting away from the conversation he was in. Okay, so it's on one side of the garage, we're through into Q2. It just seems a bit of a struggle for Rory. He was finding tiny little increments of time, and at the end there, he's just on the outside looking in P13.
Yeah, obviously, first of all, Danny's doing a great job. You know, he's struggled the very first session, the very first few laps, but his crew very quickly nailed down what his problems were, and he's gone from strength to strength, and hopefully that will continue, of course. Rory's been okay, really. Was okay in the FP2, was not a problem, but we seemed to find some problems. I wouldn't say he didn't get a clear lap in, but he only got 2 laps before the red flag. He should have gone out earlier. He kind of waited for a bit of space, but unfortunately in a short session it's a big mistake, because if you get yellows or reds you're in a big a big world of hell. But he's got more pace. He went faster this morning, so there's 1 or 2 issues on grip levels as well. It's 50 degrees track temperature. It's really hot and slippery and greasy. Same for everybody. Yeah. But I think it caught him out a little bit, and possibly even over trying a little bit, you know, in various areas. But that's obviously I never was, but that's a rider getting frustrated.
Like it. I've got to say that Danny was, you know, this morning it did look like Danny was struggling, but they've hit the nail on the head, and they have made that progress. For Rory, it did look like every lap was just that little bit more, but you're probably right. You know what it's like, the red mist comes down, you try that a little bit harder at one corner, you actually cost yourself a little bit more time. The thing is, you've got some good people in this garage that can turn it all around.
No, exactly. You know, I think Rory, I've said to Rory and myself, you know, he's a little bit like me. You know, he will try and override a problem and kind of manipulate himself to make the feeling better, and instead of coming back to the box maybe and analyse it a little bit more, which is a great fate to be, you know, and a great position to be in. But unfortunately,
in a race, that's a great thing when you have to ride over a problem, but not when you've got the chance to come in.
But unfortunately, yeah, you know, everybody's going so fast that you really need to bang that lap in.
Steve, thanks for your time. It's not easy. Thank you very much. Good stuff. Good luck for the session there. As you'll hear in the background, I'm going to say little bikes. That's what they are. They're gorgeous little bikes. The ruler, the NSF 250. Shall we have a quick word with a man that looks like he's done a session at the back of a garage? Let's see what he's saying about here. Can I interrupt and have a word with the legend, please? You look like you've done a bit today.
That is warm, I'll tell you.
It's warm, isn't it? It's warm. Are you happy with that session? I was looking at didn't get right down at the end there, but what was the end result?
P14 went faster than this morning. The track's gone really greasy. Times don't seem as good, but yeah, I dug deep, had a bit of a go. We made a few changes to the bike, and I was like panting a bit. It was warm. But yeah, I mean, hey, if you're in the middle of that pack on the back end at points, you're not hanging about. You know, Miss Knockhill, and I'm not making excuses. Miss Knockhill and Snetterton, they're all a little bit ahead of me, but I'm super enjoying riding my motorcycle.
You can see the smile on your face.
Yeah, I mean, what can you, I always went racing to enjoy it. You know, that's what I did when I was a kid, and I still do. You know, if it's in my field at home on some bikes or go karts on our little kart track or whatever, I just like being on something with an engine. But yeah, it's high, it's the highest level in Britain, isn't it? In Superstock, bike's going good. Lads on the spanners, my son's on the spanners, and we're a nice little atmosphere, just wedged in the middle of the Superbike boys here. And yeah, we're going all right. We're not embarrassing ourselves, are we?
I love it. John McGuinness, full of adrenaline. Get some water and get some fan and you cool yourself down. Thank you very much. That was good. But I had to quickly grab that. And I felt bad because the person interrupted was Dean Harrison. And that's just not okay, Duncan. But there we go. That's a walk down the pit lane to catch up with the Superbike riders after their session. Happy Superbike riders and fast Superbike riders at the same time. Jamie Whittam in the pit lane here, just gathering some information as we always try and do to make our job that little bit easier in commentary and punditry, because a little bit of knowledge, knowledge is power, that's what we say. But as we get ready to go for the Moto4 British Cup, we'll come back in a couple of minutes once we get upstairs.
We make our way back into the Brands Hatch commentary box here for the RNG Moto4 British Cup free practice number 2. Long way from the pit lane up here, and you've always got to stop at the timekeepers to pick up the timekeeping that they do for me. A lot of printed sheets, and Richard Evans and Sam Jones and Alan down there, really good guys, always with their finger very much on the pulse, shall we say. The sheet's always printed off and ready for me, and I can't thank them for all the help that they do give me through every single race event that we go to. Myself, Larry Carter and Alan Hyde very much should be lost without TSL, the timing partner that we have here, and Amola Gatto and 1P Mobile coming to you with the timing screens that you see via TSL. Jack Dunnaby is fastest in this session. We have 15 minutes of this session to go, with Jack Burrows in second place. Marco Holt is in third place. Holt the Bolt is ahead of Ryan Frost, the Rhino, and then George Bowes, Clayton Edmonds, Tyler Humphreys, Luke Fitchett, fresh back from an outing at Goodwood. I don't know if anybody actually noticed Luke Fitchett there. They probably did, but then probably didn't put 2 and 2 together. The Cavara Projects leathers were there, and I saw him riding what looked like a TR 500. I'm pretty sure it was a very, very early Suzuki 500 from round about, I'm going to say 75. Was that a TR or was it a T? Was it the RG then? I think the RG came a little bit later. But anyway, fabulous to see that young Fitchett was there. Flat cap Fitchett, Luke Fitchett was down there. Harrison Day is inside the top 10 as well. It's all changed a little bit because I mentioned something, and somebody's now going through and changed everything. It was Axel Remisal Lomas who goes up 5 places and puts himself into P5. And shuffles everybody else back down a couple of positions in the order, but that's just the way it happens. As soon as I start to talk about one thing, it all changes. But we'll let everybody off with that one as we keep our eyes firmly on the screen. Jack Burrows has gone to the top with a 136.448, and Jack Burrows I don't know what the Burrows team have done to him over the winter. They've re-chipped him and they've brought him back, the new and improved. You can't say streamlined because there's absolutely nothing off him anyway, but the new and improved Jack Burrows is a force to be reckoned with in the RNG Moto4 British Cup. Jack Dunnaby holds the lap record in this class as a good guide, a 135.237. Now, we have seen lap records getting smashed at every single circuit that we have gone to this year since the changeover onto the Pirelli tyres. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with the lap record around here, but as Steve Plater so rightfully said in that little bit of an interview, sorry, a bit of an issue there. Steve Plater said that the track is a lot hotter. Track temperature's gone up, so the track will be a little bit greasy. But they were talking all sorts of issues down there in that Cheshire Moulding Yamaha garage. They were left scratching their heads and looking for something that they can't find, to be honest. But Plater's a wily old fox. He's been there, he's seen it. You know what? He's a great team manager because he's made the mistakes himself, and he knows when somebody's going to make the mistake, and he'll stop anybody from doing that. That's where Michael Laverty will also be great when he steps into that team role with the TES team, and it becomes grid racing. But yeah, Jack Burrows, Jack Dunnaby, Marco Holt, Ryan Frost. I was mentioning Luke Fitchett, and I just think it was brilliant with what he was up to, getting to go to Goodwood and do a little bit of riding some older bikes. Fabulous stuff. The older bikes are just the best when you look at them, and that's exactly what you want to be doing. So that bike that he was on, very much in the old Suzuki colours, which were the blue and white from it looked like 1975, and if it was, I'll be impressed with myself. We'll have a little Google at some point. Looks pretty similar. A rare factory built 500 Grand Prix bike. Well, it looks kind of similar to that, but it might have been a little bit later, actually, now that we think of it. But Fitchett had a great time running up the side of the Goodwood Hill, which when you get to do that, yeah, what an experience that is for a young man. Really sensational. So he was on a TR 500. I bet the bike he's on just now will feel slightly different, shall we say. A lot lighter, that's for sure. In the pit lane, we have got bike number 34, which is Charlie Cunningham. He sits in the pit lane, and also Marco Holt, who decided to come in. Lucy Curtis is down there in pit lane, as is Daniel Stevenson. George Bowes, and 27 is Hudson Cooper. And welcome back to Henry McCartney on the Stamford Racing Honda. I liked having Henry join me in the commentary box. He was a very great little talker, a good little communicator, and that's all part of it now when you think about it, because the road to MotoGP, the Dorna Academy ladder, you've got to be able to deliver everything. Henry just makes his way across the line in towards turn number 1 as he heads down the bottom Paddock Hill bend. Bike 31, keep your eyes on Bike 31. Nice people, the Stamford Racing guys. I should say guys and girls, but yeah, fabulous to see them very much backing Henry and keeping him at the sharp end as well. And that's where he want to be, especially in his return. The cast that he had on his wrist, myself and Alan were a little bit worried about it, or a few people looked at it, just an abnormal bend in it, but he wouldn't be out there if it wasn't perfectly fine. And we find him in 18th place. A little bit of work to do, but remember, it is his comeback and he is fresh off an injury. So watch him go in that Stamford Racing bike. Henry McCartney, a 141.047 up against a 136.448. And the other interesting one is, you know, Henry, as he is out there, he came for commentary in the first race and loved it. He said, Brown, I'll come back for second race. And he sent me a lovely message saying, I'm really sorry, if it's okay, I'm just going to go and watch the race with my friends. I thought it's absolutely perfectly fine, not a problem. Then I thought maybe he didn't like it after all and he was just being polite. But it was such a nice text message to get from young Henry McCartney. And yeah, making new friends and hopefully seeing some old friends soon around the paddock as well will be a bit of a bonus, bit of an uplift up. Harrison Day goes up 6 places and slots himself into 3rd, which is really, really good. Harrison Day, the son of Josh Day, former Supersport racer, former Tri-Options Cup racer, notable painter of helmets and bodywork, Dale Race Paints. But Harrison is up there in 3rd place on bike number 15 on the LRA Moto, supported by HV Solutions NSF 250. And they're all identical single-cylinder 4-stroke bikes. They're technically a bit of a distant cousin from what you would see Moto 3. The Moto 3 bikes will have kit parts in it and factory parts in them. The Hondas that we see in that championship still have the underseat exhaust that comes out as two exhausts, and they very much are different from what we see here. These are more the production Grand Prix kind of esque bikes. You couldn't put them on the road. They've never been made for the road. They're built for one thing and one thing only, and that is very much on track action for these 14 to 17 years old. They do get around at the British MotoGP as well as all the BSB events that they do come to. The season after the Brands Hatch will go to Silverstone for the British Grand Prix on the 7th to the 9th of August. Then Thruxton after that, a week after. Then the TT Circuit of Assen. Then Donington Park, their last one. They don't go out after that. They don't go over to the last round here at Brands Hatch. Something that they've always ended their championship at the round before at Donington Park. But we always get the champion to come along for the champion's photo come the end of the year, though. Seven minutes of the session to go. Jack Burrows on an outlap and top of the times, and Jack Dunnaby following him out on an outlap. Dunnaby, the two Jacks have worked well together before, and we've seen a bit of that. Even though they're completely separate teams, they only share the same name. I tried to call Ryan Frost Jack earlier on, didn't realise what I said. Made me snigger in my head, but it all came out very quickly. There's certainly not a Jack Frost out there. Not until October anyway. But the two Jacks on track together, Burrows and Dunnaby, and this is all about when these youngsters start looking, because they're now getting towards the business end of their championships. They want to make sure they're giving themselves the best possible chance, and Frosty leads the championship coming in here with 19 points, which is actually a sizable chunk. sizable chunk of 19 points is, at this stage in the championship, something that Ryan Frost will be desperately trying to keep a hold of. I was looking at his race team down there. They were all primed in the pit lane, all got their own trophies for the bikes. I mean, the Fibertech MLAV Honda squad has an armada of bikes and a huge amount of staff and paraphernalia that they have to drag around the place. But Frosty to Dunnaby is 19 points. Burrows, one singular point behind Jack Dunnaby, so they're very close. There's only 20 points covering the top 3 in the championship. Then Marco Holt, the man, Holt the Bolt, who finds himself in 4th place. That will be something that we definitely need to keep our eyes on. Mason Foster sits in 5th place. Second year running for Mason Foster in this little championship, the Moto 4. Mortimer Racing looking after Mason Foster, and he's just ahead of Harrison Day in his rookie season. Harrison Day 6th in the championship. You know, that's pretty impressive stuff, but you have to look at Marco Holt sitting 4th in the championship. But it's nothing new for a rookie to have a really good turn of pace in the rookie championship year. I think we only need to look at last year's champion, a certain Mr. Ethan Sparks, who came in as a rookie and won the championship and then disappeared to Red Bull rookies and is having a fabulous time. Living the dream, as you would expect for the young man, but also making the progress that we would expect as well. You come through the RNG Motor 4 British Cup, as it's now called. You come through that, you set yourself on a good path, and Dorna will be excited by the prospect of Ethan Sparks, as we are as well. We've seen Casey O'Gorman, we've seen various other riders. Lucas Brown has been there, gone, tried it, and now come back to the British Championship and looking very good on that MSG Suzuki, I have to say. So it will be interesting to see how last year's champion Ethan Sparks gets on. Thurley Trevorrow goes up 2 places into 14th. He goes ahead of Stevenson and Bishop, and Trevorrow will be happy with that one. Another one off the Fibertech Honda by MLAVs. And George Bowes up 3 places, puts himself well inside the top 5 into 4th, 136.827. Still Burrows fastest on the 36.448. As we get into, I don't want to say the late evening sun now, but the sun's starting to dip over the, almost it feels like over the back of not the horizon, just the sky, as we're getting longer shadows in the ground when it does peek out from behind the clouds. It's still very warm outside. I need to say that's still incredibly warm outside. And the riders taking note of that as Dunnaby goes purple through sector number 1. Dunnaby is on a bit of a mission here, and he'll be desperate to see if there's anything that he can do, even though it's only free practice 2 for the youngsters with 3 minutes to go. Like I said earlier on, everybody wants to be top of the times. When you're top of the times, you try and play it down a bit, makes you happy. When you're not top of the times, you say, it doesn't really matter. It's nothing. It's only free practice. But in your heart of hearts, you know you don't want anybody to be faster than you on the track. You want to be the guy. You want to be the one who's in that time zone nobody else can get to. You want to be top of the times. And Dunnaby with a purple sector number 1, green sector number 2, through the middle sector, 25.4. He's lost a whole 3/10 of a second through that sector number 3, which goes from entrance to Hawthorns to Stirlings. That's quite a long stint. The one after that is only a 10-second one. It's in through Stirlings and then down towards the line. Dunnaby will cross the line. There's an improvement for him. He only needs to find a tiny fraction. Yes, there is. 136.289 for Jack Dunnaby. Bike 63 in the Cavara Projects Peter Lucy run. Moto 4 bike goes up and does a 136.289, a tenth and a half of a second ahead of Jack Burrows. Burrows trying to answer in that lap, but the 36.4849 that he put down, not good enough. He's already done a time 4/10 of a second faster than that. Frosty on his last time round put his fastest lap in on the number 24 Fibertech Honda with a 136.614, and Ryan Frost, bike 24, making his way through the back of Graham Hill Bend. You'll see him live on the YouTube stream before he heads along the Cooper Straight in towards Surtees. He'll brake and go on to the Grand Prix Loop, and the next time we'll see Ryan is when he bursts back into our view at Clearways, but he's got a whole bit of Grand Prix Loop to deal with before he gets there. Good lap from Jack Dunnaby that. He'll be pretty happy with a 36.289. Making progress in the right area. He's on his way back round again. He is towing round bike 11, which is Jensen Bishop, on the Wilson Racing Honda. Gary Wilson and his team putting together some great machinery for youngsters to hone their skills on, and some newcomers as well. And Jensen Bishop, we saw Jensen last year, but second year with Gary in this bike, getting a good tow from the back of Jack Dunnaby as he crosses the line. He crosses the line and puts his personal best time as well behind Dunnaby, a 1:38.282. Number 27 has a track limits warning for turn 3. That's the bottom of Graham Hill Bend, and that's my good friend Hudson Kai Cooper on the Rides Are Us NW Racing Honda. And Hudson Cooper using just a little bit too much of the curb there. Almost get away with that, but then you almost can't. As Dunnaby heads into Clearways, Lily Rhodes is just ahead of young Jack on the track as a whole line of bikes cross the start-finish. Max Rhodes, George Bowes, Daniel Stevenson, Hudson Cooper, Marco Holt, Harrison Day, Mason Foster, Thoroughly Trevolo, Axel Remisel, Lomas and Izzy Devine. Also in there, as the checker flag flies, Ollie O'Gorman on the Ollie O'Gorman Racing Honda. And you may think, hang on, I recognise that name, O'Gorman. You do. It's the younger brother of Casey, and how fabulous to see Ollie O'Gorman. I wonder if Casey O'Gorman is going to make an appearance this weekend. There isn't a Grand Prix, and I know that because Brad Binder's mechanic and Agura's mechanics will be here. Yes, they will. Pup and his little brother Matt will be making an appearance. We've had them in the radio station once before, and they were a big hit. And one of the best nights I had between a BSB event was chatting to them about all the bikes and riders they have worked with. It was a fabulously entertaining evening that we had together. Wow, what a lap from Luke Fitchett towards the end there. 1:36.3. Fitchett goes second, but Dunnaby does a 35.4 on the very last lap to take the checkered flag. 35.4, and to put 0.8 of a second into himself and Luke Fitchett and George Bowes as well. He was in second place for a split second, and then Luke Fitchett stole that position away from him. So Jack Dunnaby, Luke Fitchett and George Bowes, your top three as it stands. Checker flag has gone out. Ryan Frost in fourth place, and I say that you can almost hear the surprise in my voice with Frosty being fourth. Jack Burrows in fifth, Axel Remsel Lomas, and it changes about again because Harrison Day goes P2. Wow, some of the youngsters and the rookies shining towards the end of this one, with Day and Fitchett, both rookies to the class. Still 0.8 of a second lead though in the pocket of Jack Dunnaby. Ollie O'Gorman, the last bike to take the checker flag, and he does so. And it's 63 Jack Dunnaby who ends free practice 2 on top of the times for the R&G Moto4 British Cup. Second place 15 Harrison Day, third place Luke Fitchett on 7, George Bowes on 67 in fourth, and Ryan the Rhino Frost across the line in fifth on bike 24. Jack Burrows 16 comes home in 6th place. Axel Remisel Lomas on bike 23 comes home in 7th place. 8th place for 37 Marco Holt. 9th place for 64 Clayton Edmonds. Let's hope this is the weekend that turns Clayton Edmonds year around. And 10th, 42 Thoroughly Trevor, another rookie. So rookies 2nd, 3rd, 8th and 10th. Fabulous stuff from the R&G British Motor Cup. Free practice 2 comes to an end. We have the slight matter of a small qualifying session to happen next, which will be the Rocket Off BMW F 900R Cup. Qualifying coming your way in about 3 minutes' time. Last session of the day on track, the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup, and it's been a busy day here at Brands Hatch. It always is on a Friday, and it'll be a busy day on Saturday and Sunday as well. But thank you very much for joining us. Lots of nice comments that have been sent in to the commentary box via my personal Instagram, which is great to hear from you guys that you're enjoying it. And some people not here, some people listening from afar as well, and that makes it really nice and properly interactive. Radio Dave's just walked into the commentary box, so we'll get Radio Dave to do a little bit of a wave to the camera here. Dave, you've got to give the camera a wave. There you go. That's the law. Dave is the guru when it comes to all things radio. And we'll stick back on the track cam for this moment in time. Now, he's got a bag, which is always slightly worrying. Thank you, Dave. I've got a pin badge from SBK 2026. Thank you very much. One for Alan, one for Larry. He's got loads of them. In fact, we're going to sell them from the commentary box in case anybody wants them. We'll do them for £1 a shot. £1 a shot, I think, Dave. We could probably muster up a little bit of money, put it back into some sort of funds somewhere along the line. We could give it to an air ambulance. That's a good thing, good shout. But I'm going to wear that with pride, actually. I was there, and it was nice that we've been given a bit of the appreciation. I missed out on that because we were still commentating, but it's good to see the marshals and everybody getting a bit of appreciation, and everybody else who was working there. But we've got a qualifying session out here for the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup, and this is quite important because qualifying sessions here need to be, well, obviously you want to get into you want to be in pole position, but it works slightly differently for this championship. If you qualify fastest on this, you go to the pole position for heat number 1. If you're second fastest, you go pole position for heat number 2, and it works its way down like that. You go from left to right, left to right. Good system, actually. Keeps it nice and interesting, keeps it exciting, and it keeps the riders very much on their toes. We then all go into heat number 1 and heat number 2, and we take the top 3 from the finishing point of heat number 1. They'll go into the ball draw along with the top 3 from heat number 2. We're 3 wide into turn 1. What are we doing, boys? We're racing each other here. That's the 2 Smith twins and Josh Corner. I mean, good grief. Yeah, and they've got Bjorn Estimate in the middle of this as well, and Bjorky Estimate has just once again gone to the top of the times. Now, it's quite interesting because not only do we have Brad Binder's helper here, who's effective his Uccio, who's just gone fastest. Tomorrow we'll have Brad Binder's chief mechanic as well, number 1 mechanic, which will be quite interesting. Mark Lloyd will be coming along this weekend, so we'll keep an eye on that. Also known as Pup around the place. Started his career with Neil Tuxworth back at Honda Racing UK in Louth many years ago. Under the watchful eye of Neil Tuxworth and Harvey Beltram back in the day, and worked his way through up into all sorts of great things. But now he works with Brad Binder, and it'll be quite funny. He'll be watching the guy who he watches the other guy race, if you know what I mean. Does that make sense? It did in my head, so that's what we're going to stick with. We're going to go with that. We'll put that camera back on just so you can see that there is no alcohol in the commentary box, but that did make sense in my head. Bjorn Estimate, though, this is fabulous. I love it when a wild card rocks up and ruffles everybody's feathers and gets to the sharp end, a 134.837. Let's have a look and see what Bjorn did earlier on in free practice number 1. So 34.873 in this session. He was behind Barry Burrell in the last one with a 34.7, so he can go faster. Wow, Nicky Coates 134.099. That is a lap from 5-star. Brilliant stuff from Nicky Coates, and we've been waiting for this to happen. We've been almost generating it, manifesting it in the commentary point, because where has it been? Purple, yellow, purple, personal best. So really good splits across the board for Nicky Coates to go ahead by 0.7 of a second from Bjorn Estimate. So interesting stuff. Then Christian Smith ahead of his twin brother Kieran Smith. Remember, Christian's older, Kieran's older, Christian's older. Why have I forgotten that already? The twins, the Smith twins, good boys together, really good fun as well. If I'm not mistaken, Christian is his better half is Macy Preble. Maybe I hope I've got that right. It's late in the day. Josh Corner in 5th place, the former championship leader. Remember, he was championship leader at Stetterton going into race. He made a very un-Josh Corner manoeuvre going into the Wilson hairpin, Agostini hairpin, and down he went on lap number 1. Thank you, Dave. We'll see you later on. And that was it. The championship lead was then blown on the Chasing the Racing BMW. But Corner finds himself now behind Dale Thomas. He's gone into 6th place. Jack Tynan, who he had a bit of rough and tumble with Jack Tynan at Snetterton, Josh Corner. And I was surprised to find him in that area of the track. Barry Burrell is in 8th place, just ahead of Kenny McLeod and Andrew Williams. But that might all change as Burrell crosses the line. We'll look for number 1. Coatsy crosses the line. Here comes Burrell across the line. Where does Burrell go? Corner improves. Does Burrell improve? No, he doesn't. Wow. Surprised with that one. Bobby Very improves. He goes up 5 places and puts the 88 bike in 6th. Nestles in behind Chasing the Racing Josh Corner. It only sounds good if you say it in a Newcastle accent. And I'm probably best I don't try and do that, actually. Chasing the Racing in the Newcastle accent. Unless I want to offend anybody out there. I don't want to offend anybody out there, trust me. But Josh up in that 5th. Bobby Very. Dale Thomas, again, I've mentioned this before. 93 Dale Thomas having a real upturn at Brands Hatch, and it's good to see that. It's good to see another name coming to the sharp end. James Ellison, I hear you ask, 13th place at best for James, with work to do. He has got Davy Grace, Reese Coates, Rob McNeely. Dino Rob is back down there in 16th place, just ahead of Aaron Dakin. And McNeely must have been listing. He's just improved 2 places to 14th. So a little bit of personal improvement for Rob McNeely, which is good to see. We like Rob McNeely. Dino Rob, very bright colour scheme. It does pop at you when you see it, and it looks great. Good friends with Christian Eden as Rob McNeely. But a qualifying session on a BMW, you might pop into the pit lane once, you might stay on track for the entirety of the session, just depending on how you feel. Harley Pebbles in 10th place. I haven't mentioned Harley much. There goes Barry Burrell across the line. There's an improvement. It's a 3-place improvement for Barry Burrell, and Bobby Very goes up another 4 places and puts himself into P3. Good stuff for Bobby Very. He'll be happy with that one. A really, really strong showing, and that's kind of what you're looking for. It's kind of what Bobby Very's looking for. That would put him on 2nd place on heat number 1 if the checkered flag flew right now, and he would be alongside Nicky Coates. And I think Bjorn Estimate could be the fly in the ointment here, which just kind of mixes things up ever so slightly for a Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup qualifying session. Waiting for the timing screen to kind of jump into life, and Bobby Very goes through the middle sector pretty quickly, 16.9 seconds. That's from out the back of where we are to Hawthorns. The next one is the kind of biggest one that we have, or one of the biggest ones. Wait for the 26 seconds, 25, 26 seconds to pop back for Bobby Very on 88. He goes through 25.4 personal best. This could be a new fastest time for Bobby Very as he comes round. He was only a 10th away at the first split, and his personal best, his fastest of all, personal best, fastest of all. We look to see the very bright leather scheme coming into our view, crossing the line first of all. And there goes Bobby Very now. He goes at 1 place. So I was expecting a little bit more than that. He would have gone up 2 places, but Barry Burrell followed him across the line. In fact, crossed the line a fraction ahead of him, and Barry Burrell went into P2. Coates, Burrell and Very. Kind of what you expect, really, isn't it? It's kind of what you expect, and that's what you get from these guys. I do like how we have Barry Burrell again, especially when Larry Carter asked the question, are we going to see you at other rounds? Will you come and do any more? And the purse strings have been tightened up. Halliwell Jones are needing to watch what they do this year. We don't want to spend the money that we don't have, and that's fair play. But the next thing he does, Knockhill was a one-off round. He appeared at Stetterton, and now he appears at Brands Hatch. Let's keep it rolling. What we could do is, the pin badge money that Dave sells, we could maybe float to Barry Burrell, and to keep him in the championship. That would be quite funny. I can't see Dave doing that though. It would be much better to give it to an air ambulance, that's for sure. But with only 12 minutes of the session to go, time flies when the guys are very much got their finger on the pulse, and that's what we're seeing. It's Nicky Coates from Barry Burrell and Bobby Very. Bjorn Estimate in 4th place ahead of Christian Smith. Dale Thomas, the Caerphilly rider, in 6th place with Christian Smith in 7th. Josh Corner chasing the race in Newcastle-based rider in 8th place, and Jack Tynan in 9th. Harley Preble still holds on to the good 10th place. The Superbike riders, or the teams, making their way back for their hospitality dinners, all crossing and heading up for a bit of feeding time. It's getting to that point with only 11 minutes to go. The BMW riders will be wanting to do the same, that's for sure. But they've got the small matter of a very important qualifying session. Then we'll probably nip down the stairs and see if Richard has gathered the top 3 up for us in the winners' enclosure, and we'll have a little quick word with the top 3 in their qualifying session. Now here we need to keep our eyes on this. James Ellison starts an outlap. He finds himself in 13th place. That's very un-James Ellison to be that far down in a rocket off BMW F900 R Cup qualifying session. Ellison on 77 has left the pit lane. Tracker map catches him just coming out of Druid. So we'll change to the trackside camera, and there's James leaving Graham Hill Bend. He was the first bike that you saw with the yellow flashes. 2 bikes very similar on track there actually. And let's see how James Ellison gets on in this session, or this exit from the pit lane as the riders like to now call it, because he's a lot faster than Base down there in 13th place. He has got Andrew Williams beside him, and Andrew Williams was a lot faster this morning. If we look at the timing screens, Andrew Williams was 11th fastest, and he finds himself 12th fastest, so he's there or thereabouts. Kenny McLeod, I think great things are just round the corner for Kenny McLeod, and I say that so many times. He pops out from his slipstream and goes flashing past in towards turn number 1. I think that was that Dutton he just went past there? James Dutton, I think it very much was. I do hear the masses screaming, "Where's Darren Fry?" Well, I'll tell you where Darren Fry is. He's now got himself onto BBC One. He's got himself onto the first page of timing, and that's an impressive run for Far and Dry to get himself up into 29th position, and long may that continue. Darren Fry out there on bike number 3, former Ducati Tri-Options Cup champion, and amongst other things you could say, all-round good guy though. He was entered for the race, he withdrew himself, he then re-added himself, so he's qualifying, and we could see exactly how he gets on. He crosses the line now, or is Darren come into the pit lane actually? Darren's come into the pit lane as we have a little look through the binoculars. Here he comes now, here he comes. Number 3, nice black set of leathers, takes the tear off from the helmet, pulls across in towards his pit box. Chief Mechanic Kirsty ready to either give him the cup of water she's holding or drink it herself, not really too sure. Darren pops up the helmet and a big smile, and who's the first person to speak to him? Joe Talbot, straight out of the garage. Lovely. Joe Talbot. Darren Fry's done a 1:39.296. And Joe Talbot slapping him on the back saying good job. Burrell up the inside of Kenny McLeod in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Those two in a bit of a race with each other. McLeod still in 11th place. Burrell still sitting with the number 1 bike in P2. With only 8 minutes of the session to go. I don't think Darren Fry will spend too long in pit lane. Darren needs to get back out on circuit. He needs to go because there's not long. Let's have you back on track. Come on. We're all watching you in the pit lane there. Remember last time when we saw him racing last year, he and Paul Curran were both racing at Assen. Nicky Coates is in the pit lane actually, and Nicky Coates down there in the pit lane having a chat with his guys. Wearing an old set of leathers, I believe, Nicky Coates there by the looks of things. There are a lot of scuffs on those leathers. I'm trying to picture him, trying to remember in my head when I last saw Nicky unfortunately sliding off, but Nicky with the older leathers on, sitting in the pit lane. And this is what you want to do. You don't want to do too many laps on the qualifying tyre, because you'll be using this tyre in the race, so it's vitally important that you do minimal laps in qualifying. If you have a big enough gap, like Nicky has half a second over Barry Burrell at this point, there's no point in him going back out onto the circuit just for burning some tyre life out of the Pirelli tyres. Barry Burrow crosses the line. Does he get the gap down at all? 1:35.506. No, he's still a good half second away from where he needs to be, and that half second is not going to be an easy bit of time for him to get back. So work still being done by Barry Burrow as Nicky Coates sits and saves tyre life in the pit lane. Burrow was now done double the laps on his tyre than Nicky Coates has done on his. So that's something that we need to remember about tomorrow, as a rider stopped in the pit exit lane whilst joining the track. That's never the greatest thing to do. Make your way down, blend, and try and find a safe position. Bit of a scary moment there for us. Could have been Alex Pearson on number 94, but he's got going again out of that lane, which is the most important thing. Six minutes to go, still sitting in the pit lane, cool, calm and collected, Nicky Coates. He's now disappeared from my vision. He was down now, he's just at the back of his team, and Darren Fry also. Making his way back out onto the circuits, Chris Taylor from Coventry on the Cam Civils and Landscaping BMW F900R. So he's headed back out with a little bit of a job in hand to do. Burrow's hitting good sectors. He's just not linking everything up as he goes round. Crosses the line now. Is this a better lap for Barry? Yes, it is. Now Nicky Coates will need to throw his leg over that bike because he's not safe. But having said that, it would still be pole position for heat number 2. Barry Burrow does a 1:34.233, 10th of a second separating Nicky Coates and Barry Burrow at this point. So they're getting closer, which we like to see, very much on a bit of a mission. And will Coates throw a leg over that bike and head back out? No, Nicky's now got the helmet off. So Nicky Coates in pit lane, helmet off, going nowhere. Maybe a small drink of water, but a very interesting run towards the flag with 5 minutes to go. We'll keep our eyes firmly on the timing screens to see if there's any incoming laps. Barry Burrow is on another quick one. Burrow with the purple middle sector. 16.790 middle sector, but it's the next big one. 25.2 comes back for sector number 3. For Barry Burrow. Nicky Coates is fastest in that with a 25 flat. So from what Barry made up, he's now gone and lost at the next part of that. And it's as easy as that when you're pushing so hard. I think Steve Plater said this earlier on. Pushing so hard you can almost override the bike, and that seems to be exactly what Rory Skinner was doing. But Burrow, another good sector together, then a bad sector and a good sector. But we can also put that down to traffic. Traffic on these sessions is always a bit of an issue for riders. If you are on a good lap, somebody might leave the pit lane right in front of you. And when we've got 42 bikes that they're all trying to qualify, Darren Fry has slipped off into the other page now. He's gone back to BBC 2, unfortunately. Dan currently in 32nd position, just behind Jordan Bannon, and a little bit of work to do, but he's out there enjoying himself. That's what we like to see, and the more the merrier for Darren Fry. Nicky Coates though, the gap at the sharp end now 0.08 of a second, and I suppose he's not that bothered because he knows one good thing is he won't be directly racing against Barry Burrow. Barry needs to actually finish in 3rd place because that would then put him into the same heat as Nicky Coates. He would race him and he would hopefully try and take some points from Nicky Coates. He can do that, but he can't do it now if he's in heat number 2. Nicky could probably win heat number 1, maybe pick up maximum heat points, which is half of the actual race winning points. You'd get 12, and Barry would get the same, so it's not going to bring the gap down. This is what we saw last year. They actively tried to then work qualifying so they would race against each other in a race to try and take points of each other. It got a little bit tasty towards the end of last year, and we're expecting that this year as well. We like tasty championships when they get a little bit spicy. But Coates fastest from Burrell, from Bobby Very, Bjorn Estimant and Christian Smith, your top 5. 1.5 minutes to go. Barry Burrell though is 13 laps deep on this tyre. Whether he's just trying to get some good mileage and he knows he has got something for tomorrow. As we look down the pit lane to make sure that Nicky Coates hasn't put his helm on. So Nicky doesn't even look like he's going to go for a practice start unless he quickly throws the helm on and leaves with some 15 seconds to go. That's all he needs to do. But it certainly is a little bit tasty watching these two guys. It's almost like a chess match, this qualifying. And then you've got Bobby Very in the middle of it and Bjorn Estimate, who just don't care. They're just out there to race as hard as they can, try and get as many points as they can, and have some fun whilst doing it. Harley Preble has just slipped out off the top 10. He's gone into 12th place now, Harley Preble. James Ellison only just ahead of him. Preble and Ellison separated by 1/10 of a second, so a very small gap there. Remember James, he was in a bit of trouble and strife at Snetterton. The van broke down on the way there. They were towed to the circuit. We don't actually know how they got home, whether they started that GoFundMe page or not to try and get themselves home, but there was a bit of help needed. Larry Carter was trying to help and do his bit on BSB radio powered by Kawasaki to see if somebody wanted to step in and offer some sort of tow service or maybe even a van. But the thing is, everybody drives herself there. Not many people take a spare vehicle. One of these things. As the time ticks down, 3, 2 and 1. Checker flag now flies for everybody else going through. And here's an incoming lap, possibly from Bobby Very. Let's keep our eyes on 88. He's out the back of the circuit. He'll get the checker flag as he comes through. Just heading towards top of Sheen Curve and in towards Stirling's. Bike 88, tucked up behind Jordan Ashington on bike number 9. We wait for Bobby Very to come back into our view, coming through Clearways and then Clark Curve, and then it will be the run towards the line. He's put together a good middle sector here actually, maybe compromised ever so slightly. Yeah, he has been coming through that last sector, and Bobby Very unfortunately heavily compromised. Has he come into the pit lane? Yes, he has. So he's lost so much time in that last sector, he's decided to abort the lap and come into the pit lane. So everybody coming through to take the checker flag. Barry Burrell in the pit lane as well. So it will be Nicky Coates on pole position from Barry Burrell and Bobby Very. Bjorn Estimant is on a lap, but it's not looking like it's going to upset anything. No, he takes the checker flag and finishes a fabulous 4th place. Christian Smith in 5th, with Dale Thomas a superb 6th place for Dale Thomas. That's a really strong qualifying run. Kieran Smith in 7th. Josh Corner should come across the line and finish in 8th place. Having said that, a couple of personal bests for Corner. Has he got something in the locker? Another personal best. Josh Corner could pull something out the bag here to get himself a little bit higher than 8th place as he has a slipstream towards the line. This should be an improvement for Corner. Where does he go? Yes, he goes P5. Josh Corner goes P5 ahead of Christian Smith and Dale Thomas and Kieran Smith. Good lap from Josh Corner right at the very end, and also Christian Smith with the personal best lap, but no improvement. But it's Nicky Coates, Barry Burrell and Bobby Very. We'll grab the headset, we'll head down, we'll speak to the guys for the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup qualifying session. We've got run over by a trolley here in the world's narrowest little lane, and we'll just nip inside here. Sorry, thank you. Right then, let's get a word with our top three. We've got 2 out of 3 ain't bad. I think it's a Meatloaf song, if I'm not mistaken. Rich, Nicky Coates, congratulations, a pole position. You'll be delighted with that one. 5-star performance, I'd like to say. And also, you sat in the pit lane for an awful long time, and that looks pretty nice. New that rear tyre.
Yeah, so we've went with the strategy to use the same tyres for the heat race tomorrow. So, yeah, try and get out early, get a few clear laps in, and we've managed to pull a decent time out of the bag. So, no, I've been comfortable back in my wee baby this weekend. So we've got her sorted, and yeah, looking forward to the rest of the weekend. To love Brands Hatch here, some circuit, and hopefully we can keep it going.
Well done, Nicky. Congratulations, good pole position. Halliwell Jones BMW. Knockhill was a one-off, we were told. You arrived at Snetterton and you're now at Brands Hatch. It's fabulous to see you here, Barry. And a good second place in qualifying. A lot of laps spun on your tyre compared to what he's done, but the time is so incredibly close.
Yeah, it was definitely close. I messed up on the pit ward. I read it wrong, to be honest. I thought it was 0.8 behind, and it was 0.80. So no, if I'd have realised, I'd have probably tried a little bit harder. But to be honest, the grip doesn't feel like it's there compared to last year. But I think we've come from a couple of grippy race meetings, and then coming in, it's not well for me, anyways. It doesn't feel as grippy. So no, happy enough. Enjoyed it. I mean, I know you said about the one-off rounds, but Brands Hatch is one of my favourite tracks ever, and I don't know how many years I'm going to get a chance to ride it, so yeah, thought why not.
We're delighted to see you back here. I love seeing the number 1 plate on track. I'll ask early in the weekend, will we see it the next round?
Well, to be honest, definitely at the next one, because that was the only one I was supposed to be doing. So the sponsors, Halliwell Jones, are based in Chester, obviously, so Alton Park's their local round, and we're always planning on doing that one. But obviously I didn't want to come in. The idea of doing Knockhill was I didn't want to come in rusty, going to Alton and do a bad job for them. So yeah, and then you forget how much the problem is with racing, it's a bit of a drug, isn't it? It's hard to stay away.
Proud Barry, thank you. Good to see you back. Good second place. Let's get a word with Bobby Very in third place. We could just sneak in here behind I'm not going to say fashionably late because you were still on track. These guys weren't. But Bobby, great to see you in the top 3. I mean, it's very close. The times are very tight, and so you being third place puts you on the heat with Nicky, which means you and Nicky are together. Is that a good thing or a bad thing for you?
Yeah, it's a good thing. Yeah, looking forward to it. Sorry, I've just been knackered. They sent me down shattered, mate. Red hot.
Happy with your qualifying session now?
Yeah, well happy with it. I thought I got knocked off, to be honest, them last few laps. I just couldn't string another one back together, but I'm glad I stayed where I was.
Get some water or something cool inside you. You deserve it after that great qualifying performance. Here we've got Nicky Coates on pole, Barry Burrell second place, and rounding out the top 3 we have got Bobby Very. With that, we'll hand back upstairs. I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Thank you very much. It's been a good day on track today, actually. We'll be back on BSB powered by Kawasaki tomorrow, and it will be a 9 o'clock start for us. Larry Carter will be back with us tomorrow, and also Alan Hyde will be here. Until then, good night.